To my knowledge, newborns shouldn't be able to see clearly for quite some time. And yet, here I was, staring directly at the face of a beautiful blonde woman who looked no older than her mid-20s. Her face, glistening with sweat and framed by disheveled hair, radiated a gentle warmth as she smiled down at me. Beside her stood a young man with light brown hair and a muscular frame, his grin a mixture of pride and nervousness. He looked like he belonged in a hero's tale, handsome and imposing, yet utterly ridiculous as he suddenly began making goofy faces at me. My tiny body twitched involuntarily at his antics. Hashtag 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 dash hashtag 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 hashtag, the woman said softly. Hashtag 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 hashtag, the man replied. Their words were incomprehensible gibberish to me. No matter how hard I tried to focus, it was all meaningless noise. I attempted to move, but my body refused to cooperate. My limbs felt heavy and unresponsive, though a myriad of strange sensations assured me I wasn't paralyzed. Where am I? I tried to speak, but the only sound that escaped was an infantile gurgle. Before I could spiral further into confusion, the woman gently lifted me up, her endearing smile making it impossible to feel threatened. My mind raced, trying to piece together the situation. This doesn't feel like a dream, I thought. A desperate urge to confirm reality took over. I willed myself to fly, to break free of this bizarre experience. Nothing happened. Could it be? The realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. I've reincarnated. Before I could process the implications, the man snatched me from the woman's arms and, to my utter horror, tossed me into the air. What are you doing? I flailed as best I could, but the man caught me with ease, laughing and shouting something that sounded suspiciously like we. Hashtag 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 Zenith and Paul's POV. Paul held his newborn son aloft, grinning from ear to ear. With boundless enthusiasm, he tossed the infant gently into the air before catching him again. Don't do that. Zenith scolded, her expression caught between exasperation and amusement. He's just a baby. Paul chuckled. Relax, Zenith. He's my son. He'll be fine. She sighed, shaking her head as her husband continued to play the fool. It was hard to stay mad when the baby didn't even cry. The joy in the room was infectious, and Zenith found herself smiling despite Paul's antics. He's got your hair, Paul said, holding the child closer and inspecting him. And those beautiful blue eyes, definitely takes after you. Zenith's gentle smile deepened. I was thinking we could name him Seraphim, she said softly. His hair, his eyes, it just feels right. Paul hesitated for a moment. Seraphim, huh? I was thinking Rudeus. He glanced at the boy again, mulling it over. After a moment, he relented. All right, Seraphim it is. But I'm still using Rudeus for our next kid. Hashtag 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 MC's POV. Time passed slowly in my new chubby and utterly useless body. My short limbs flailed uncontrollably, and my attempts at forming coherent words were met with more garbled nonsense. Despite the absurdity of my situation, a chilling realization solidified in my mind. I've been reborn. And not just anywhere, it was starting to look like I'd reincarnated into the world of Mushoku Tensei. The evidence was mounting. The woman's name was Zenith. The man Paul. And as if to drive the point home, a maid entered the room, wrapping me in a soft towel and placing me in a wooden cradle. The details were too specific to be a coincidence. If I was right, then this world wasn't just some medieval fantasy, it was a land of swords and magic. And if that were true, I could pursue the impossible. Immortality. Godlike power. A life filled with adventures, danger, and freedom. This was everything I had longed for in my previous life. Earth had been mundane and restrictive, a place where dreams of grandeur were squashed by reality. But here? Here, anything might be possible. Of course, there were other perks to a fantasy world, legendary battles, awe-inspiring landscapes, and well, fantastical beauties. Not that I'd admit that was a major factor. Definitely not. As these thoughts swirled in my head, I realized I needed to act the part. I wiggled my limbs, letting out a series of baby-like gurgles. If this really was the world of Mushoku Tensei, I couldn't risk being labeled as some kind of defective child. The blonde woman, my mother Zenith, picked me up again, cradling me close. My tiny hands instinctively grasped at her clothing, much to my embarrassment. When she bared her breast to feed me, I nearly recoiled from the sheer awkwardness of the situation. But pride had no place here. If I wanted to grow strong, I needed to eat. My body demanded it, and I wasn't about to sabotage myself over a little discomfort. Reluctantly, I latched on and began drinking. To my surprise, the milk wasn't unpleasant. It had a strange, slightly salty flavor that wasn't entirely unwelcome. I drank as much as my tiny stomach could handle before pulling back, feeling oddly accomplished despite the humiliation. As Zenith held me close, her warmth and affection began to stir something unfamiliar in me. My previous life hadn't been filled with much familial love. This was nice, albeit overwhelming. Once I was placed back in the cradle, I began to experiment. If magic truly existed in this world, I couldn't afford to waste time. I closed my eyes and tried to focus, imagining energy, mana, flowing into my tiny body. Minutes passed with no results. My newborn body, already exhausted, quickly gave in to sleep. But as I drifted off, one thought burned in my mind. This was only the beginning. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was the strange, unresponsive nature of my new body. Every movement felt foreign, sluggish, as if I were operating a puppet on tangled strings. Then, I became acutely aware of a warm, sticky sensation around my butt. Right. I reincarnated. And now, something wet was glued to my backside. Oh poop. The realization hit me with a mix of discomfort and disgust. What was I supposed to do now? Cry out for help, like a normal baby? It would undoubtedly wake my parents in the middle of the night. They'd come running, groggy and annoyed. But crying was natural for an infant, wasn't it? Completely expected. After a moment of contemplation, I decided against it. Instead, I focused on something far more exciting: magic. Since waking up in this new world, I've been fixated on the possibility of practicing magic from a young age. In Mushoku Tensei, starting early was key to building an extraordinary mana pool. It was one of the most vivid details I recalled from the series. By exhausting your mana reserves regularly and allowing them to replenish, your capacity would grow over time. It was a simple principle, and anyone could do it. The only problem? I didn't know any spells. I had no guide, no incantations, just my imagination. So I closed my eyes and focused, trying to feel the mana within me. This time, instead of trying to absorb energy, I attempted to push it outward. I visualized it flowing through my body, imagined invisible pathways like wires connecting my core to my extremities. Minute by minute passed as I concentrated. My breath slowed, my awareness sharpened, and then I felt it. A faint warmth coursed through me, traveling along my veins like blood. The sensation was subtle but undeniable, and it flowed toward my right hand. Gathering all my focus, I directed the energy to my fingertip. It was like exhaling through a muscle I didn't know I had, a strange yet exhilarating sensation. Something began to leave my body, a formless, unseen energy. Yes. I did it. Excitement bubbled up within me, but I forced myself to remain calm. I had to maintain it, to push my limits. Seconds ticked by, and the exertion grew overwhelming. Before I could stop myself, fatigue crashed over me like a wave. My body gave in, and I drifted into unconsciousness. #MC's POV, a month later. Over the next month, I dedicated myself to this new form of training. Each time I awoke, I cried just enough to be cleaned and fed, then immediately got to work on expelling my mana. The first time, my reserves ran dry in under 10 seconds. But as the days went by, my capacity began to grow. Slowly, steadily, I could sustain the flow of mana for longer periods. What started as a weak trickle, like water dripping from a faucet, evolved into a steady stream akin to a garden hose. The progress was exhilarating. Both my mana reserves and my control improved with every session. And the best part? I had started just hours after being born, a full 2 years earlier than Rudeus had in the original story. This head start, combined with my newborn body's adaptability, might allow me to surpass even his incredible talent. Still, I kept my expectations in check. I had no guarantee that I possessed any special talents or latent powers like the Laplace factor. For all I knew, my progress could simply be a result of my youth and determination. But that didn't matter. Talent or not, I would push myself to become stronger. During this time, I learned more about my surroundings. The blonde woman, Zenith, was undoubtedly my mother. The energetic man was Paul, my father. And then there was Lilia, the maid, who diligently cared for our modest wooden home. Everything about this place screamed medieval fantasy, from the candlelit rooms to the wooden utensils and lack of modern technology. Surprisingly, they didn't call me Rudeus. Instead, my name was Seraph. When I caught a glimpse of myself in a mirror, I understood why. My features mirrored Zenith's, soft blonde hair and bright blue eyes. I had expected to take Rudeus's place, but it seemed this world wasn't an exact replica of the story I knew. That realization both excited and unnerved me. If this world was different, then its challenges might be as well. Would I meet the same allies and adversaries? Would I even have the potential to wield magic and the sword like Rudeus did? Only time would tell. Training progress. My daily routine became a cycle of mana training and mindful meditation. By expelling my mana over and over, I steadily increased my reserves. Meditation, though less effective in this world, likely helped sharpen my mental focus. Through experimentation, I discovered that mana could be released from various parts of my body: hands, feet, even my mouth. But my hands were by far the most efficient, as if my magic circuits were designed to channel energy through them. Using both hands nearly doubled my output, further accelerating my progress. Despite my advancements, I still couldn't produce any visible effects. No fireballs, no gusts of wind, no levitating toys. Pure mana seemed formless and invisible, with no tangible impact on the physical world. But that was fine. I was laying the groundwork for greater feats. Life as a baby. Being a baby, however, wasn't all training and progress. It was humbling. My inability to control my bladder and bowels was a constant source of frustration. Every time I soiled myself, I was reminded of my helplessness. But I persevered. After all, being born with the chance to start from scratch was a blessing. While other reincarnators might awaken as teenagers or adults, I had years to hone my skills and prepare for the challenges ahead. My ultimate goal remained clear: to grow stronger, to explore this fantastical world, and to carve out a life filled with adventure and meaning. And if I was being honest, to meet the heroines I admired from the story. But for now, my greatest victory would be mastering this tiny body and unlocking the vast potential it held. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe. It motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below. Around 6 months have passed since my reincarnation. Throughout these months, I continued exhausting my mana every day, then I'd mindfully meditate for the reminder of the time I was awake, and I was serious about it. After another 5 months, equal to a whole 150 days, my mana capacity seems to have grown hundreds of times compared to what it was before. If my mana capacity was around the size of a bathtub 5 months ago, then now it was probably the size of an Olympic pool. In the very beginning, my total mana seemed to double each day I exhausted my MP. While I don't think this rate of relative improvement was maintained for long, I was still progressing at a very fast pace. As my total mana amount became larger, my growth with each day that passed also increased. At that same time, my mana output naturally improved as well, and by now I was able to send out a river of mana through my hands, akin to a real small river. Because both my mana pool and mana output increased simultaneously, I was still able to use the simple method of pure mana manipulation to exhaust my mana without problems, even though my time required for it was increasing as my mana pool grew. Either way, my method of training remained viable for the time being, and hopefully will be until I begin learning real magic. 5 months ago, I have also included into my schedule a slightly special mana output practice. It didn't take me too long to release all of my mana through my hands, and then I had a lot of free time each day. Given that I had a lot of free time, I began to spend a portion of it by releasing a part of my mana through my mouth instead of my arms. It was not the most efficient method, but it did not matter, since I had the time. My hope was that by training these magic pathways I might be able to develop them to the point that one day they can be used for casting real magic, just like through a regular person's hands. I could release my mana through my entire body as well, but I felt that this method was way too disorderly, chaotic, and significantly too inefficient to eventually make it viable for casting spells. I had a strong feeling that I had to choose a single body part to focus on developing, and I eventually picked the throat. The mana flow to all body parts apart from my hands was equally terrible and didn't seem to be improving. If I at least picked the throat, it might allow me to be a bit better at using howling magic. At least, I knew that it was something that's possible from reading the novel, unlike casting magic directly from the feet. If I became too greedy and tried to accomplish something that was too ridiculous, I might just be wasting my time on an impossible task and accomplish nothing in the end. All this time, I also continued my mindful meditation practice when I was out of mana. In conclusion, each day I would still mindfully meditate for a few hours while focusing on my breath, a peaceful state of mind and the condition of my body, as well as exhaust my mana at full power through my hands, but a portion of my mana I would always also release through my throat, attempting to strengthen the mana pathways in that area. In the meantime, while listening to Paul and Zenith's conversations during the last half year, I started to understand the new language a little bit. To be honest, it was very difficult for me to grasp this new language just by listening to the limited conversations around me while having no basic knowledge of the grammar or vocabulary. It was also unlike the languages I knew. Rudeus seemed to have learned it fairly easily in the novel, but I believe he compared it to Japanese at one point. And if it really is based on Japanese, then I'm out of luck, because I simply don't know Japanese. And so, it seems that learning this world's language will be a drag. By now, I am only able to understand some simple words as I try to grasp the basic grammar. Apart from this, over the last 6 months my body grew up a little, and by now I had enough control to be able to crawl. I would crawl all around the house with a smile and explore it when I'm let out of the cradle, acting like a curious and cute child. I was able to send out my mana even while moving, so crawling didn't impede my training. Instead, I viewed it as a chance to improve my mana control as I practiced how to expel mana as quickly as possible while moving my body and being conscious of my surroundings. Zenith, Lilia and Paul all seem happy and excited with me being so active. I knew that I was really doted on and loved. He will run off somewhere once I move my eyes from him. Isn't it good that he's active? I was worried that he didn't cry at all when he was born. And that's why you tossed him into the air.
Haha, don't remind me of that.
I told you he's my son too, so he'd be fine. But even now, he rarely cries. He almost only does it when his diaper is full. Yes, but I would prefer if he also didn't cry at night though, haha. I wasn't entirely sure what it was about, but Zenith and Paul had a discussion when they saw me crawling everywhere. In truth, I was aware that in the original Rudeus got away with being even more suspicious, but since I already only cried when I had a full diaper, I decided to also cry at night to appear more like a normal baby. Otherwise it would just be too strange for my taste and safety. In addition, I developed a rather nasty rash after delaying to report things the first time around, so that's another reason. A child's skin is quite sensitive, I suppose. Fortunately, Zenith seemed to have healed it with healing magic soon after at that time. Afterwards, I would always cry out more often and not worry about it. At this moment, I wanted to try something new. It was walking. Apart from growing my mana pool, these days I also wanted to start training my body from a young age. I remember that it was said in the novel that swordsmen awaken their battle aura instinctively through the training of their bodies. Perhaps training as a toddler would normally be silly, but it was the world of swords and magic, so I couldn't completely trust the usual logic. There was still a chance that beginning to train my entire body as early as possible might be beneficial. At the very least, I knew that it would not be detrimental to be simply active as long as I did things safely and in moderation. It would help my growth. In general, I tried to eat a lot to grow well, so doing some activity to burn the excess calories might also be good, so I don't grow too fat as a kid. Right now, I grabbed the leg of a table, which in my tiny hand appeared more like a giant wooden pillar, and slowly pulled myself up while also using my strength to straighten up my legs. Soon enough, I shakily stood on my 2 legs. It was very shaky and I had to support myself by holding onto the table's leg, but I was able to stand.
Oh my! Look!
Seraph can already stand up. I heard my mother's excited voice. As I held onto the table's leg, a focused and serious expression appeared on my baby face.
This is it.
Even if I fall flat on my face, I'll do my best. It was said in the legends that the A-grade genius Gu Yufeng Yuan started walking at 4 months old. It was about time for me to get serious as well. My legs were shaking and I felt slightly afraid because of this, but I still let go of the table. And then I took my first few shaky steps.
1, 2, 3. Go, go.
You can do it.
Paul cheered. 4, 5. Pam.
And then I fell as I was unable to keep my balance on my undeveloped legs. Before falling, I put my hands before my chest and protected it as I fell forward, rising my heavy head up to avoid it hitting the floor.
Ouk. It still hurt a little.
But of course, I did not cry. I was not mentally at an age where I would cry due to the smallest reasons.
Seraph.
Are you okay? My mother spoke up and rushed over to me. She then picked me up by my hips, but I saw that her expression was more happy than worried. After all, it wasn't like I suffered any serious injuries. I reflected a gentle smile as I looked back at her. She then lifted up my hands by the wrists and said, "Your hands are bruised, let me heal them." Divine power is rich and nourishing. It offers the strength to rise again to those who have lost their strength. Healing. As her hand emitted a dim light, I felt faint foreign energy enter my body.
Pretty.
I called out while watching the shiny lights. The external mana flowed through me a little forcefully, and in an instant the pain on my hands disappeared.
Whoa. See, it's okay now.
After all, your mom was a renowned adventurer, my mother said in a boastful manner while smiling.
I smiled. Yes.
I wasn't wrong after all. It was the world of swords and magic. And I couldn't wait to begin learning real magic myself. Around 1 year has passed in total. There is no calendar anywhere in the house, But at one point I heard my parents talking about how I'm 1 year old, so there's that. At least, that's what I think they were talking about. Around that time I also discovered that my full name is Seraphim Greyrat. Seraph was simply a shortened version of my name that my parents often used to call me. Of course, over the last 6 months I continued meditating and exhausting my mana every day without fail, both through my hands and also throat. If my mana capacity used to be the size of a pool half a year ago, was it the size of a large lake by now? It was hard to say, but my mana pool had surely once again grown by a lot. Even if these days my mana capacity would only increase by a few percent of the total size each day, given the large size of my total mana pool, I was still making great gains every day and over time. The time required for me to release all of my mana increased to around 3 hours of continuous release each day, so I was still far from reaching a bottleneck in my training. And this made me ponder. I have been exercising my mana reserves for a full year already, but I didn't reach a bottleneck even though I haven't yet even begun learning real magic. In contrast, in the novel, Rudeus seemed to have reached a bottleneck after training for 1 year in the beginning and was unable to exhaust his mana even when casting beginner-level spells for a full day. At that point he needed to move on to intermediate rank spells and accidentally blew up a hole in the rooftop. As for me, no matter what, I have been exhausting my mana fully every day, so it isn't like I could train harder. Because of this, I felt that my method was simply more time efficient than casting low-rank spells, so I haven't run into a bottleneck yet. I simply had no way to know the truth. Nonetheless, I decided that it was about time for me to begin showing interest in magic and books. Once I learn how to read, or once I'm directly taught magic, I can figure out my situation. For this, I formulated a small plan. One day I bruised my knee and then came up to Zenith to get it treated. I showed an amazed expression when seeing the lights heal my wound, just like before. After that, I would often come to her. It would point at my knee enthusiastically with a meaningful expression, and it didn't take long for her to realize that I wanted to see the pretty lights again. As this happened a few times and as I showed my interest in magic, Zenith began to show me various other small spells apart from just healing magic. Wind magic, water magic, fire magic, and others. These were probably all the lowest level spells, but she could still do them. However, perhaps she didn't remember all of the incantations, because she sometimes read them out of a book. And the one time she took out a book is what I used as my chance. While pointing at the book in her hand I said, "Mom, teach me." At this, Zenith looked at me with a smile and asked, "Oh, you want to learn magic?" I enthusiastically nodded my head. Zenith softly said, "I'm sorry, Angel, but you're too young to learn magic just yet." Seeing Zenith give me an apologetic face, I widened my eyes and showed her the cutest sad expression I could.
Pretty please. Ah, don't do this face.
Mama just won't handle it.
Twinkle, twinkle.
I blinked my eyes as I looked up at her while acting like Puss in Boots, imagining them shining.
Okay.
But first you have to learn how to read.
How about that?
This should take you a few years. After seeing Zenith's defeated expression, I knew that the operation was a success. Like this, from that moment onwards, I began learning this world's alphabet with Zenith, whereas Paul would often read me a fairy tale before bedtime while pointing at various words in the book. Lilia would also often actively help me to learn various new words by pointing at different items around the house and the garden. The entire family worked together to help me learn the language, and they seemed to be very happy with my enthusiasm toward learning. I remember that Rudeus had to decipher the magic guidebook after he learned how to read in secret by himself, so I certainly had an advantage when it came to my learning resources. A few years to learn how to read. Challenge accepted.
2 years passed in total.
My comprehensive practice naturally continued. Another full year of training. Shoo, Seraph is reading again. The young master is very fond of books. Let's not disturb him. I heard Zenith and Lilia whispers as they were probably spying on me behind the door of the study room again. I let out a silent sigh and returned to what I was doing with a small smile. I waved my legs slightly as I laid down on the ground on my stomach. A book was displayed open in front of me. There were 5 books at home in total. Traveling Around the World, Fatoa's Monsters, Ecology and Weaknesses, Perugius's Legend, 3 Swordsmen and the Labyrinth, and finally, Guide to Magic. Apparently, books were expensive in this world. Although there was paper, there was no method for printing, so all books are written by hand like in the Middle Ages. What I was reading right now was the Guide to Magic. Zenith had read it to me many times in the past while explaining particular words. She had skipped the incantations, but I was not a stranger to this book. I guess, the fact that this book contains spell formulas that I could use to accidentally kill myself did not concern my parents. It was good to have such happy-go-lucky parents. They probably thought that I would not manage to cast any magic anyway. At this time, I was revising the information I learned from the book after rereading it on my own. Firstly, magic is classified into three main categories. They are attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. Magic can be used in a variety of ways, but according to the book, it was originally developed as an instrument of war. Similarly, the main use of the spells included in the guidebook is to defeat enemies or to slay monsters. Next, there are 7 difficulty ranks to magic: elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor, and finally god. It was said that an ordinary educated magician can improve his single specialized magic up to the advanced rank, while the typical uneducated one is able to cast elementary to intermediate rank spells. The guidebook itself included spells for fire, water, earth, and wind magic. The ranks of spells ranged from elementary rank all the way to advanced, so it is certainly quite comprehensive. If I could reach advanced rank in these 4 magic styles without a tutor just thanks to this book, wouldn't I be amazing? I am not entirely sure yet if it is possible with just the information from the book though. Using magic consumes mana. This world's language seemed to be using the words magic power to describe mana, but inside my mind I secretly still called it mana. There are 2 ways of using mana: to use mana within the body or to draw out mana from something that contains mana, the example given being a magic crystal. At first glance, the first one was about using one's own reserves to cast magic, while the second one used an external mana source as a substitute, like a magical battery. Due to the development of magic, those with lower amounts of mana are unable to use higher-tiered magic. Thus, the use of magic crystals or magic tools that acted as batteries became more common. There are 2 ways to activate magic. The first one is through an incantation, and the second is through the use of magic circles. Incantations involve voicing out a magic spell's chant through one's mouth, while the use of magic circles require to draw a magic circle at a predetermined location or on a magical tool beforehand. Magic circles were popular a very long time ago, but in the current times incantations are the mainstream way of casting magic. In the distant past, the simplest incantation required about 1 to 2 minutes. It wasn't exceedingly long, but this method made magic very difficult to use in combat. In contrast, once a magic circle is drawn, it can be used repeatedly. The guidebook includes methods for using magic circles as well, but starting with incantations was my goal. I have a feeling that the magic circles included in the guidebook will be quite useless if I can manage voiceless incantations instead. In the end, I will probably only learn useful high-level magic circles in a magic school, like in the Renoa Magic University. Interestingly, the book that I was reading was published by the Renoa Magic University. It was surprising that it even included advanced rank spells. Was it because the publishers thought that an average person would not be able to master them without attending their university anyway? And someone talented could get access to these spells secondhand regardless? I think that should be the case. Going back to the topic of incantations, there existed a certain magician who successfully reduced the incantation time. Thus, incantations became the norm. These days the simplest incantations take about 5 seconds, so basic magic attacks could be used with an incantation. Another point in the book: a person's mana is set when they are born. I already knew that this point is false. If a person trained during early childhood, it was possible to grow one's mana reserves. Personally, I have grown my mana reserves tremendously during the last 2 years. I had no way to properly judge my mana capacity, but I felt that it should be well above that of an average adult magician. Hopefully, I'm still far from reaching my maximum potential. At the very least, I still seem to be improving. Last point: cutting the chant short or using silent incantations is only something that expert magicians can do. Chantless magic isn't something that's expected from a newbie. Hopefully, I will be able to bust that myth today.
Alright, let's try it.
I flipped the pages several times to the beginning. The book contained the following elementary rank water spells: Water Ball, a water bullet that can be shot out. Water Shield, water that rises from the ground to form a wall. Water Arrow, a 20 centimeters dart that's fired. Ice Smash, creates a column of ice to smite or freeze an enemy.
Ice Blade, forms a sword of ice.
I got up from the ground, getting to my knees, and looked at the guidebook next to me while kneeling. Throughout the year my reading ability and vocabulary improved considerably. I wasn't yet able to understand the meaning of all of the words included in the incantations, but I knew the alphabet and could read, so I could at least read out the chant. I stretched out my hand, focused on the text, and started to carefully read the incantation: "Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now.
Water Ball."
As my words finished, I felt the sudden sensation of a small amount of mana flowing through my body and gathering in my right hand. Then a sphere of water materialized and formed to begin floating in front of my palm, the size of a handball.
I did it.
It was my first time casting magic, so it was impossible for me to not be excited. I was mentally better prepared than Rudeus in the original, so I didn't immediately lose control of the spells. As I maintained the water ball, I then willed to gradually reduce the size of the water ball, aiming to get rid of it this way. However, as I exercised my imagination and will, nothing happened. After a short moment, I suddenly lost control of the spell and the fist-sized water sphere dropped down to the ground with a splat, some of the water splashing onto my feet. I guess this kind of thing can't be done with a spell that came from an incantation. To manipulate a spell so freely, silent casting should be a must.
Let's go again.
I walked to the side and dragged out a wooden bucket that I prepared beforehand from a corner, then stretched out my hand over it. I slowly closed my eyes and focused on relieving the feeling from earlier. Water ball, water ball, water ball. Water droplets gather. As I tried to replicate the feeling from earlier, I could feel a faint warm current flow through my body, then small amounts of mana suddenly started gathering and being released through my palm. At the same time, I heard some quiet burbling sounds. I opened my eyes and saw a water ball that formed in the air, this time without me even uttering a single word. Great! I can do silent spellcasting. And it was not even that hard. Let's try the earlier experiment again. Become smaller. At my command, the water sphere gradually shrunk to the size of a chicken's egg. I could do that much. It was not very difficult. However, as I reached the size of an egg, I suddenly lost control of my spell and the small sphere of water dropped down to the bucket.
Well, alright.
I guess this was the limit of my control. Feeling excited, I quickly formed another water ball. Doing it for the second time, it felt even more natural. I directly dropped the ball into the bucket, then tried again. And I succeeded in forming another water ball. Without a fuss, without a chant, and without my eyes being closed. It was not difficult at all. A natural feeling. I made it bigger, then smaller, then eventually dropped it into the bucket. With each attempt it was becoming easier and more natural.
Good.
I felt extremely happy and excited. Being able to do something magical like this simply with a thought was an indescribable feeling. Just this ability to cast chantless magic was enough for me to dominate a small part of this world. Soon enough, I'll try to test my current mana capacity. For a while I continued experimenting with a few different water, ice and wind spells that didn't have a chance of causing some kind of accident inside the house. In front of me laid a wooden bucket, this time frozen solid with icicles shooting out of it, as well as an ice sword. It was the result of my magic practice. After I performed a new spell using an incantation just once, I could then cast it without a chant by replicating the feeling. However, I haven't yet tried shooting out a spell. After casting, my spells would automatically hover in the air.
Well, let's see.
I was still way too small to reach the window, but fortunately the chair was already there. I slowly climbed up the chair, then looked through the window. No witnesses in sight. I then stretched out my hand toward the outside. It should be something like this. I exercised my imagination and moments later formed a blob of water in front of my hand just like before. A few moments later, the water ball shot out. After receiving the initial velocity, the water sphere's shape became slightly flattened and then it flew out in a small arc, landing on a patch of grass in the garden.
A success.
After that I formed another water ball and sent it out again, this time ramping up the speed a notch higher. My aim was the stone fence in the distance. As a result, my water ball flew over the fence, missing it. I lightly smiled back. This required practice, but it was not bad. Not bad at all. I managed to send a water ball flying without any problems. I remember that it took Rudeus quite some time to figure out the method to do it. Something like 2 weeks or 2 months. I didn't feel overly proud thanks to it, since I mostly relied on Rudeus's experiences and what I remembered from the novel. Once I kept all that I remembered in mind and focused, it wasn't hard to pull it off. There are certain steps to the use of incantations. Creation, setting of size, setting of firing speed, activation. Within this, the magic spell is done once the user determines the size and speed. Which means after voicing out the chant. 1. The spell automatically takes shape. 2. After this, within a fixed time frame, increase the mana input to adjust the size. 3. After the size adjustment, during a fixed time frame with extra mana input, was the adjustment of the speed setting. 4. Once the preparation period's over, the magic spell leaves the caster's hand, and automatically flies towards its target. This is the sequence of the entire thing. The trick is that after chanting, you need to add more mana twice. If there's no second adjustment to the firing speed, once the spell is released, it will not go flying. And to add on, when doing casting without an incantation, you have to process all of these by yourself. Still, the benefits of casting magic silently are enormous. Firstly, It allows you to skip the long and bothersome incantation, making the cast time several times faster than with an incantation. Secondly, it gives you an unlimited amount of time to adjust the size and speed of your spell. In other words, when cast silently, a lower rank spell can be overloaded by pouring more mana into it, and over a period of long enough time it can reach the power of a much higher rank spell. In comparison, when casting magic using an incantation, you only have about 1 second to set the size and speed of the spell, practically making each magic spell have a predetermined power level. Also, modifications can be done during the creation phase of silent casting, allowing the caster to change the spell's shape, structure and characteristics, for example, adjusting the shape of an earth wall or an ice sword. In conclusion, incantations are like cookie-cutter spells that you cannot modify, with mostly predetermined strength, while silent spellcasting gives the magician far more freedom. Then I tried casting a spell using my mouth instead of my hands.
And, as I tried, nothing happened.
I didn't even know how to properly go about it.
Ah.
I let out a sigh of disappointment. Something that I kind of expected before happened. Silent casting is about replicating the mana flow that I experienced while casting a spell with an incantation. But that mana flow pattern leads toward my hands. Because of this, it's simply impossible for me to replicate the same mana flow by using my mouth, since then the pattern would change. I continued making attempts for a good while, but I simply had no idea how to go about modifying the mana flow to make it work. It was simply impossible.
I frowned.
My worry became real. At that moment I felt that casting spells from the incantation school through my mouth as a surprise attack or in an emergency is simply a bust. Silent spellcasting was all about replicating the flow of mana. And the smallest modifications to attempt adapting it to another body part one tried made it simply not work. The difficulty of modifying a spell was so high, it seemed impossible. It's possible I would need to develop a completely new incantations or spell for it to finally work. It seemed like all of my training by expelling mana through my mouth was mostly a waste of time.
A failure.
I let out a sigh. I wasted a considerable amount of time and effort into releasing mana through my mouth, wasted effort that I could have spent elsewhere. If I spent that time mindfully meditating, it would have been more productive. I felt regret creeping into my heart. But after a while I shook my head. My training was already extremely efficient and effective. So what if I run into a little blunder? So what if I wasted some of my time? Who would not experience failure? Verdant's son died regretfully. Start over again and proclaim oneself as king. I recited the words of my god, then swallowed the feelings of regret and moved past it. I didn't completely give up on mouth magic just yet. I exercised the mana pathways leading toward my mouth for almost 2 years now, but it should not have been a complete waste of time. It might still help me to be better at voice magic, the so-called howling magic of the beast race. My talent at manipulating pure mana should be rather unique among the people of this world. Perhaps there was still potential in me imitating the howling magic and developing a related move. Something like dragon shouts?
Fussroda. My heart thought.
Thinking of all this, I let out a breath and pushed open the door of the study room. After walking through the corridor, I soon ran into the kitchen while wearing an excited smile. Inside the kitchen, Lilia was preparing dinner and Zenith was helping her. Zenith seemed to enjoy cooking and trying out various recipes with Lilia. She really was into the housewife's ordinary lifestyle.
Oh, Seraph.
What are you doing here? Are you hungry? Zenith greeted me with a beautiful loving smile. Lilia also turned to look at me. Her expression remained reserved, but I could see her eyes smiling. I shook my head at Zenith's question. After that I stretched out my hand and called out, "Mom, look what I can do." I formed a sphere of water in front of my palm. Zenith was frozen for a moment as she stared at me, and then shouted out, "Voiceless magic?" She was so loud that I was genuinely startled. I dropped the water bullet to the ground.
Splat.
Very quickly, her expression changed into a very intense smile and she slowly asked me, "Seraph, how did you learn to do that?" Zenith's expression was quite intense, but I know that was not due to anger. I muttered, I learned it from the book." "The book on magic?" Zenith asked while staring at me intensely. "I'm sorry," I muttered quietly while casting my gaze downwards.
"Yeah."
Zenith let out a high-pitched scream, then kneeled down and started hugging me tightly. I knew my Seraph was a genius.
"Lilia, what happened?" I heard a shout.
Paul bursted into the kitchen at that moment. Zenith let go of me and said, "Our boy is a magical genius. Seraph just cast his first magic. Without a chant."
"What? First magic?"
"Without a chant." Zenith ignored Paul's surprise, kept raising my hands up and down and continued speaking, "Let's hire a magic tutor right away. This child will become a remarkable magician in the future." Paul was still confused, while Zenith was completely delighted.
Paul spoke up. A magic tutor?
But he's only 2.
No, wait.
You said he can do voiceless magic. Seraph, show Dad what you can do, Zenith said as he looked at me with expectations. After a moment's lag, I faintly nodded my head at her. I momentarily looked up at Paul with a bit of childish fear, and then stretched out my hand. I let out a humming sound as I showed an expression of concentration. I slowly formed a water ball in front of my palm, just like before.
Yeah.
Did you see that, dear? Seraph is a magical genius. Zenith ran up to Paul, grasped his hands and started jumping in exhilaration.
Yay!
Dear, go out to Roa tomorrow and put up a job request. This talent must be properly trained.
I understand.
But what about our promise? Paul replied in a somewhat neutral tone.
Promise? Zenith asked. Ah, that promise.
But he's so talented in magic. It would be a waste if he didn't choose to be a magician. I know that, but a promise is a promise. Zenith rebuked. Don't you always break your promises? My matters have nothing to do with this.
And so, a couple's quarrel began.
As the quarrel persisted for a while, I quietly spoke up during a momentary silence. Can I do both? The 2 parents looked down at me.
Please don't fight. I can do both.
No, I softly said while blinking my eyes. Train both in magic and swordsmanship?
Paul asked.
I gently nodded my head with an uncertain expression, as if I was not entirely sure if I was in the right.
Ah, we just can't win with you. My angel.
Zenith ran up to me and started squeezing me in her arms.
Ah, relax, woman. You'll kill me.
Zenith wanted to hire a magic tutor right away. Paul did not object to the idea after seeing what I could do and after I also offered to train with the sword. But I personally shot it down and said that just learning from the book was enough for now. In the original, Roxy was hired only when Rudeus was 3 years old. If my parents tried to look for a magic tutor right now, then there is a chance that it would not be Roxy. Apart from other things, Roxy was said to be a good teacher in the novel. If the theoretical side of magic was concerned, I think it was true. It would be extremely difficult to find a better tutor that would come to this rural village to teach a kid of a low-ranked knight. For the time being, I felt that experimenting by myself just with the magic guidebook would be just right. Another mediocre inflexible tutor might only waste my time and fill my head with flawed ideas and misconceptions about magic. Through this year I can learn the spells in the book by myself and develop my own understanding of magic without being influenced by someone else. In the future, I can supplement it with Roxy's lessons to fill in any holes. It seemed like a good enough plan. Luckily, my parents didn't object to the idea of delaying to recruit a tutor. It was very likely because I was still way too young and also didn't yet master reading. My swordsmanship training was also delayed to when I'm 3 years old and my body developed a bit more. Unfortunately, I was forbidden from using magic unless someone was watching over me. Zenith and Paul should be worried that I might hurt myself or someone else. And it was not strange since a misfired spell could potentially blow myself up or cause fire. After all, once again, I was only 2 years old. However, the advantage was that I could try all kinds of spells in the courtyard without hiding and holding back. This was my main reason for revealing my talent. I did not need to hide myself inside the house, be limited to small and safe spells, and could freely experiment without worries. After the matter was settled, I immediately grabbed the magic book and walked outside to practice. Zenith stood behind my back with a bright smile as I was sitting in front of the magic guidebook. And then I started casting all kinds of spells. A gust of wind, a whirlwind, a fireball, a water wall, an ice pillar. I continued at it without stopping and Zenith excitedly cheered me on, from time to time correcting my pronunciation.
Hey Seraph. Over here.
I heard Paul's shout as he waved toward me. I turned my head to look over. Around this time, Paul also started his training in the courtyard, practicing swordsmanship shirtless, his well-trained body brimming with muscles. Seeing me look at him, Paul grinned. Magic is good, but firstly a man needs to be strong. Letting out a ha shout, he then swung out his sword at unperceivable speed and slashed at a huge boulder, causing it to break apart in a straight line almost as if cut by a blade. I then saw Paul slightly smiling with a proud look as he placed his sword over his muscular shoulders and looked at me. He asked, "What do you think, son? Of the beauty of the sword?" I smiled. Did he bring that heavy boulder into the courtyard just to show off his 2-year-old son how he slices it in half? This should be the application of battle aura. Thinking of this secretly, I called out, "Dad, you're amazing." "Haha." Paul grinned, looking quite happy. "He's really easy to handle, huh?" After slicing the boulder in half, Paul returned to his sword training, and I inadvertently took a peek. "Ha. Yeah.
Ha!
My father of this world seemed to be especially flexing that day, doing all kinds of flashy movements while letting out loud shouts. I felt that he was probably trying hard to get me interested in swordsmanship by showing off. Showing me that the sword wasn't any worse than magic. I found it to be somewhat cute. Paul was quite inconsiderate and a bit foolish, but he did try hard to be a respected father. At this moment, his movements with the sword were really quite mesmerizing. The way he handled the sword, his speed, power and grace, all of it looked very cool.
Swords are cool. I can agree on that. He didn't need to convince me of it.
Glancing to the side, I saw Zenith looking at Paul train shirtless with love in her eyes. I let out a breath. Maybe he was stupid, but even as a man I had to admit it, when he swung his sword like that, he looked quite heroic and attractive. I was not surprised that many women were into him. Hopefully I have inherited Paul's physique. And also his talent for the sword, or even better. I shook my head off unnecessary thoughts and focused back on the magic guidebook. That day I continued practicing magic in the garden and tried out all the elementary level spells of the 4 attack types from the guidebook. After repeating the spell several times, the feeling became ingrained into me more and more. What would come next is probably repeating the spells over and over to make casting them quickly without an incantation my second nature. Starting this kind of training while still very young instead of just producing water balls to burn off mana at this time should be immensely beneficial, so I plan to do just that. In regards to my mana reserves. Even though I cast plenty of various elementary rank spells, I could barely experience a dip in my mana level. In fact, my total amount remained stable and recovered in real time. After 2 years of training since basically day 1, my mana pool was like that. That was certainly a great result. Earlier I had no way to practically judge my mana capacity, but things looked quite well. The question remained how long I could keep growing my mana pool, but I had high hopes. I also experimented with adjusting the size and speed of my spells. As long as I did a spell chantlessly, I was able to modify it like this. I could turn a fist-sized water ball into a water sphere the size of a basketball or even the size of a hopping ball, and then I could increase the flying speed. Changing the shape was another level of difficulty, but I could still do that much. To be able to achieve all this, my magical affinity and talent of course seemed to be great. Could I have a Laplace factor? In Rudeus's case, he had taken over a body which would have normally died at birth because it presumably had a Laplace factor that was too powerful for a child's soul to handle. Perhaps I was the same, or perhaps not. My only hope is that the kinds of Laplace factors that I have, if I have them, would not interfere with my ability to manifest battle aura. From what I knew, a Laplace factor that improves mana capacity potential and the inability to manifest aura are not necessarily inclusive. Laplace factor and no talent for swordsmanship was simply the genetic hand that Rudeus was dealt. Apart from that, one thing that might not be related to Laplace factor, but could also be crucial in improving my magic talent is my outstanding ability to concentrate and focus. In general, my brain seems to be operating on high gears in this life. It was like this from the beginning. I did not have the tools to judge it before, but perhaps my thoughts are now flowing even more smoothly thanks to my mindful meditation practice. I trained my mind by meditating for hours each day as a newborn infant. This hopefully contributed to my brain's development. Either way, it seems to be the case throughout the novel that a person's potential for things like magic and swordsmanship are both often decided by their training during their early years. If you slack off as a teenager, you'd be stuck in the advanced rank like Paul for years to come, but in contrast, if you practice magic even at already 6 years old like Julie, which should be relatively old, you can boost your magical affinity and mana reserves. Similarly, originally Eris was meant to be stuck in a lifelong bottleneck of never being able to surpass Saint rank before she began to train hard during her youth because of Rudeus. If we followed logic from Earth, it would be possible for her to advance above the Saint rank eventually over the years, but no, she remained stuck at Saint rank for a lifetime unless she went hard at it as a teenager. Especially, the younger you are when you begin serious training in this world, the greater your future potential seems to be. With all this in mind, I feel that optimally training all my mana, body and mind during the most fundamental phase of a human's development, the infancy period, might be the key to breaking through my limits and improving my potential. Of course, that's what I plan to do anyway. While I am still very young, I need to milk this period to the fullest. Anyway, I was able to adjust the size and speed of my spells to a rather extreme degree. Zenith was especially shocked by how insanely big my water ball could get, but she fortunately expressed her shock with only happiness as she immediately bragged to Paul of how talented I was in magic. In turn, Paul appeared happy, but he also seemed somewhat disappointed. I guess he wanted his son to practice the sword with him.
But it's all right.
If I only have a bit of talent, I would try to master the sword as well. Back to my magic practice. It was impossible for me to run out of mana even if I kept using elementary rank spells for the entire day. In comparison to expelling pure mana out of my body at full throttle when I used my original training method, doing it through an elementary level spell was like placing a funnel-like limiter on myself, slowing down the expulsion rate. Even though this time the mana was now put to proper use to produce a physical phenomenon in reality, which might logically require more mana than simply expelling it out, the amount of mana used per second was not higher. In conclusion, simply expelling my mana into the atmosphere at full power through my hands was still the best method of using up my mana reserves. That was in comparison to an elementary level spell. Perhaps once I get to higher rank spells, there might be a change. Thinking of this, I wanted to attempt casting an intermediate rank spell for the first time. I aimed my hand toward the sky, then slowly recited, "Supple spirit of water and princess of streams that flow through the earth, sweep away all things with your hidden inner might." I could feel mana flowing through my body as I chanted. The difficulty had spiked up quite a bit. Unlike before, this magic required control. Until now, I didn't use such a level of control when reciting the incantations of elementary rank spells. However, it wasn't something that proved to be a challenge. I soon finished the chant, "Water Cannon." A hopping ball-sized water ball formed in front of my palm, then I concentrated, adjusted the speed and sent it to explode in the sky. Casting an intermediate rank spell was still not too difficult.
Zenith was shocked. Paul was shocked.
Unfortunately, I had gotten ahead of myself because after witnessing me cast Water Cannon, Zenith forbade me from using intermediate ranked magic just yet, probably out of concern for my safety. Many of the intermediate rank spells had a significantly increased area of effect and deadliness, so Zenith actually said something a parent should.
Good grief.
After I showed off my talent in magic, I was able to practice all kinds of spells in the garden without a worry. As long as someone watched over me.
It was great.
There were many spells that I couldn't cast at home, for example fire spells or something with a large effect like a water wall. It would be too impractical for me to hide if I wanted to improve my skill in magic. After practicing in the garden during the first half of a day under the eye of Zenith or Lilia, I would then secretly expel the rest of my accumulated mana during the second half of a day, either by condensing intermediate rank spells that I learned in secret or by expelling it out raw. Meanwhile, Paul continued swinging his sword in the garden. In regards to my swordsman training, 1 year ago I have already begun semi-serious physical conditioning, secretly doing sets of push-ups, squats, frog jumps and others. I did it whenever Paul was away in the morning to avoid his eyes, since my training was sometimes a bit too methodical for a 1 to 2 year old child. As I reached 2 years old, I planned to no longer hide myself with my training and take it even more seriously. I would keep careful track of my total volume, intensity, progress and nutrition. Sometimes I would do calisthenics in secret, sometimes I would pretend to imitate Paul while he trained. A bit of flexibility training was also included. My skill in manipulating earth magic was not yet good enough to create proper training equipment, so for the time being I was limited to creating stone dumbbells and barbells that were mostly just the bar. To make them heavier, I would simply make them longer. One thing that changed in my training at 2 years old was that I no longer included blocks of meditation in my schedule. I didn't even meditate before sleep, as I didn't want my brain to associate the state of focus and concentration with me going to sleep. Instead, I would mindfully meditate between my strength training sets, paying close attention to the state of my body as I was calming down my racing heart rate and breathing. I believe it was the most optimal way. In conclusion, I continued training my magic and mana, continued exercising my brain and body, while Zenith, Lilia, and also Paul continued teaching me the language.
Time passed.
2 weeks after I started practicing magic outside the house. I quickly mastered all of the elementary rank spells and experimented with them to improve my mana control. During this time, I also secretly learned most of the intermediate rank spells. Fortunately, all that I needed to do was to quietly manage to chant an intermediate ranked magic once and then I could do it silently. Once I did something like casting X-Flame into the sky, Zenith would brush it off if she had not heard me, probably thinking that I just shot out a large fireball. Afterwards, when I cast magic voicelessly, no one could tell whether it was a powered-up elementary rank spell or an intermediate rank spell. And it was especially true since I could reduce the size and power of my spells. This way, I was practicing intermediate rank magic and no one knew about it. Because I couldn't just make my spells as powerful and huge as possible, as it would attract too much attention, to increase my control of magic, I did things like this. For example, I would create intermediate ranked explosion fireballs that are small in size yet contain very intense and concentrated heat as I try to push in as much mana into them as possible, but not release them in the end. Or I would create a small icicle field, using intermediate ranked ice pillar, but I would only produce an average amount of ice yet focus on making it extremely cold and hard. Or I would create an earth wall or a rock bullet, trying to make them as dense and strong as possible. All of these didn't look very impressive on the surface, but they pushed my ability to concentrate my mana into a spell to the maximum. What was more frowned upon by my parents was when I was shooting out rock bullets and wind blasts at the maximum speed to practice improving the speed of my spells, and at full power it was causing loud sonic booms. However, I believed that spell speed was one of the most important aspects of my training, so I still did it. After all, it's meaningless how strong a spell is if it cannot hit the target. For this, I practiced the firing speed of my spells every day, shooting out rock bullets from my window at the stone dummies I would previously create in the courtyard. I wish I could go all out to cause huge explosions, walls of ice and shoot out missile-sized projectiles to truly exercise my mana output, but I think that my magic training method was still better than that of Rudeus in the novel, who was only creating water balls inside his room around the same time. At the same time, I also practiced adjusting the shape of my spells to improve my magical dexterity and finer control. Whether it was changing the shape of earth spells, ice spells or even water and fire spells. Eventually, a full year passed, seasons changed and it was summer once again. Today I was 3 years old. Over the last year I mastered all the elementary, intermediate and advanced spells of the 4 attack types from the magical guidebook through self-study. Silently, of course. In addition, Zenith also taught me elementary and intermediate healing magic, as well as elementary rank detoxification magic. I discovered that there was no special secret to mastering different and higher rank spells apart from them requiring more demanding ability to manipulate mana, higher concentration and the skill to condense mana. Most people required a long period of training to be able to learn to cast a new spell, but I could grasp them in an instant. As long as I just knew the words of an incantation, I could learn any advanced rank spell. Throughout the year my mana reserves have also increased tremendously once again. It grew again by so much that I began suspecting that I really have the Laplace factor. The power of my spells was also substantial. Just because I started training in magic as a little kid, I have already easily surpassed the great majority of expert magicians in this world. I still continued growing my mana reserves every day, practicing mana condensation and improving my magic control by doing things like creating stone figurines, but it was difficult for me to improve in other areas. I have gone through the guidebook countless times already. I needed a magic tutor. In the evening, our family of 3 plus Lilia had dinner together as usual. Paul sat in the seat of honor at the end of the table, while his wife Zenith sat on his left and I sat beside her. Opposite to me, with one empty seat separating her from Paul, sat Lilia. Zenith held her palms clasped and recited a prayer before the meal. Holy Meles who watches over us in distant lands, we thank you for blessing us with life-giving nourishment. There was no special celebration, but according to my parents, I was 3 years old today. Still, the meals were a little more extravagant today than normal, and I could clearly see the impatience and excitement on Paul's face. Time to eat. As Zenith finished saying the grace, Paul announced the beginning of the meals, with several other people following suit. Time to eat. Time to eat. I looked down at my bowl with a small smile. A simple wooden bowl, a wooden spoon and a rough ceramic cup. Laying next to it, a large handmade bun. I first scooped up some of the cooked white beans. These were not too delicious by any means, but the simplicity of the meal contained a certain beauty and charm. As the meal nearly finished, Zenith spoke up, "Dear, it's about time. Seraph is already 3 years old. Go to Roa tomorrow and find a tutor for him. We'll definitely find a good magic teacher in Roa." My eyes lit up when I heard this. Finally. After I get a tutor, I can not only improve my knowledge on magical theory, but I will also be able to finally go all out with my magic once there is a competent adult magician around to act in case of emergency. Know that there would be any emergencies, but I'm still a toddler, so I'm not surprised that Zenith and Paul worried about it. Seraph, from now on you'll also have to start training hard with the sword. Do you understand? Paul asked me with a slightly stern look. Yes. Good. Paul nodded his head. He raised his finger and continued, "Listen here. My training will be harsh. There's a possibility of you getting tired of the sword and giving up halfway." Huh? What's with that annoyed look? Paul asked. Nothing. I just don't think I'll give up. I think a sword is cool, I answered awkwardly. Did I show my emotions on my face too much? I see. Paul muttered. He gave me a deep look. He then smiled. "Dear?" Zenith asked as Paul remained in that strange state, as if reminiscing. Paul chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I just thought back to when I was a kid. I had the exact same thoughts." Paul grinned. I didn't know what to say. Actually, he had these thoughts and then what happened? Well, it isn't like I'll end up like Paul and waste the prime of my life chasing after skirts. First is strength. Paul raised his finger again and continued lecturing. "Seraph, My first sword instructor told me that. Swordsmanship is all about how serious you are about the sword. Although you can cast magic silently, a swordsman always has an advantage against a mage. There's no demerit in you taking swordsmanship seriously as well. Become a mage who can also fight in close combat.
Yes.
Paul nodded solemnly, then opened his mouth again. Zenith squeezed Paul's jaw with one hand to stop him from talking.
Okay, enough. Stop this boring talk.
I'm sure Seraph will do just fine. Look what I have here. She then excitedly pulled out a large book. I have already seen her hiding it early. She finally brought it out.
Mom.
Zenith placed it on the table and flipped through the pages. The pages were empty. Rather, it was a large notebook.
Zenith smiled.
I heard that you wanted to have a sketchbook for drawing. I got this for you, as well as some pencils.
I always wanted one. Thanks.
My face was full of smiles. I always wanted more notebooks to make notes in and a sketchbook to practice my drawing skills, but there just weren't many of those in the house. I happily received the sketchbook from Zenith and started looking it over. Paul showed a wry smile. Zenith interrupted his serious father's speech because of this. After Paul sent a request to the Magic and Adventure guilds, we quickly found a magic tutor. The village had no inn, so the job offer included accommodation too. A day later, the teacher arrived at our house. I am Roxy. Please give me your guidance. It was a young girl dressed in a brown magician's robe, her light blue hair in braids, and her body reminiscent of that of a 14-year-old girl. The white skin, devoid of any suntan, was accompanied with sleepy half-opened eyes. She had curt-looking lips, and though she's not bespectacled, she does give the image of a studious girl always working in the library. She was holding a bag in one hand, the other hand holding a staff similar to one I have previously seen in the anime. She met with the three of us in the house's entrance. It was Roxy. Thank God there was no sudden AU change. In regards to Roxy that I knew from the anime and the novel. In truth, in the beginning I wasn't much of a fan of Roxy. Rudeus excessively glorified her in a cringy way, and certain fans seemed to obsessively love her, but I personally didn't find her very attractive, and I even thought she's a bit stupid and autistic. However, as I matured and came back to reread the work, I was able to appreciate her more. After putting aside the goddess nonsense Rudeus spouts and how the narrative forcefully portrays her as extremely intelligent, which she is not as intelligent as just book-smart and logical, I started seeing Roxy for who she is. A clumsy and still childish book-smart Lolita magician girl who tries hard to be acknowledged despite her shortcomings. A girl heavily self-conscious of her small body and heritage, with an idealistic and silly dream of romance like from a novel. And as I saw her for who she is, I then began to like her as a character. A cute, smart, loyal and hardworking girl. She's certainly a girl that might be worth it. Meanwhile my parents were speechless as they looked at her.
Aha, you're that home tutor? Zenith stuttered. Paul, that's really...
Roxy remained expressionless and said, yes, I'm the home tutor. Which is the student I'm supposed to teach? You're supposed to teach our son Seraph, Zenith introduced me, placing her hand on my head as she stood behind me. I sent Roxy a child's innocent cute smile. And she immediately let out a sigh. I guess it happens from time to time. Idiot parents who think their child has talent after growing slightly. Although she only grumbled quietly, I think everyone heard it.
What was it? Paul asked. It's nothing.
However, I think that your son won't be able to understand the principles of magical theory.
Not at all.
He can already cast elementary and intermediate spells. He doesn't even need to chant.
He's a genius.
Zenith excitedly bragged. From an outsider's perspective, all that she said probably sounded incredibly ridiculous. It really was ridiculous. But well, it was of course all true. By now I have also already convinced Zenith to allow me to cast intermediate magic legitimately and without having to hide it.
She's way too soft.
At this time, Roxy looked at her apathetically with suspicion. She emotionlessly said, right. He can cast intermediate rank magic without a chant. Can I see it then?
No problem. Seraph, go show her.
Zenith pushed me forward with a bright smile.
Well, okay.
Like this, me and Roxy stepped out of the house. Zenith and Paul were watching us from the porch. Roxy was looking at me with a gaze as if she was not expecting anything. Some kind of bad joke maybe.
As for me, what to cast?
Intermediate magic.
Let's just go with water cannon then.
I stretched out my hand toward the sky and activated the spell. Water cannon, I muttered under my nose. There was no need for me to say the spell's name. I only said it for people to know what I'm doing. Water began to gather in front of my palm and within less than a single second, a huge sphere of water the size of a hopping ball was formed. I stopped at this size, then set the speed, making it rather average. Then I shot it up into the sky. As the water sphere was shot out, it slightly changed its shape due to the air pressure, taking more the shape of a bullet, then continued flying for several seconds high toward the clouds, forming a small rainbow on its path.
Boom.
Then the water sphere exploded, causing gentle rain to fall somewhere out there.
How was that?
Zenith asked with a grin. Roxy frowned at her. Is this some kind of joke? Where are the magic circles? Magic circles? Zenith tilted her head. Roxy let out a breath and said, You can't fool me like this. You should have installed magic circles somewhere around here. She then started looking around. Apparently, she didn't think a 3-year-old kid could cast intermediate magic chantlessly, and she was probably being pranked. I found it to be a little funny. In truth, that water cannon was just a tiny fraction of my power.
Ah ha ha.
There are no magic circles. Paul spoke up with an awkward smile. How about Seraph casts another spell then?
Zenith spoke up.
Go Seraph, cast something else.
Okay. Let's see. Explosion.
A rather small fist-sized ball of concentrated flame formed in my hand, which I then shot toward the sky.
Boom.
The flaming sphere exploded with a loud bang. I looked up at Roxy innocently. At that moment, Roxy looked shocked and confused. As everyone looked at her, waiting for her answer, she emotionlessly said, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not qualified to teach him. I stared at Roxy with widened eyes. Excuse me?
Zenith asked.
Roxy narrowed her eyes and turned her head away. This talent needs to be properly trained. I'm not sure if I could do it. Zenith and Paul were silent, probably a bit dumbfounded. Meanwhile, I blinked my eyes. If Roxy left here without teaching me anything, it would just be a joke. My thoughts raced quickly, and I then ran up to Roxy and grabbed her hand. She turned to look down at me, and I used my classic move, large shining eyes and the cutest face I could make. It never failed me before. No, please, Roxy-sensei.
Please teach me.
I gently asked while grabbing her hand with both hands.
Ugh.
I can do some magic, but I still have a lot to learn. I'm sure you have a lot of experience and a lot to teach me.
Please. Ah. Twinkle, twinkle. Please.
Roxy let out a long sigh.
All right. Thank you.
And with that, Roxy was hired as my magical instructor. It was decided that in the morning, it'll be Roxy's lessons, and in the afternoon, it'll be swordsmanship practice under Paul. For the first lesson, Roxy brought me to a spot in the garden right away. I was sitting on a wooden chair brought out from the house. Roxy walked in front of me while speaking. Well, let's start from the magic textbook. No, before that, let me ask you, how did you learn to use voiceless incantations? She looked at me as if I was a little monster. Is incantation necessary?
Of course it is. Normally, Roxy said.
I always thought that incantation is only there to teach you the spell. And then you can just replicate the feeling, I explained. Ah, replicate the feeling? I nodded, swinging my feet while sitting on the oversized chair. I added, yes. When casting magic, there's a way that the mana flows. Then you just have to replicate that feeling. Roxy looked at us while being silent. She closed her eyelids for a while, then eventually let out a sigh as she opened them again. She asked, Do you feel tired now? After casting all that magic before, she means, I guess.
No, I'm fine, I said. I see.
Anyway, let's go back to the lesson. Your mom said that you can cast intermediate magic. How did you learn it? Did someone teach you? In truth, I already learned almost all of the advanced spells from the guidebook as well. It is just that Zenith doesn't know about it. I'm sure Lilia knows though, but she didn't rat me out.
Lilia's the best.
I replied, I learned it from a book.
From a book?
You can read as well. Roxy looked at me with eyes wide like saucers. Apparently, the fact that I can read at 3 years old was just as shocking as my ability to cast magic without a chant. I am not sure of the literacy rate in this world, but it seemed to be atrociously low even for teenagers and adults. It was said in the novel that most swordsmen in the Holy Land of Swords never learned to read.
Yes.
My parents taught me since I was little, I muttered.
I see.
You really have good parents then, Roxy said, smiling. She then slowly approached her bag and started rummaging through it. Soon enough, she pulled out a book and opened it on the first page, showing it to us. Is this the book that you read? Yes, I think so, I said. Although I sounded uncertain, I was 99% sure that it was the same book published by Renoa University of Magic. Roxy faintly smiled at this, then said, I see. In that case you should be aware of the basics of magic.
I said, yes.
I read everything that's in the book. but it would be good if you went through it again.
I see.
Let's start from the basics then. Roxy coughed gently and then started her lecture. In broad terms, there are 3 types of magic: attack magic, healing magic, and summoning magic. Each is divided into 7 ranks: elementary, intermediate, advanced, saint, king, emperor, and god. You should already know that much. A magician's ranking title is determined by the most advanced spell he can cast. As for myself, I'm a saint-ranked water magician. She said the last line with a little pride. I could hear it. Whoa, you're amazing, I commented offhandedly. And I could see Roxy puff out her cheeks in pride. She tried to hide it by looking to the side, but she seemed happy and satisfied. She's so childish, really. Roxy let out a small cough and replied, as long as you keep practicing, I'm sure you'll be able to easily reach saint rank as well. I said nothing. As long as I poured enough magic power into an advanced rank spell at this very moment, it could probably reach the power of a saint rank spell. If Roxy showed me a saint rank spell, I might be able to replicate it.
Maybe?
After all, after what I have been doing over the last 3 years, learning a new advanced rank spell is like picking my nose. There is no difficulty in it. Let's return to the lesson. Intermediate and advanced magic is usually the highest ranked magic that's used in combat. Saint rank spells often affect the weather and a large area. They would be only used during large battles or castle sieges.
Yeah.
Although saint ranked magic sounded cool, it didn't seem like it had much use during real battles against a few or one powerful opponent. These were massive AoE spells that had little use during skirmishes. Reign over a large area? What use does it have when there's a swordsman rushing straight at you to cut off your neck? I remember that combat spells in the anime and novel was often limited to mostly intermediate magic for 1v1 and advanced magic for AoE, even for Rudeus. That's because these cause more concentrated damage and are not as costly to cast. Sadly, saint-ranked magic and above didn't have much use. Roxy continued, advanced rank magic affects a much larger area than intermediate magic and is also significantly stronger. For example, Exodus Flame. She then stretched out her hand and started chanting, Raging Spirit of Flame, Bastard of Hell. Rise to the land of man and swing your fist. Strike down my sworn foe and consume them within darkness.
Exodus Flame.
An enormous ball of fire formed floating above our heads that then shot out at immense speed into the sky.
Boom.
The sphere of flames exploded in the air, creating huge fireworks. Roxy then looked at me with some expectations. However, I remained rather unimpressed. I already knew the Exodus Flame spell. I cast it when Paul was at the watchtower and Zenith was helping in the village's clinic.
I gently smiled.
Did she just cast it to show off? I guess she wanted to regain some face. But I didn't call her out on this. I only felt it was a bit funny.
Amazing, I said.
Roxy smiled a little. Roxy's first magic lesson was very simple so far. We were just going through the basic principles of magic, with Roxy reviewing my knowledge and comprehension. Roxy was a good teacher. Once she saw that I understood a certain subject, she moved to another. There seemed to be no clear flaws in her knowledge, but I think the fact that there was little for her to teach me when it came to the basics was annoying her and hurting her pride a little. After all, I was not a complete newbie that you'd expect from a little kid. I have my own understanding of magic, knowledge from reading the novel, and also experiences from my previous life, so a lot of what she told me was common knowledge or common sense. Most importantly, I have the mind of an adult. I have already gone through the magic guidebook countless times and experimented with magic for a year. I didn't require Roxy's teachings to become a powerful mage since it was mostly about talent and training, but still, Roxy's knowledge and practical experiences were valuable. I could feel like my view of the world broadened when I listened to her. There is only so much a person can learn about magic from a single book. Obviously, I could see at a glance that in large part the world's understanding of magic was quite limited and primitive. No matter how well-read Roxy is, there are many things that are left unexplained. For example, magic spells expend different amounts of mana depending on the changes to the size. If the default is 1 for a silent cast, additional mana will be expended the more I expand the spell and increase the speed. But in contrast, if I make the spell smaller and weaker, I also have to expend more mana. Creating a single droplet of water requires more mana than creating a fist-sized water ball. I asked Roxy this question, but the only answer I got was, that's just the case. It looks like the common public doesn't know the answer. I had a simple hypothesis though. It's probably because that's how it's supposed to be. In other words, that's how spells are designed to be. Let's say, a water ball spell costs 1 mana and creates a hand-sized ball of water. The moment you activate the spell, you gather 1 mana, no matter what. If you want to reduce the size of the water ball to the size of a water droplet, you will need to expand additional mana for the change of volume. Basically, when you cast Water Ball, it has a predetermined mana cost, even when you do it chantlessly. When you want to reduce the size, it expends additional mana to remove the equivalent amount of water mana from the Water Ball. It's an additional mana cost that's separate from the mana amount designed to formulate the base structure of a spell. The only way to reduce the mana cost is if you create a completely new spell that's designed to create a water droplet. Then it will only consume a little bit of mana. Teacher, why do incantations work? Seraph asked at one point. They just do, Roxy patiently replied with her usual expressionless face. I see. The same kind of answer. Basically, why does a string of specific words cause such a special effect? Do the words resonate with some rules of the world or a deity, like words of power in Skyrim? Or are the incantations a method of self-hypnosis over one's magic circuits like in Nasuverse of Fate? Understanding this would be the key to creating new magic spells, something that had never truly happened in the novel. The truth behind incantations. Looks like it's unknown. Roxy said, well, what should I say? First of all, the magic that you normally use, are you aware who was the one that figured it out? No. Yes, it's good to be honest. And to answer it, magic is said to have come from the ancient long-eared race High Elves. High Elves? Like Elinalise? I frowned. I remember that Elinalise was chased out of the elven forest after assaulting too many men. The wives of these cheating men banded together, out of jealousy, and chased her away. A fun fact. Roxy continued, Long-Ears High Elves are a race living in the north of the Millis continent. According to Roxy's explanation, a very long time ago, before the war between humans and demons broke out, the world was still in chaos and wars arose everywhere. During that time, ancient long-eared race High Elves were able to communicate with the forest spirits, manipulating the earth and winds to fight off the invaders. It's said that it was the world's oldest magic. How were they communicating with the spirits? Was it through words? I asked. I am not sure. It isn't explicitly stated. The current magic is derived from the human race imitating the ancient High Elves' magic during the wars back then, and evolving it. The incantations of today are shortened versions of incantations humans used in ancient times. I see. This wasn't very helpful. What are forest spirits? I asked. And my question seemed to stump Roxy again. Sorry. Roxy said, I'm not sure. Spirits are related to summoning magic, but I don't know much about it. I see. Basically, she doesn't know. I also don't have any clues. I guess I'll just have to drop the topic for now. Roxy looked downwards and muttered, I'm sorry I'm such a useless teacher. Oh wow. I really sunk her confidence, did I? I forced a smile and said, no, not at all. I'm learning a lot. Roxy stayed expressionless. You don't need to be polite. I'm not quite qualified to teach someone like you. I shook my head and continued, no. You're a great teacher. And I'm learning a lot. You don't need to be ashamed about things you don't know or can't do. I thought for a moment, then said, you know what you know, and you can do what you can do. I think you're amazing, teacher. It's only shameful if you give up on learning. I said it, then tried to give her my brightest cherubic smile. I put a lot of thought into my lines. I hope it works. Roxy continued looking at me for a long while. She then softly smiled, extended her hand and flicked my forehead. Ouch. I felt that from that moment onwards I got along with Roxy much better. It isn't that she's a bad teacher. I'm simply a demanding student. We've covered enough theory for now. How about we do some practical training? Roxy said. Okay. Let's start with Water Ball, said Roxy. Will she do it? Will she do it? Roxy raised her staff and faintly pointed it at her target. Let the great protection of water be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water Ball. When Roxy recited the spell, a basketball-sized water bullet was formed in her hand. It flew towards one of the trees at high speed. Crash. The branches snapped easily, and the fence got soaked. She did it. Afterwards, she looked at me expressionlessly. Did she expect praise for her aim? Teacher, that tree is one that Mother raised and treasures. I guess Mother will be angry, I said, slightly nodding. Roxy, eh? Really? Yep. I nodded my head. One time Dad swung his sword and cut some of the branches. Mom was furious. This isn't good. Got to think of something. Roxy frantically ran to the tree and picked up the fallen branches. I then watched from my chair Roxy with her face red pick up the branches. You let the power of God be converted into a bountiful crop, and bestowed into ones who had lost their strength to stand up once again healing. With the chant, the branches attached themselves together back to how they were before.
Phew.
Roxy let out a breath of relief, then started walking back to us. After Roxy's lessons, there was lunch shortly after noon. Roxy was invited in as well. When me and Roxy entered the dining room after being called in by Zenith and Paul, the table was already mostly filled with utensils and dishes. Meanwhile, Lilia continued walking around to bring in the rest of the meals and drinks.
Roxy, you can sit here. We'll start in a minute, said Zenith. Yes.
Thank you for inviting me. Roxy politely sat down on a chair that Zenith brought out. Seraph, don't touch anything before everyone sits down, yes? Zenith lectured.
Yes, Mom.
Zenith enjoys it when I call her Mom, so I did just that. Even though from my perspective I'm akin to an evil spirit of a man older than her that had taken over her son's body and pretends to be her cute little son, so there's a bit of guilt and awkwardness involved when using such an intimate word.
Anyway.
I jumped up onto the chair in my usual seat. Meanwhile, Paul took a large gulp from his jug while sitting down in the seat of honor, then let out a satisfied breath. Drinking so early in the day. You're going to die young, I muttered when seeing this.
Paul laughed. Haha. I'll be just fine.
Your old man won't kick the bucket so easily. I let out a light breath hearing this.
Be careful what you say.
You might have as well just triggered a flag. Toward Paul, I had quite complicated feelings, to be honest. He was quite trashy in the novel, but he didn't give me any reasons to complain so far in reality. Maybe apart from him and Zenith making it difficult to fall asleep every night. Wish they had some kind of soundproofing in their bedroom.
I sighed. What's this? Want some, Seraph?
Paul extended his mug toward me.
I shook my head. No, thank you. Haha, I was just kidding. Paul laughed.
By the way, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking that I kind of owe you for bringing me up, but if you betray Zenith's feelings and break your vow the same way as in the original, I probably still won't go easy on you, I answered in my mind. I was a guy that also secretly wanted a harem. But it was about integrity. And also about the way Paul views and treats his spouse and women in general.
Paul looked at me.
I smiled and replied, nothing. I was just hoping you would live a long life, so please don't drink, Dad. Paul was a little stunned for a moment, then grinned.
No worries.
I won't die at least before I see my grandkids. Why be so specific? I rolled my eyes inwardly. Of course, in the novel Paul died just when Rudeus had his first kid, without ever seeing his grandkids. Alright, let's start, Zenith spoke up as she sat down at the table. Soon after, Lilia politely sat down as well on the opposite side, next to Roxy.
First, let's say a prayer.
When everyone was already seated, Zenith recited a short grace as usual, while the others silently listened.
Let's eat. Soon enough, lunch began. I smiled.
The food was really extravagant today for lunch.
The table was packed.
Zenith and Paul should have wanted to give a good impression on the magic tutor. These meals were being prepared this morning, ever since we got the news of the tutor coming yesterday. Paul soon started talking about his S-rank adventurer background and about how he met Zenith. After that, it was Zenith's turn to introduce herself, and she talked about the capital of Melis, Milishan. Dad, can you give me some? I asked while pointing at a chicken which was grilled whole. It really looked delicious. Furthermore, sufficient protein was the most important for a child's growth, research and common sense said.
Sure thing. What do you want? A drumstick? Yeah.
Paul then cut out a large drumstick from the grilled chicken that he was devouring by himself, then passed it onto my wooden cutting board that served as my plate.
Thanks. No problem.
Just don't eat too much or you'll puke. After this it's your first swordsmanship lesson.
Yes.
As the meal continued, I could see Roxy looking both shy and happy as she tried the various dishes in a merry atmosphere. Say, Roxy, where are you from?
Paul asked at one point.
To formally put it, I'm from the Migard village from the Begoya area in the Demon Continent, Roxy answered with an emotionless tone, yet with anxiety on her face. So you're from the demon race?
Yes.
Zenith, Paul and Lilia all looked at Roxy. I see, Paul replied indifferently, then took a gulp of his beer. Zenith and then Lilia also returned to their meals after a moment. And I could see Roxy's eyes widen in surprise.
Anyway, welcome.
You must have had it tough as a demon on the central continent, Paul said with a warm smile. It wasn't too bad, Roxy said, a clear lie. Is the discrimination against demons so bad?
I pondered.
Apart from her hair color, she still looked very much human. Who would discriminate against a girl like her? Paul then asked Roxy a few casual questions. It turned out that she had just graduated from Renoa University. Teaching me was her first job as a tutor, and her first job after leaving the school. Talk about running into a tough first job. I now understood more why she didn't have full confidence in being a capable teacher in the anime, whether for Rudeus or for the perverted fat prince in that kingdom. And especially for me here. Eventually, the lunch ended. After the meal, there was an hour's break for me to digest what I ate. I spent that time practicing my drawing skills a bit using the new sketchbook I got, drawing the scenery outside my window as well as some of the magic circles from the magic guidebook. It wasn't long after when Paul shouted after me, calling me down for sword training. After lunch, in the early afternoon was the time for my training with Paul. Paul was already aware that I have been diligently doing physical training every day, so for that day he instead prepared me a short wooden sword fitting my body size. I was supposed to begin serious sword practice now that I was already 3 years old. Normal kids start sword training at around 5 years old, but I was of course not a normal kid. But first he made me jog around the house for a while. I guess even this world knows the importance of warm-up. Afterwards, Paul began showing me various sword moves in a slightly disorganized manner. His teaching method was very straightforward, as he was only able to perform the strikes to show them to me and at most tell me whether I replicate them well or not. He was unable to tell me what exactly I did wrong or how I could improve. For example, he would show a sword strike while saying, slash. Like that. And if you did it wrongly he would say wrong. This is how you slash. But it was still a far better method of training than pointlessly swinging a sword with no idea of what was right and what was wrong. I had no complaints here. In truth, I already have a little bit of experience with Heima fencing from my previous life. But I never did any real sparring with someone. It was just sword drills by myself done for fun while watching videos from YouTube using a steel bastard sword I bought online. In essence, I already knew a few basic stances, guards, slashes, thrusts, blocks and counters. I have also watched many videos on sparring and swords, so while I might suck at actual fencing, I had some theoretical knowledge that Paul was not quite able to share with me. But because of just that, Paul seemed to think that I have a natural talent for swordsmanship and praised me endlessly. He called me an instinctive type, just like him. Since I grasped the various moves he showed me very easily. But I knew that it wasn't that I necessarily grasped them easily or that I'm a genius, but I already had a general idea of what swordsmanship should look like. Either way, I didn't let Paul's praise get to my head. I was not a 3-year-old kid, but secretly an adult. And my target of being the strongest was still far off. I expressionlessly continued repeating the sword moves that Paul taught me with focus. My magic is strong, but if possible, eventually mastering all 3 sword styles would also be ideal. At the very least, I have to give it a try and give it my all while I'm young. If I have no talent for battle aura, then so be it. Just knowing how swordsmen fight would be useful enough. After performing various sword drills for a long while, I was then made to strike a sandbag dummy that Paul also prepared in advance. I kept striking at the dummy over and over again while Paul watched over me and pointed out when I was doing something wrong. While Seraphim was training under Paul, Zenith had a conversation with Roxy at the porch while drinking tea. He's very hardworking, isn't he, Roxy? Zenith said with a smile. He's a bright and talented boy. I expected him to be more conceited, Roxy said expressionlessly as she also watched the practice.
Right. Zenith smiled.
But Seraph isn't like that. He's an angel. Roxy remained silent whilst her mind wandered. Zenith didn't pay mind to Roxy's absent-minded expression and continued, he was always like this. Always sincere, charming and hardworking. He's my sunshine. He's amazing, my son.
And so cute. My son is the best.
Roxy forced a small smile as she saw Zenith looking at Seraphim with some kind of obsession. But she also found it natural. The boy was a prodigy. I guess any parent would dote on their child. She then thought of herself. Were her parents also like that when she was young? Roxy's expression dimmed down. I don't think so.
Okay, that's enough.
Paul announced the end of our training, with a satisfied smile. And at those words, I dropped the wooden sword and plopped my butt on the ground, soaked in sweat and panting. My arms were like rubber. I placed a hand on my chest and silently used intermediate-ranked healing magic. Instantly, all of my pain was gone. However, the fatigue and lack of energy remained. Healing magic can remove wounds and muscle pains, but it cannot restore lost stamina. In spite of common sense, even when using healing magic to restore the damage done to the muscles during training, a person would still experience strength and endurance gains normally. But it is not that healing magic makes the restored muscles instantly become stronger. A person would still require time to grow. It is only that post-exercise muscle soreness could be avoided. Based on the principles of hypertrophy back on Earth, you need muscular damage and fatigue to stimulate the growth of muscles. So when you remove the fatigue and through it that stimulus, there is no reason for your muscles to grow. It is the same way when athletes on Earth use ice baths after training. Studies proved that doing this does indeed reduce fatigue and post-exercise muscle soreness, but it simultaneously reduces muscle gains. However, healing magic denies this. I suppose because magic. It seems to be a more mystical phenomenon. The result of it was that I probably don't need to worry about overtraining and overtaxing my muscles, and I can train to the maximum of my ability to cause the strongest growth stimulus possible. It means I can be more extreme with my strength training, which I did. With healing magic, the phrase maximum recoverable value takes on an entirely different meaning. Utilizing it, I can train with higher intensity and closer to failure, or even always to failure, because I can instantly recover from any abuse. After training, my muscles can instantly recover to baseline, the damage I caused being healed, and already begin growing, speeding up my growth tremendously. However, I am still limited by my ability to recover my energy in the form of glycogen and ATP, and would run out of breath duering exercise. In other words, at one point I would simply have no strength to move the weights around or would be limited by my cardio. There should also be a maximum growth stimulus and maximum growth rate that a body can experience, so I'm limited by those. Effectively, there is a kind of maximum effective value that I aim to do each day for the most optimal growth. Still, compared to a trainee back on Earth, you can train hard and grow very quickly in this world. Theoretically, a person could approach their genetic limit much quicker in the Mushoku world if they utilized healing magic and trained hard, experiencing a rapid transformation. Putting strength training aside, I am not completely sure yet, but I have an idea of the underlying principle behind healing magic. Healing magic in this world is not based on boosting natural recovery or cell duplication, or anything like that, as one might think. Firstly, the body itself does not know what it is supposed to look like as a whole after being healed. When it heals through cell duplication and natural recovery, it never perfectly returns to the previous state, but just kind of tries to patch up the holes. It forms scars as well. Secondly, if healing magic was based on boosting recovery, I should have experienced accelerated strength gains after each training plus healing session, but it is not like this. It also does not improve the rate of stamina recovery, even though it really should. Thirdly, if healing magic enhanced recovery, in other words duplication of cells, it would greatly increase the rate of a person's cellular aging. After all, cells can only duplicate so many times. Once they pass that limit, it is what is called natural death. With considerable wounds being healed over and over in case of warriors, the effect of accelerated aging might have been noted by now. Something like the case of swordsmen having a shorter natural lifespan than normal men, but I haven't heard about anything like this yet. However, I am not entirely sure about this, because people in this world in general seem to die quite early natural deaths in their 70s. But it is not limited to swordsmen, but it includes magicians and everyone else as well. Putting everything into consideration, I believe that healing magic is all about restoring an organism to a perfect healthy state. It is similar to time magic type healing in some novels, except that the time when the wound was caused has limited implications. It is about the conceptual power of bringing the body to a healthy state, like a healing spell in a game restoring the character's health bar back to full. It is more mystical and wondrous than simply boosting recovery. Because of this, I could not simply do 4 sets of push-ups, then heal myself to restore my strength and receive gains through cellular repair/recovery, then do another 4 sets, heal myself again, and then keep repeating the process until I max out my genetic potential within weeks. I had thought of this kind of cheating training method before, but it appeared to be impossible. Further supporting my hypothesis, by using healing magic it is also impossible to remove inborn or genetic diseases like poor eyesight. I believe it's because this kind of condition is considered to be the natural state of the body, and healing magic itself is only about restoring the body to that natural healthy state, not beyond it. For example, someone like Lilia wears glasses and even advanced or probably saint-ranked healing magic and above would not be able to fix her eyesight. It's a pity though because I personally think she would only look better without glasses. At any rate, healing magic has a mystical power of bringing the body to an ideal healthy condition. Animals and plants can also be affected by healing magic. However, plants would not grow up rapidly, but only be restored to their ideal, previous healthy state. The scene from the anime when Roxy made a tree bloom while healing it could not be replicated in reality. I guess it was just the animators wanting to make the scene look cool. Otherwise it would be possible to grow vegetables and fruits in an instant by flooding the fields with healing magic, or during travel you could plant some seeds in the ground and cast a healing spell to grow some tomatoes, but it was simply not the case. Other than this, a common rule is that more serious injuries can be healed with a higher ranked healing spell, and do it quicker. Simple logic. Even when casting healing magic silently, there still seem to be tears to it. That's all that I know about healing magic that I learned from Zenith. I do not yet have much practice with actually healing people apart from healing small cuts or bruises on myself, but I plan to research it thoroughly in the future. After all, I believe that healing magic at least might be able to offer a solution at extending a person's lifespan and vitality infinitely. As long as healing magic could be applied in conjunction with time magic in a way to restore the body to a state from the past instead of a healthy one, it might be possible. If it has limitations, it could be used repeatedly. Of course, first I would need to study time magic and combine the two, likely in the form of a modified magic circle healing scroll, but this possibility existed. I thought of this while keeping in mind the ancient ruins with information on time magic teleportation to a point in the past that old Rudeus was said to have found. So far, it was my first and main idea to research on my path toward achieving eternal life. It was not an ideal solution, but it was one idea. Right now, Paul was walking back to the house with swagger whilst I was plopped on the ground, restoring my breath. His face was smiling. I guess he was happy that his 3-year-old son, capable of powerful silent magic, was also very enthusiastic about learning the sword. My son is a sword genius. He's going to be a sword king, no, a sword emperor at least.
Haha.
Paul laughed and bragged while talking to Zenith. I faintly smiled. Well, thanks for training me. I'm not fully just his son, but I'll do what I can.
Our wishes aligned.
After sword training, I dragged my exhausted and sweaty body into the house. Inside, Lilia had already prepared a water basin, a towel and a change of clothes for me in one of the rooms.
Like usual. Thank you, Lilia.
I smiled gently, then picked up the towel. It's only my duty, young master, she replied expressionlessly, ever professional. But I could see her eyes smiling. In truth, I was a bit indifferent toward Lilia in the anime, but I liked her in this world. It was clear that she deeply cared for me and worked hard to fulfill her duties. She was like a part of the family. I stretched out my hand, then used water and fire magic to quickly fill the empty basin with warm water. In general, people rarely bathe in this world. In our household we had a habit of only doing it once to twice a week. On other days, people would just wipe their bodies with a wet towel.
That was all.
As for me, I had magic, and also a decent control of it, so it was not a problem to bathe every day. Since I trained physically every day, I always ended up sweaty and sometimes also dirty due to often training outside. I was just a child, bathing was even less troublesome than otherwise. With my body size and the bathtub size I required, it was not a hassle for Lilia to simply prepare a wooden basin for me and then empty it afterwards. Soap existed in this world, but it was greasy and not very user-friendly. The most basic form of soap derived from animal fat, I presume. Because of this, I didn't use soap every day, just from time to time. Yet still, I was seen as rather pedantic since I insisted on bathing daily. For this, I just told my parents that I like water. I had to keep in mind that I'm just a 2 to 3-year-old child and usually children view bathing as a hassle.
And as a result,
they seem to have fully bought it. I took off my clothes fully, then entered the basin to quickly wash myself. By now Lilia learned that I like some privacy, so she had already left the room. She found it funny that I was so shy, but come on. I didn't need anyone to see my little baby elephant trunk if I could help it. She had bathed me before when I was an infant, but that was then and now was now. After taking a quick bath, quick because I'm so hygienic, I thanked Lilia again who had been waiting and began cleaning up after me, then eventually reached my room upstairs. After closing the door, I sat down in a seiza position on the floor in the center of the room, my body straight like a spear. I took in a single large breath, then let it out to concentrate my mind. I then stretched out my hand slightly and faced my palm upwards. It was time for me to begin my training.
Explosion.
I inwardly activated the explosion spell. Then, a small circular red flame the size of a large fist appeared floating above my palm. As I maintained the spell, the red fireball quickly became more uniform and round, and then turned orange, and then finally yellow. This was as far as I was able to get it. Red dash, orange dash, yellow. When I first started at 2 years old, I was only able to produce red flames. Advancing 2 stages was the result of my training over the last year. At this moment, my flames continued intensifying at the yellow stage into that I have just stepped into. Interestingly, even though I know the advanced rank Exodus Flame, the intermediate ranked explosions still seem to be my strongest fire spell. For its good points, Exodus Flame, as an advanced spell, can be cast quicker to cause a devastating explosion and affect a huge area. It gathered more total mana quicker to form a massive fireball. However, because the fireball created by it was so massive, I was unable to concentrate the heat as much. In practice, Exodus Flame was devastating when cast on short notice, but Explosion had more potential for destruction with enough time for me to accumulate mana inside it. I believe what I was practicing now was actually the so-called nuclear explosion that Rudeus used against Orsted when he bumped into him for the first time. Simply an overloaded explosion spell. After all that Rudeus did at that time in the novel was pour a lot of mana into an unnamed fire spell in the heat of a moment and thoughtlessly fire it at Orsted while imagining the strongest explosion he could. This should be the one spell he used, explosion. Right now, if I wanted to finalize my spell, the yellow fireball would collapse in on itself and then expand in size, but I didn't do it. Instead, I continued trying to apply more mana and more pressure to the fireball for a few moments, then loosened it a bit, and then resumed attempting to pressurize it even harder again. After doing it for a long while, I dispersed the spell. Trying to train my casting speed, I quickly formulated the explosion spell again and reached the yellow stage as quickly as possible. At one point Lilia brought me a post-workout meal and I quickly wolfed it down, then resumed my training. Then I continued training in the usual manner by trying to concentrate the mana more and more. Since 2 years old I no longer used the method of exhausting my mana through just pouring it out ever since I learned intermediate ranked magic. Wasting my mana this way seemed like a wasted opportunity at practicing my skill when handling real spells instead. I don't think I was losing out in any way, since my mana throughput was also increasing when practicing this way just the same. These days I also experimented a bit with howling magic and had some successes, but I no longer wasted my mana by pouring it out through this pathway either. No matter how I exercised it, I didn't seem to improve this way. I wanted to focus on improving my raw destructive power first and foremost. Compared to casting real magic, howling magic turned out to be just a gimmick. After casting explosion like this several times and burning a lot of mana in the process, I focused on another drill. I walked up to the window and opened it. I got on top of a chair, stretched out my hand and focused my aim.
Stone Cannon.
An intermediate ranked earth spell, the original Rudeus's signature single target move. I created a cone-shaped stone bullet, floating near my hand, and tried to make it as dense and hard as possible. Then I added a rotational force to it, ramped up the firing speed as much as possible and then launched it while carefully aiming. I did all of this quickly whilst trying to pack the most mana into it as I could. The stone bullet shot out mysteriously silently, then in an instant struck a stone dummy down below in the garden, shattering parts and bits of it. The speed of this stone bullet was incredibly fast and the result devastating. It was similar to a sniper shot. There wasn't much I was able to do with stone cannon apart from modifying the bullet and overloading it with mana, but that alone seemed to be enough. According to my memory, Rudeus was just the same. I don't remember him using any special tricks, yet his full-powered stone cannon could even shatter demon kings. My bullets takes the most aerodynamic shape I can make, imitating a railgun projectile. I make them dense and pointed. I then also add in a rotation to them, to improve the accuracy more so than improve penetration, as it is with normal bullets. The magic power I put into the spell is still the only driving force behind the bullet's explosive speed. Just that is working well so far. I practice the speed of my spells mainly by using Stone Cannon, which is the best spell for it, probably because the projectile is solid unlike a wind blade or a fireball. After practicing my stone cannons for a good while, using different kinds of bullets and shattering 2 stone dummies below that I created beforehand, I began to do something else. I quickly created several differently shaped rocks and placed them on the wooden floor of my room. Apart from practicing with the common spells, there was also a very special kind of magic that I managed to grasp over the last year. I stretched out my hand and concentrated. I sent out my mana. Then, the rocks started floating upwards as if they became weightless. It was gravity magic. I initially had the impression that gravity magic was a high-level magic that I might only achieve after years of practice, but I was positively surprised. Once I grasped the principle behind it and realized how to use it, it was not as difficult as I thought at all. There were many reasons and tricks that helped me to grasp gravity magic that easily. Firstly, to use gravity magic a person needs to be able to manipulate pure mana. In my eyes, gravity magic is a formless kind of magic just like disrupt magic. Learning how to manipulate pure mana is the first requirement for both. On that note, I have also learned the basics of disrupt magic, how to use your own mana to disrupt the structure of a spell that's being cast. My disrupt magic is not very strong yet, and seems quite chaotic, but I seem to understand how to go about it. In regards to gravity magic, apart from being able to manipulate pure mana, a person also needs to have an idea of how gravity magic is even supposed to work to pull it off. To do it, I relied on my basic physics knowledge from Earth of what gravity really is. I also observed and imitated how objects created by spells float and are then sent flying when cast. For example, stone bullets, icicles and the like. As it turned out, these are all being controlled by gravity magic to stay afloat by negating gravity. I'm not sure if their initial velocity when they're shot out at a target is also the result of gravity magic, but just observing how the spells float was enough to give me a clue. In this world, telekinesis is not the kind of magic that keeps objects in the air and moves them around. It is gravity magic. When you want to make things float, you don't use your mind or mana to lift them up. You mostly negate the gravitational pull of the planet in a certain area. This way the affected objects enter a zero gravity state. When you want to pull a specific item toward you, you wrap it in mana and then affect it with gravitational force, pulling it toward you. Next, things are a bit different when trying to push things away, but you once again manipulate the gravitational force to apply a vector to an object, causing it to be pulled away. It's no wonder that Rudeus failed at telekinesis when he casually tried it during his early years. He had no idea how to go about it, and in the first place he didn't even yet know disrupt magic and how to manipulate pure mana. For me, once I had a general plan of action in mind, I was able to naturally grasp gravity magic relatively easily once I began experimenting. Relying on Einstein's theory of general relativity made it even easier to imagine the process. I think the fact that I'm very young also played a role. As it seems, the younger you are, the easier it is to learn magic in this world. It's similar to how learning silent casting is effortless for a child, but adults require enormous effort and skill to pull it off. If you ask anyone in this world, silent casting is a very high-level technique that only master magicians can use.
But is it really?
Once a child knows how to do it, they can learn it easily. With this in mind, it might not be shocking that I grasped gravity magic before 3 years old, but instead being so young is what made it easier. I've been training with this special magic for over 6 months already. My current ability wasn't yet enough to make gravity magic my trump card in combat, but I was working on it every day, improving my range and the force of gravity. To become a master of gravity magic. In the future, I can make gravity magic my ultimate move and my speciality. By practicing from a young age, I'll be the strongest gravity magic user to ever exist. Zero gravity field, high gravity field, telekinesis, space-time manipulation. All of these might be possible.
I'm excited.
Listening to their heavy pants every single night, cleaning after their room that has the full scent of the night's aftermath, I accumulated sexual desire. I just settled it myself. Still, as I watch Paul train with the sword in the courtyard every day, a fire in my body started becoming bigger. Every time I saw Paul train, I thought of my first time. I was much younger that time, and it was during the days in the dojo. The person was of course Paul, and it was a forced attack during the night. Even though I didn't hate him, I didn't like him either. The first time wasn't very romantic, and I shed tears right then. But right after that, the fat ministers were there. Once I thought that Paul was better than them, I didn't mind that incident as much. As I heard Paul was hiring maids, I was thinking of using that time as negotiation material. The Paul that I have not seen since back then was much manlier now. The youthful boy has disappeared, and he has become an intense and rugged man. He still remained a hint of his carefree spirit, but he seemed to be a more reliable husband and father than I imagined. At first, Paul didn't flirt with me. But it wasn't long before he started his occasional sexual harassment. Things like accidentally touching my butt or saying slightly flirtatious comments. It further lit up a fire under me. Paul was, after all, a very attractive and masculine man that was hard to match. However, I endured it. I was determined to endure it for the sake of Seraphim. I knew that if I allowed myself to be consumed by my desires, I might never be able to see this child again. If this matter was revealed, I would be kicked out of the family and would leave behind a scar on Zenith and Paul's relationship, and on Seraphim's mind. I loved this child too much to let this happen. Furthermore, I wanted him to become a good man. Even better man than Paul. Because of this I of course had to give him a proper example with my own actions as well. Even though I wished for a child of my own, I could not do it with Paul. Betraying Zenith, betraying Seraphim, all if it was not acceptable. Every year I am getting older. But even if I won't meet a good man with whom I could start my family like Zenith and Paul, I at least don't want to ruin what I have now. Seeing that young master grows up well, looking after his family, that much is enough to make me happy. Next day after my 5th birthday, I practiced swinging a real sword by cutting at stalagmite-like ice statues I made. Paul watched me from the side, as well as Zenith. Even if I got hurt, there was always healing magic. Perhaps another important reason why Paul allowed me to play with a real sword a bit, even though Zenith scolded him for that. I remember that in the novel sword training was always just about sparring with a wooden sword, which is what I did with Paul so far, but I knew that practicing edge alignment was also very crucial for a swordsman. Edge alignment is aligning the edge of the blade in line with the motion of the strike for the most optimal cut. It doesn't matter how sharp a blade is or how strong you strike, if the blade is not at the same angle as your strike, the strike won't be very effective. If you fail your edge alignment during a real fight, the sword will not kill or keep everyone alive, but it will likely bounce off or even bend. It was something that cannot be practiced just by swinging or sparring using a wooden sword, only by slashing things like water bottles or pool noodles, or real flesh. Unfortunately, there were no pool noodles, water bottles or even tatama mats in this world. That's why I chose ice as a target for practice. I made it rather soft and not too cold, so it would just shatter instead of rebounding my sword. It was not an ideal training target in regards to giving me feedback on my edge alignment, but it was rather safe to strike and better than most of my other currently available options like wood. It was a very pleasant feeling to slash apart ice with a real steel sword.
It was fun.
Before this, I would only practice sword strikes while striking the air or the wooden dummy with a sword-shaped object, or by having Paul or Lilia as my sparring opponent while I tried to put what I learned into practice. In this world, sword techniques are highly viewed. Even in books, heroes are primarily seen using swords as weapons. In contrast, magicians mostly provide magical support from the backline. There are warriors who also use axes and maces, but these people belong to the minority. Spears are not used. The reason for this is because of spurs. Spears are seen as weapons of the evil demons, it's a common belief. Because of such a background, swords are the main armament of war here more so than we're back on Earth. I found it a bit interesting. It basically meant that people here don't use polearms, which are often objectively superior weapons in most situations when no magical elements are involved, and especially in war, simply because of superstitions. Swords are very popular in this world, but not necessarily because they are better than other weapons. However, even though I was aware of this, it didn't make me pick up a spear. There were many reasons. Firstly, this world was filled with swords, sword techniques and expert swordsmen who could be my teachers, but there was a great lack of spears and spear techniques. Even if a spear or a halberd somehow turned out to be a superior weapon, I would need to develop most of the techniques for it myself and would have no teacher until I meet Rudeus. Swordsmanship should be my foundation, no matter what. Secondly, I was constantly thinking on how I can mix magic with close combat, and a two-handed polearm didn't seem like a suitable weapon so far.
A sword seemed much better.
A sword could be used with both hands, but it could also be used with a single hand, not so much the spear. Because a staff only increases magical stamina, I don't need to use it with my abnormally huge mana reserves during crucial and intensive fights. It could be useful during sieges, but I would never run out of mana in a one-on-one fight. Basically, there was no point in me being like Gandalf, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, which would be very cumbersome and ineffective. Instead, I can have the option to free one of my hands for better spellcasting. Depending on the kind of sword I pick up, I can use a sword in my main hand, which I can switch to using two-handed or one-handed as needed, or put aside altogether. I had a wish to blend the use of magic and the sword into one, ideally becoming a magic swordsman, but I quickly realized that it was practically almost impossible for the current me. Because of the rules of this world, the difficulty of combining the two for the best effect was very high. It is possible to use both, being a hybrid of a swordsman and a mage, but merging magic and swordsmanship into one was another matter altogether. First come the limitations and rules of the magic system. Basically, incantation-style magic is all about preparing a spell and then releasing it. It's also said that there are other kinds of barrier magic, such as barrier magic that heals light wounds and one which promotes the creation of specific hormones in the brain to lessen the feeling of pain, but Roxy and Zenith both don't know these. Shortly after starting lessons with Roxy, I asked her one of those days to cast a fireball. She was confused by my sudden request, but still went along with it as I persisted. "Well, all right," said Roxy expressionlessly and then stretched out her hand. Flames began gathering in front of her palm as she chanted, "Let the great protection of fire be on the place thou seekest. I call a refreshing." I stretched out my hand as well and sent out my mana to interfere with the spellcasting. "Disturb magic." Roxy continued, "Burbling stream, ah?" Roxy suddenly cut her incantation short and a confused expression appeared on her face as her fireball suddenly extinguished and her cast failed.
"Seraph.
Was that you?" Roxy looked at me, her slightly lazy-looking eyes filled with surprise.
"MHM. I nodded.
It was the first time that I used disturb magic on another mage, but luckily it succeeded. I feel that Roxy didn't put much focus into her spell casting either, so that might have made it easier. "Ah, disturb magic!" Roxy screamed out with an expression of shock. I raised my eyebrows. "Roxy knows about disturb magic? How did you learn disturb magic?" Roxy questioned curiously. I just sent out my mana to interfere with your spell."
"That's all."
"I thought it might work, but I wasn't sure," I said softly while playing with my thumbs like a good boy.
"Ah.
You just sent out your mana." Roxy replied with a stiff smile. "Teacher, What is disturb magic? I asked curiously, faking ignorance. Roxy looked at me for a moment, then explained patiently, disturb magic is said to be legendary magic which allows a magician to cancel other people's spells. I've never heard of anyone being able to use it though. I don't think even the professors in the University of Renoa, where I studied, can use it.
I see. I muttered.
So it seems that disturb magic is not an entirely unknown type of magic in the modern world. There is some information floating around about it, but it's mostly a legend. Come to think of it, I think the principal of University of Renoa was shocked when Rudeus displayed disturb magic during his enrollment test, but he still accepted it rather easily. I guess he had heard about this before and was simply surprised that Rudeus could use such a high-level technique. In practice, interrupting someone's spell wasn't overly difficult. As long as someone is able to manipulate pure mana, I suppose. All that you need to do is stir up the mana a bit and mess up their process of formulating a spell. It's like the enemy magician building a huge house of cards while casting a spell, but you just flick away one of the cards at the bottom, making the entire structure collapse. It required very little mana too, but was extremely effective. I guess it would be even more effective since most people had never encountered it before and would have no experience of having someone interfere in their spellcasting. As if being able to cast magic chantlessly and instantly was not enough, it was an ultimate and simple counter against most magicians. Following that, Roxy questioned me on how I was able to grasp disturb magic. I feel she wanted to learn some secrets that might allow her to learn it herself.
Well, I don't know.
I just did it. My answer was vague. It was not entirely because I didn't want Roxy to learn disturb magic, but because I didn't think she had any chances in succeeding when she couldn't even cast magic without a chant. If she focused on trying to learn disturb magic, while even Sylphie with Laplace factor and talent in chantless magic had difficulty grasping it, then she would be simply wasting her time. Roxy looked a little bit disappointed that I couldn't provide her an answer. But of course, I didn't just show this to her to lower her self-esteem or to show off. Teacher, how about we practice together? You can try casting magic and I will try to disrupt it. By training like this, maybe you'll be able to improve your focus. Roxy's eyes secretly lit up when she heard this. From this point onward, I began practicing disturb magic with Roxy. Roxy would focus on her own spellcasting and try to resist the interference of my mana, while I focused on improving my use of disturb magic to interrupt her spells. Roxy should have thought that this way she might be able to improve her own skill and maybe even learn disturb magic. While I don't think it might necessarily help her to grasp disturb magic, it shouldn't be a bad training method to improve her spellcasting focus itself. Most importantly, I proposed all this because it was a good practice method for me. Before this I could only practice disturb magic while dual casting, and I wasn't the best at both just yet. As I can finally put my full focus on using disturb magic, I could feel my skill steadily improving as I practiced with Roxy from time to time. This way I mastered the ability to completely shut down a saint-rank magician's spellcasting. A typical day in the Greyrat household.
Middle of the night. Ah. Oh.
Irritating yelping and moaning noises were sounding out through the house once again.
Where were they coming from?
Of course it was from Paul and Zenith's bedroom. They were at it again.
Busy at work.
This happened every day. With this, I could not sleep again, so I practiced magic. I maintained a yellow explosion fireball with an annoyed expression and continuously tried to compress it more and more. I would slightly loosen it, then once again try to compress it. The more mana I put in, the stronger the pressure, the higher the heat. Stronger, harder.
Dear. I can't.
I'm only getting started. My left eye twitched as the voices were clearly reaching all the way to my own room. Then I lightly gulped and started imagining the scene in the bedroom. Damn. How much fun would it be to smash an adventurer hottie like Zenith like this? Zenith herself was hot, and so was Lilia, so in this fantasy world the standards of beauty should be rather high. With my looks of Kid Gilgamesh with blue ocean eyes and my strength, I'll surely be attractive among girls. I can't wait to grow up.
No, back to work. My heart is calm and focused.
Only perseverance remains in my heart. I continued training, and continued applying pressure to my fireball. There were other kinds of magic training that I also did, like creating stone figurines, improving my ice magic, and also manipulating spells like flamethrower to have it enter into a loop of continuously blasting out fireballs, but I often defaulted to practicing by simply working on my explosion spell. I'm not entirely sure why. I always had some water in my room for drinking, so I would sip some from time to time as I trained to stay hydrated. Drinking at this hour might have not been the best decision, but it was my habit. And because of this at one point I felt like going to the lavatory. I quietly opened the door leading to the corridor. But another guest was there already. The blue-haired girl squatting in the dark corridor, peeking into the room through the door's gap. Her face flushed and she was holding in her quickened breath, but her eyes glued into the inner rooms. I can see her hand reaching beneath her robes, doing some inviting movements. I quietly returned back to my room.
I gulped.
That childish and cute magician girl who's so innocent and sincere was actually secretly peeping on a couple having sex while masturbating.
Oh Roxy, how inappropriate.
I guess everyone has urges, even a decent girl like her.
To be honest,
Roxy is impossibly pretty, as you could expect from a fantasy world. Her chest is small, but her small bubble but is great, and she has nice hips with nice curves.
How do I know?
Well, that was an accident. She forgot to close the door whilst changing. She has the body of a teenage girl and acts a bit silly, but I guess it would only be rude to consider her a child. After all, she is still a 40-year-old woman that traveled the whole damn world by herself while killing many monsters and people. She went through and experienced more than most people will in their entire lifespans. And just look at this scene, a girl in heat. I personally wish she were a bit more developed, but it isn't something I can change. At this moment I had thoughts of walking up to her to tease her with some childish talk, but I decided I'll just pretend I never saw this. I don't want her to always feel ashamed and uncomfortable around me in the future. But I don't think I'll be able to forget this scene. Whilst keeping this in my mind, I once asked Roxy later, "Teacher, how do you relieve stress?"
By studying.
It seemed that a shota hentai development was not fated for me. Either way, I was just joking. It isn't like I can even get it up at 3 to 4 years old. At best I could kiss her here and there. It might be fun to do that and hear her moan in pleasure. Why am I even thinking about this? Right, it's because of these damn yelping moaning noises every
single night.
They often don't even bother closing the door to their room, even though we have a guest. Does that arrogant Paul want everyone to hear just how good he is in bed?
Is that it? Damn you, Paul.
You're raising me as a degenerate. Yeah, I'll just blame Paul. Everyone seemed to be doing that online back on Earth. I swear I'm not a pervert. Yeah, that's probably a lie. I'm just not as vocal about my desires as some others.
But I don't care.
If having thoughts of potentially romancing a demon magician girl and wanting a harem after reincarnating in a fantasy world makes someone a pervert, then I'm a proud pervert and I feel bad for anyone who isn't one because they'd be missing out big time. That's my honest attitude. I feel I'm still better than someone who outwardly and shamelessly groomed, groped and lusted after kids, masturbated to his own niece bathing using a hidden camera, peeked on his infant sister's crotches and stared at Zenith's breasts like a dog as she was feeding them, worshipped and regularly sniffed unwashed stolen panties in pleasure, and spent his youth finding a cure for erectile dysfunction, while having such pathetic and dull-witted mindset throughout the entire Mushoku Tensei that it was difficult to read.
Time passed.
As a live-in teacher, Roxy had begun to become a part of the family. Sometimes she would go out to do small jobs in the village, sometimes Zenith would try to teach her some cooking recipes at home. I thought that it wouldn't be difficult for someone like Roxy to just follow the steps of a cooking recipe, but she was strangely clumsy when it came to cooking. Although a bit childish, she was way brighter than I initially thought. Still, it would seem that the easier something was, the clumsier Roxy got.
The Roxy paradox.
Zenith-san, how did you end up with someone like Paul-san? Roxy asked Zenith one of those days, curious.
Well, he does have his good points.
But it's probably because we traveled together for so long, Zenith said. Although he was never able to keep his hands off of. Roxy-chan, has he? Not even once, Roxy replied with a somewhat flat expression.
HM?
Was she annoyed that even a man like Paul never showed interest in her? From what I remember, he only likes women with big boobs. I could see that Roxy had zero interest in Paul. She should only be self-conscious of her small size. Teacher, I think you're very pretty, I quietly spoke up from beside her. No, you don't need to comfort me. Roxy maintained a blank face. I guess she wasn't interested in the opinion of a 4-year-old. I'm not lying. I think you're pretty, I said after a moment's hesitation, then shot Roxy a cute and innocent smile as I looked up. Thank you for the compliment, but you should leave that kind of talk for a girl you like in the future. But I like Roxy.
Roxy said, okay.
If you haven't changed your thoughts 10 years later, we will talk about it again.
Okay. Then it's a promise.
And even though it was reflected lightly, I didn't miss Roxy's slightly happy expression. I could see Zenith smiling silly at this scene as well. To be honest, I didn't expect anything from this, and Roxy also didn't take it seriously. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to plant the seed here. I might tease her about it in the future. Through the months, I grew to like Roxy quite a bit. My poor opinion of her has changed. She was definitely a girl I would want as my partner, if I could. Paul was teaching me only 2 swordsmanship styles, the sword god style and the water god style. He was against teaching me the North God style. I feel it was because he first wanted me to train with the orthodox styles to develop my techniques and not pick up bad habits from the North God style. After all, the North God style was more of a freestyle fighting method than a swordsmanship style.
It didn't question him about it. I felt it made sense.
Plus, I wasn't in need of learning the North God style just yet. After I'd been striking the soft ice statues with my short steel sword for a while, Paul laughed. With that little sword you look like a hobbit. I ignored him as I looked at the mass of shattered ice in front of me.
Okay, that's enough playing. Pick up the wooden sword, he then told me. And attack me like usual. I felt that sparring with someone who was twice my size wasn't the best training method, but I didn't complain. Yes. During my 5th birthday, Roxy said that it's time for my graduation, as she no longer had much more to teach me. Even though what she said was not wrong, I felt that her decision was a bit sudden. She seemed comfortable and happy living in the village, but she also longed to go out into the outside world to pursue her own dreams. It was difficult to judge Roxy's emotions from her expressionless face, but over the last 2 years she developed a bit of an ability to guess that it is what should be on her mind. Still, I did not plan to stop her. 2 days later.
The graduation test was to be held outside the village. Ever since I came to this world, I have not left the house. It was not because of my fear of the outside world. I still never went out, but it was because I wished to limit the level of my influence outside of the Greyrat household, limit my influence on fate of the world.
Why?
In short, on the off chance that Nanhoshi will come to this world for some reason, I did not want to shift the timing of the mana disaster by hastening the appearance of the red orb over Roa. As it was explained in the novel, Rudeus's actions after he reincarnated changed the fate of the world and the fate of various people, and eventually weakened the barrier around the world, which allowed Nanahoshi's summoning to begin. It happened at the point when Rudeus was 5 years old, when Roxy left to wander the world and when he met Sylphie, changing the fate of both of these. It was just one of the explanations, at least. Logically, Nanahoshi's appearance in this world had no practical basis, but so did my own reincarnation. Because there was little reason for me to go outside before this anyway, I didn't have much to lose. I stayed on the safe side to keep my meta-knowledge advantage in case I happened to relive the events of the novel. Today it was time for me to go outside for the first time. Zenith and Paul stood together at the porch, holding hands and looking toward me with encouraging and doting looks. I feel they thought I might be afraid of the outside, since I had never shown an inclination to go beyond the stone fence. Well, whatever. I looked up at the huge horse in front of me. Paul's beloved horse Caravaggio. In the eyes of a child like me, that horse was an enormous beast. Years ago as a toddler I was quite startled by it. I was even scared, to be honest. It was too big. I have gotten used to it a bit more after being close to it throughout the years. But it was still such a huge horse. It would be very difficult for me to climb it. I could float up, I secretly thought. My acts of suddenly levitating in the past had startled all Lilia, Zenith and Roxy quite a bit when I was practicing gravity magic. When it first happened they stared at me with stunned expressions as if I had grown a second head, often dropping whatever they held in their hands.
Good times.
Paul was also startled, but instead pulled out his sword at me and thought I was a ghost. It was scary. Well, here you go. Roxy lifted me up high, then carried on her shoulders. I didn't struggle. I knew I was light, but just how strong was this little girl? Was this a demon's blood? At least, I knew that Roxy was quite strong for her small size. Like this, Roxy threw me onto the back of the horse, and I somehow managed to climb up.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Roxy replied with her monotonous voice, very slightly smiling, then also climbed up. She sat behind me and took hold of the reins in front. The horse begins to pattern forward toward the short stone gate of the property.
Good luck, Seraph.
I heard Zenith's voice behind me. The horse slowly moved forward in the village. Make sure to hold on while we're riding, Roxy said. I stretched out my hands slightly behind and held on to her legs. I mean to hold on to Caravaggio, Roxy added. Yes. To be honest, there wasn't much for me to hold on to in front. I stretched out my hands and placed them against the horse's neck, helping me keep my balance and not fall down. As we rode silently from time to time, the villagers would throw us unreserved gazes. Some of them greeted Roxy. Good morning, Roxy.
Hello, Roxy. Roxy.
Would you like some fruit? Thank you for the offer, but I'm currently working, Roxy replied in a serious tone. At a slow pace, we continued through the village. Roxy knew where to go, and the villagers mutually knew her. As people stared at us, my body was slightly tense, but it was just a bit of anxiety. I did not feel very comfortable with people looking at me or judging me because of my past experiences, but I'd rather refuse for something pathetic like this to stop me from living the way I wanted, even if it was uncomfortable. Gradually, my body's tension faded away. The surroundings entered my eyes. Fields and houses stretched out into the distance like in a painting. The scenery of a village from a fantasy world. I could see a considerable number of people within this huge radius. Though I knew that the population of the village was not large. Only about 30 families or so. A small rural village, like the starting town of a protagonist in a novel.
How peaceful.
It would be a shame if the village met a disaster. I thought of this. Usually the protagonist would be an orphan and his parents are dead, for plot purposes, or the peaceful town of the protagonist meets a great disaster, for plot purposes. Mushoku was not free from this pattern. Come to think of it, Fong Yuan in Reverend Insanity was the same. He was an orphan and his clan met a disaster. Except that after regressing, he was the one who brought a disaster to his clan instead. In the future, a disaster would also strike Buena village. I'll worry about it later. I leaned backwards comfortably, resting my back against Roxy to relax. The back of my head seemed to hit Roxy's flat chest. I turned my head up and looked up.
She didn't seem to mind.
And Roxy was still so much taller than me. What is it, Seraph? Roxy asked, looking down on me.
You're big.
It's you who's tiny.
Yes, I'm still tiny.
Although I grew up over the last 2 years, and Roxy didn't, I was still small. Still, I didn't miss Roxy's slightly happy mood. Happy that I said she's big. Following that, after a while I became conscious of the silence. Teacher, it seems you're well liked, I commented at one point, breaking the silence. After what Roxy had told me about her adventures and experiences, the discrimination against the demon race was quite severe in this country. During her travels she was often treated unreasonably, insulted, scammed, used and refused jobs, just because she was a demon and looked like a child. Roxy had often downplayed what she went through, but I could sense the agitation in her voice whenever she talked about it. Still, she has already established her position in the village. Within a short period of 2 years, she has become a figure who everyone is willing to greet. Well, I've just been using magic to help the villagers. It's only for a small change though.
A small change?
It feels like a waste of time, I said offhandedly. Just how much money could villagers have? It's often that money is heavily concentrated in the hands of the rich and the peasantry has very little. Roxy was a saint-ranked magician. It was honestly quite a waste of her to even take up a job of tutoring a kid in a village like this. However, she seemed to be very poor when she first came here. During her travels she seemed to have often been strained for money, she told me about it. That was the reason she picked up this job, she was broke. As if to confirm it, Roxy said, every bit of money counts.
I see.
Teacher should be helping others because she's kind-hearted, I said, secretly joking.
I am not.
I'm doing it for money, Roxy rebuked me. Ah, so teacher is a cheapskate.
Just kidding. I chuckled.
It was fun to tease Roxy. She always took things quite seriously. A while later, Roxy spoke up with a slightly apprehensive voice. By the way, Seraph. You have always called me your teacher, but you never called me master. I am not complaining, but why was that? I could feel she was anxious when she asked this. She might have thought I never called her master because I secretly looked down on her. Which, even if understandable, of course was not the case. Even though she's clumsy and acts a little stupid sometimes. I knew that Roxy didn't like being called master, so I saw no reason to do it. She was a hired tutor, so a teacher was most appropriate. It's because you never asked me to. A teacher is a person who teaches, so I thought it's fitting. But taking in a disciple is a big deal, right? So if Roxy didn't consider me as her disciple, I couldn't call you master.
I see.
It isn't that I don't consider you as my disciple, but I'm not qualified to be your master. I would be ashamed to call myself one when you're much more talented than I am. Soon enough, you'll easily surpass me. No, you probably already had.
I don't think it's right.
Even if I'm more talented, if you're more knowledgeable than me now, you're qualified to be my master. You could be my master while you're teaching me in the village, but you don't need to be in the future. After hesitating for a while, Roxy said, I suppose you're right. Then I'll call you master, until the day you leave, I said after making up my mind. It wouldn't hurt to boost Roxy's self-esteem a little more.
Okay.
If that's what you want. Master, you'll leave soon, right?
Yes.
After teaching you the last spell, I'll leave.
Are you disappointed? Roxy asked.
Yes. But I understand. It will be difficult for you to improve if you stay in the village. Roxy looked down at the little blonde boy in front of her with a deep look. Right. This boy is far more mature than I was, Roxy thought, self-reflecting on her time back in the Migard village.
Roxy said, yes.
I would like to stay in the village, I really like it here, but I want to keep walking on the path of magic. Although I don't know how far I can get.
I also want to meet someone.
Someone intelligent, tall and manly, with a childish playfulness to them. In the depths of a labyrinth, Roxy secretly thought, her cheeks blushing in embarrassment. Master, if you learn new magic, you'll share it with me, right? I asked, making use of this chance.
Oh, okay. Then I'll help you too. It's a promise. It's a promise. It's settled.
Roxy, you now can't back down when you learn the king rank lightning spell. Approximately another hour passed. There aren't any fields surrounding us anymore. We have arrived in a completely untouched grassland area. We came all the way here because Roxy's spell could have hurt the villagers or damaged their crops otherwise. In front of us was a grassland that stretched endlessly towards the horizon. Not quite endlessly, perhaps, as at the furthest one can barely see some hints of a mountainous area. It was a beautiful view. At least in my eyes as someone from modern Earth. This place should be fine. Roxy directs the horse to a lone tree and ties the reins onto it. Then she brings me down from the horse. I was finally on the ground again. I stretched myself a little. I have always done flexibility training while weightlifting and my body was young, so I didn't ache after riding the horse for an hour. Just being a little stiff after sitting still for that long. I observed the grassland before me.
How beautiful.
A beautiful scenery in front of me, an even more beautiful young-looking magician girl behind me. My young body was brimming with talent and power. Every day I was growing stronger. The whole world was in front of me.
How wonderful.
Seraph, Roxy called out to me after being done. I'm going to use the Saint rank water attack magic, cumulonimbus. This technique is a magic that creates lightning strikes with violent rain.
Please copy what I do.
Roxy is about to use her highest ranked spell. Actually, I secretly believe that my blue-colored explosion should be reaching the king rank of power at this time, as well as some of my other enhanced spells from different elemental schools. But I didn't feel like mentioning it. Cumulonimbus was the first legitimate saint rank spell that I would learn, and it's different from the other spells I know. I focused on Roxy. Roxy, because I'm only demonstrating, I'll just maintain the spell for a minute before dismissing it, and then. You pass if you can make the rain last for an hour.
Okay. I'm starting.
Roxy raises her hands to the skies. O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies. Fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority, and devour the earth with water.
The rain.
Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus. She chants every word out like an aria, making a brief pause in between each sentence. It lasts over a minute. The surroundings turned dark immediately when the chanting ended. A few seconds later, extremely heavy rain fell from the sky. Violent winds sprung up around us, nearly blowing me off my feet, while lightning appeared in the midst of the dark clouds. Among the sounds of the waterfall-like rain, streaks of purple lightning ran through the clouds, causing loud booms. The electricity in the clouds slowly became stronger. The lightning continues to grow, as if to make the light become stronger.
It falls down.
And it strikes the tree.
A bright flash.
Crash. And a deafening sound of a nearby lightning strike. My eardrums were buzzing and my eyes were in spirals. I almost fainted. This is the sound Roxy utters when she makes a mistake. The clouds disperse in an instant. The lightning and rain stop. Roxy's face turns green as she runs towards the tree. The horse that we brought has collapsed with smoke rising from it.
Seriously?
I formed a wry smile. I guess Caravaggio receiving lifelong trauma here was simply fated. Roxy brings her hand over to the horse and begins chanting. O merciful Mother of Gods, please heal this one's wounds, and let him recover with a healthy body healing. Roxy used the intermediate ranked healing magic in a panic, and after a while, the horse woke up. The horse showed a frightened expression, and Roxy's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Phew. That was dangerous. Yeah, hell yes it was dangerous. What if the lightning hit us? Please, keep this a secret? Roxy said in a half-crying voice. Paul takes great care of Caravaggio every day, and would sometimes ride it outside far away with a smile. Even though it's not a famous breed, it is Paul's longtime companion. One might even say that his love for the horse is just below his love for Zenith. Such is the importance of this horse. I don't know where I rank here. Of course, Roxy, who has lived with us for 2 years, knows it. Don't worry, I won't tell Paul.
Please do so.
Even though Roxy is in a half-crying state, she quickly shakes her head, slaps her cheek and looks at me with a serious expression.
Then, it's your turn. Please go ahead and try.
I will take care of Caravaggio. The horse still showed a frightened expression and was ready to run away at any time now, but Roxy clung to it tightly with her body and reined it in. Even though it looked as if she was unable to restrain it, the horse slowly calmed down. After observing all this, I said, "Yes, but what if the lightning hits us? Did you not aim the spell correctly?" "I don't think the lightning from cumulonimbus could be aimed. But what would be the chance it hit the horse?"
"No.
The lightning from cumulonimbus can't be aimed. But there's no need to worry, the lightning won't strike us. Lightning tends to hit things like trees, and it was the only tree in this place. It was my mistake tying up Caravaggio to it," Roxy explained with a flustered face.
"Ah, right.
Lightning is attracted toward things like trees. I forgot about it. It always takes the fastest path to Earth, typically striking the tallest object reaching the clouds. And in this huge plain this tree was the only one, so it's normal that lightning had a good chance of striking it. It was not by chance." After thinking for a moment, I said, "I see. But in this plain we're now the only other things that stand out, so there's still a good chance that lightning might hit us, right?" The tree wasn't gone, only slightly fried. It was the first closest object to the sky, but I would be second. It did not happen in the novel or the anime, but I still didn't like the chances. It would be plain stupid to cast a saint rank spell that had a fair chance of killing you. There seemed to be some randomness to it, but in open areas like fields or golf courses the fastest route for lightning may be by striking a person. Roxy should also not stand near the tree, as then she would be in danger of receiving a side flash, acting as a short circuit for the electric current just like the horse did earlier. If you are standing beneath a tree or near a tree that is struck by lightning, you may become electrocuted residually, so always avoid standing under trees during a storm, keeping at least 1 meter distance from it. Although all of these thoughts flashed across my mind, only 0.1 second passed in reality asterisk.
"Oh.
You're right. There's still this chance," Roxy muttered in realization, looking both troubled and embarrassed. "Then let's make something that will attract lightning," I said. "Something that will attract lightning?" "Something like a fake tree," I replied. "Wait here, master." I ran out into the field with a wand in hand, running for a while. Then I cast a spell.
Earth Lance.
A dark hardened stone pillar rose up from the ground. I poured mana into my spell, and made the stone pillar 3 meters thick in the middle of it and extremely tall, around 30 to 40 meters tall.
Done.
As long as I create something that's exceedingly tall like this, the lightning would always be attracted toward it, acting like a lightning rod. As I returned, Roxy looked at me with a curious look. "You made it so it won't collapse?" she asked. Usually low-ranked earth magic only lasts as long as the user keeps pouring mana into it and keeps maintaining the structure. Things like city walls can also be built using earth magic, but usually higher-ranked magic is used for this.
Yes. Right?
I made it have a cone shape, with a very thick base to support the entire structure like an Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
Then it should be safe now.
Right.
Although Roxy tried to sound confident, she looked at me for a second opinion.
Yes.
The tower will now attract lightning. As long as we stay within a certain radius around it, the lightning rod will protect us. I thought about it again. As long as we were at a distance around 3 meters from the tree would also receive the beating and we would most likely be safe. But it wouldn't hurt to be safe and run a little experiment to see if the tower would be hit.
Then you can go ahead.
As long as you can maintain the rain for 1 hour you pass. Roxy said with a solemn expression, then held onto the horse and started chanting something. And then the two of them are covered by earthen walls. This was the advanced ranked earth magic, Earth Fortress. I hesitated for a while, then decided to tease Roxy. With an uncertain voice I said, "Master, should I fail this test? I'm not sure if you'll be safe in the outside world by yourself." Seeing how nervous she was earlier when I mentioned it, it seemed like she never even considered the possibility that we might be struck by lightning.
Roxy frowned.
"I feel as if you and Zenith have forgotten, but you do know I traveled alone as an adventurer for decades, right?"
"Right.
I was just worried." "Don't worry about useless things. It's your turn to cast the spell."
"Yes. All right, time to start."
Let me recall what the chant was. The chant was so long and it was said before all this commotion, I have almost forgotten about it. But the power of anime was on my side, a near-eidetic memory. Maybe it was the side effect of the Laplace factor? "O great water spirit, the son of the lightning emperor who ascended to the skies. Fulfill my wishes, rain down your ferocious blessings, and show me your strength to this tiny existence. Let your godly hammer strike the anvil, and demonstrate your authority, and devour the earth with water.
Ah, the rain.
Destroy and wash everything away. Cumulonimbus."
I said it all in one shot.
The clouds started to gather. At the same time, I understood the process behind the cumulonimbus spell. It created clouds somewhere in the middle stratosphere along with complex movements to form storm clouds. It was something like that. If mana isn't continuously poured into the formation, the clouds will stop forming and dissipate. I clearly remember that Rudeus modified the spell to make it sustain itself, basing it on some knowledge from TV of how clouds are formed. Here, I wasn't sure if I could do the same. My knowledge about such a random thing was too vague. It was one thing I felt Rudeus had an advantage over me, though it was arguable just how useful it was. In general, I don't think Rudeus ever put his knowledge from Earth to much use apart from maintaining cumulonimbus and boosting the stone cannon. Perhaps some knowledge on electricity helped with the manipulation of lightning magic and generally helped with some melded magic, but that should be about it. In fandom, people greatly overestimate the usefulness of Rudeus's modern knowledge in regards to his power as a mage. In this word, my magic was mostly strong thanks to my ability to condense a lot of mana into my spells. Apart from making melded magic simpler, things like visualizations and imagination only helped slightly with concentration and focus. For example, if you know how combustion works, it's easier to cast powerful fire spells. But the major part of it is my talent to overload spells with mana thanks to chant less magic. Though of course, through the spirit of creativity it was also possible to modify spells and boost their power significantly more by using earth knowledge and physics, like it can be done with stone cannon. I would probably just cast the cumulonimbus for an hour here to pass the test, then experiment with it later. I should succeed in maintaining it eventually. But let's still try. Let's see. There are still some of the clouds that Roxy made earlier.
The formation of clouds.
It's something about how water vapors spiral up. For this to happen, you need the bottom to be warm. Since warm air always goes up. Something like this. And I need to ensure that the upper section is quickly cooled down. When I tried to do this, a decent portion of my mana was actually taken away. I never allow my mana to recover fully each day, and today was the same. My mana has not fully recovered from yesterday's training. But I still had a lot of mana left. If this fails, I'll just return to casting the spell normally. Lightning built up in the sky. Suddenly a bright light flashed. A lightning struck the tall stone tower that I built. And a very loud sound echoed in my eyes.
Boom. Good.
As expected. Meanwhile, the storm actually seemed to hold itself together. I observed what was happening and gradually stopped pouring mana into cumulonimbus. Surprise flashed across my face. I wasn't sure how to do it, but it seemed I did it. I didn't need perfect knowledge on cloud formations. The basics of it were already included within the design of the spell. Warm up the bottom, cool down the top, create a tornado and rain clouds, that was basically it. While looking at the rainstorm above, I enter the fortress made by Roxy while feeling satisfied. Roxy is sitting in the dark corner, her hands holding onto the horse's reins.
She saw me and nodded.
This fortress will disappear after an hour, so you can stop the magic when that happens.
MHM. Don't worry.
Caravaggio is fine.
MHM. Don't just hum.
You need to control the clouds outside carefully for an hour. I thought for a moment, then smiled at Roxy. I made it so I don't need to maintain it. That was the test, right? Roxy looked at me with a puzzled face.
Huh? What?
After a while, Roxy, who seemed to have noticed something, ran out of the fortress. The fortress immediately began to fall apart. Hey, aren't you going to continue controlling it? The horse will get buried alive. I quickly took over Caravaggio, then walked outside. Roxy stares blankly at the skies. Is that so? The spiraling tornado brings the clouds upwards. The skies were filled with the ever-growing clouds that I created. I think I did a pretty good job. At one point in the past, I should have seen it on Discovery Channel, the process behind huge tornadoes. Even though I can't really remember its contents. I just tried it relying on my instinct, and in the end I seem to have done it pretty well. A bright flash and a crashing sound. Another lightning strike hit the ground somewhere far away. Roxy turned toward me.
Well done. Seraph. You pass. But will you really be fine?
Maybe you should stay, I called out through the storm as I looked at the collapsing Earth fortress.
Don't worry about it.
But can you make the clouds disappear?
Yes.
Give me a moment. I reversed what I did earlier. I lower the temperature at the bottom part of the storm while increasing the temperature of the top. Then I create an airflow towards the ground. What was left was using a gust of wind to forcibly blow the clouds away. And so a gust of wind I used. Roxy stood slightly in front of me. She called out in a fluster as her robe suddenly started fluttering in all directions from the wild wind. She bent over to hold down her robe. And her white panties became visible, together with a nice small bubble butt. My eyebrows slightly rose. Nice. But seriously, wearing panties and a short skit without any underpants or shorts. It's her fault she ended up like this. But it wasn't a bad view. I'll commit it to my memory. My last memory of Roxy was not a bad one. By the time I finished dispelling the cumulonimbus, Roxy and I were completely soaked. Congratulations. You can now call yourself a saint-ranked water magician, Roxy announced in front of me with water dripping from her fringe, smiling brightly. I smiled. I couldn't help but feel a little accomplished here. And I was grateful for the praise. Officially, I reached saint rank in water magic. The rest of my true power I could keep to myself for now. While we were still away from the village, I tried to make use of this chance to experiment with cumulonimbus, the only standard saint rank spell I knew. I cast it one more time. Unfortunately, I found out that it seemed impossible to isolate lightning from this spell. The saint rank cumulonimbus didn't include any control of lightning in itself. It was only about creating storm clouds that naturally formed lightning. I felt I would need to learn the king rank lightning spell to finally grasp lightning magic, just like Rudeus did. When we returned, Caravaggio was still frightened while the reins and saddle were burned. Things couldn't be hidden. Paul noticed that something terrible had happened to his horse and cried. Zenith scolded Roxy for putting us both in danger. Roxy hung her head down in shame. Master, you didn't just screw up. You gained experience, I told Roxy, placing a hand high up on her shoulder to comfort her. I sent her my brightest trained smile. Roxy looked at me. Seraph. You're right. She nodded with a serious expression, then gently smiled and ruffled my hair. Rudeus's arrow game lines are too powerful. I noticed Paul and Zenith looking at me with varying expressions. After a moment's lag, Paul nodded thoughtfully, while Zenith began to grin. My son is going to break many young girls' hearts. Perhaps I should begin teaching him how to deal with girls, Paul said. Maybe it would be better if you didn't. Zenith rebuked me on the second day. Roxy packed up her luggage and stood in the porch prepared to leave. Roxy-chan, it's okay to stay for a bit longer. There are many recipes I haven't taught you yet, Zenith said. That's right. We're indebted to you because of last year's drought. Even if you're done tutoring Seraph, the people from the village will definitely welcome you, added Paul, his arms crossed. Zenith and Paul were trying to make Roxy stay. At one point, the three of them became close. Roxy slightly smiled. No. Thank you for the offer, but I've come to realize my own weakness. I plan to tour the world to polish my magic. Is that so? What can I say? I'm sorry, it seems our son has made you lose confidence. Thank you for pointing this out, Paul. Not that it really matters. Roxy shook her head. No, this event has made me learn not to be too full of myself. I'm actually grateful for this. I see. Then, everyone of the Greyrat family. Thank you for your hospitality these past 2 years. Roxy faced all of us, then looked at me and smiled. Seraph, thank you for teaching me shortened chanting. I feel like I'm the one who benefited the most here. I tried my best to teach you, however, I feel my teachings were a bit lacking. Stop being so harsh on yourself. I think you did a pretty good job, I said a bit awkwardly. The fact is, in these parts it would be impossible to find a better tutor than Roxy. I'm satisfied if you say that. Now here. This is your graduation present. Roxy searches her mantle with her hand and pulls out something. She then put it over my neck. It was a necklace. This is a Midgardian charm. If you ever come across a hostile demon, show him this charm and tell them my name. They might come to be more lenient. Probably. I took the charm into my hand and slightly smiled. Yes, thank you. I will keep it safe. I'll be glad if you do. But what I said is only a possibility. Don't believe in it too much. Roxy slowly smiled at the very end, then added, if you ever decide to further your magic studies, I'll give you a recommendation for Renoa University of Magic. MHM. Well then, goodbye and farewell, Roxy said finally, then turned toward the door. Wait. Master, I also have something for you. Before Roxy set off, I picked up a wooden box that I prepared beforehand. I approached her and gave the box to her. What is it? Roxy received and opened the box. Inside was a figurine that I made recently. It was a small figurine of Roxy who was sitting down on a chair and studying with a focused look on her face. I made it recently while watching Roxy read and prepare lectures. I said, it's a small keepsake. You can use it as a paperweight. If you're in a pinch, you can sell it. I wouldn't sell something like this, Roxy immediately replied.
She then smiled. Well, thank you, Seraph. It's beautiful. I'll treasure it. Roxy patted my head, stored the box in her mantle with a bright smile, then set off while saying her final farewell. I really didn't mind if she sold it though. Ideally to Zenoba. For a huge price. And then split the profits with me. Everyone would benefit this way. It wasn't a figurine with a removable robe, and the details of the hair and the robe were not perfect, but it was still a decent piece of art, I would say. It was created at the height of my ability to shape magic. It had a flat and slightly heavy cloud-shaped bottom, so it doubled down as a paperweight. Good luck, Roxy. Remember about our promise. I shouted after Roxy as she began walking through the gate of the garden, walking into the distance. Roxy raised her hand in acknowledgement without looking back as she continued. Though I think she might have already only remembered the promise to share with me the magic she learns. But Zenith giggled. What promise? Paul asked, puzzled, looking at Zenith's reaction. You don't need to know. Zenith pushed Paul away, then faced me. Leaning down. She said, Seraph. You mustn't go around breaking young girls' hearts, yes? I said nothing. Yes. Zenith asked again, staring at me intently with a smile. Yes? I replied without enthusiasm. Both Paul and Zenith treated Roxy well. They didn't mention anything about the demon race and treated her as a part of the family or as a good friend. Maybe because those two were like that, after living there for a while, there happened to be a change in the villagers as well. Looking at Roxy, they started to show their smiles to her. Roxy, are you going out today? Roxy, we harvested some fruits, would you like one? Roxy, thanks for helping us the other day. It looks like we will be having another successful harvest this year. She thought it was a good place here. At the same time, she thought her master might have felt the same way. Once, she was born in a closed and boring village, but because her master came, she could know about the big world and set off. When her master just came to the village, Roxy did not remember how she was treated in detail, because she was still a child. However, when she was ready to leave the village, she was certainly accepted by the people there. Perhaps I could be like Count Sensei, have I? She did not intend to do so. But if she could have done something similar, she would be glad. One day, that master left the village. Roxy at that time had a bitter feeling toward it. She still had a lot to learn. She wanted to be with her more. And if she could, she wanted to travel with her. But that was probably because her master thought that she taught everything she could to Roxy. Thinking she was no longer needed and that Roxy can walk on her own feet, she stood back and returned to the things she wanted to learn and the things she wanted to do. And the same was for Roxy. She was almost about to finish teaching everything to Seraphim. At the same time, she felt that she still had a lot to learn. Thanks to his help, she set her foot on learned how to do shortened casting, something she previously didn't know was possible for her to achieve. This boy, who was significantly younger and more talented than herself, yet wasn't arrogant about it, greatly humbled her and made her reflect on her own past and her shortcomings. Perhaps it is also time for me to be leaving soon, I guess, said Roxy. It was a good village. The people were great. She still wanted to stay here longer. But it probably is the right time. I guess I will leave, after teaching the last one. Roxy still had a spell of magic she had not taught to Seraphim remaining. A magic that even she had a hard time getting it right. A magic she didn't even think she would teach the slightest bit when she came to the village. Saint Rankwater attacking magic, cumulonimbus. Foo-foo, but Seraph will probably be able to learn it quickly. To the sapling she finished carving, she attached the metal latch. To finish it off, she attached a magic stone right in the place. The sapling of the vampire treant, perhaps due to its nature, was quite flexible and fit well in hand. With the wand in her hand, Roxy opened the windows, and pointed her wand outside, to an open place. I call a refreshing burbling stream here and now. Water ball. As a result of her shortened incantation, a ball of water flew off, then made a small splashing sound as it landed on the ground. There's no problem with the flow of mana as well. It's done. Farewell, it is. When Seraph masters the last magic, I will also leave. Thought so was Roxy, looking at the just finished wand in her hand. Seraphim's POV. One day Zenith placed a blindfold over my eyes while I was training in my room and then brought me out. Mom, what are you doing? I've got something I want to show you, Seraph. You can't take it off yet. Today I should be 5 years old. I wonder what it could be. I thought inwardly while slightly smiling. At one point, the cloth was removed from my eyes. In front of me was the dining table packed with delicacies and extravagant meals. Seraph, congratulations on your 5th birthday. Zenith supported me from behind and Paul ruffled my head while grinning. Meanwhile both Lilia and Roxy clapped. Congrats, Seraph.
Paul placed his fingers in his mouth and let out a loud whistle. Congratulations, young master.
Lilia bowed.
Congratulations, Seraph.
Roxy smiled.
I'm so happy that you've grown so healthily to the age of 5. Thank you for being born, my angel. Zenith bent down full of smiles and kissed me on the forehead. Together with Paul, the two hugged me tightly full of smiles.
Ah!
I let out a breath. My eyes flickered with tears. Thank you, everyone. Everyone was smiling brightly. Paul suddenly lifted me up, flung me over his head, then placed on top of his shoulders.
Ah!
I desperately grabbed his hair, trying to not fall off.
Haha, you're still so tiny.
Zenith laughed. Roxy looked on with worry. Lilia had a complicated expression. After the cheers was time for the presents. This country didn't have the custom of celebrating birthdays every year. However, the norm was that after you reach a certain age, your family members would give you some gifts. Those certain age points are 5, 10, and 15 years old. In this world you become an adult when you turn 15 years old.
Happy birthday.
It's my present for you. Paul gave me a sword. At first glance, it was a real steel sword, concealed inside a scabbard. I received it in my hands. The sword was a bit too heavy for a 5-year-old child to use, but it seemed as if it was designed to be smaller for a kid to use. It was not a full-size sword, I could see it at a glance.
Thank you.
Without further ado, I quickly pulled out the sword to check it out. Careful there, it's sharp. After pulling it out of its scabbard, I took a good look at the sword in front of me. It was a relatively short sword, forged and sharpened. The blade was slimmed down and the entire weapon including the hilt and crossguard were miniaturized. For a normal person it might be a one-handed sword, but for me the hilt had enough space to use with 2 hands. It was amazing. Paul should have made an order to make it custom made for me. I know that in this world most swords are custom forged to fit the user's preference. I guess he thought I'm responsible enough to start practicing sword strikes with a real sword? Or did he notice my passion for the sword?
I hope so.
Can I really use it? I asked excitedly while looking up.
I always loved swords. Because swords are cool.
You can use it, but only when training with me. Do you understand? Paul asked me with a stern look.
Yeah.
After all, even though they were so trash, the bullies never suffered any serious consequences from the authorities. Even those that did literal illegal things and got caught up by police, only received minor punishment and were let off, because they're minors. What I was afraid of. Of course, apart from the law, I was also afraid of the bullies. Combined with my excuses, I suffered while living in this pathetic manner. It's only when I matured, I began to see more through the world. I left my parents' side and developed my own views and values. But at that point it was already too late for the payback on these guys. Meanwhile, fostering meaningless hate would also not help me in anything. I moved past it and even forgot all their faces and names. But in this situation right now, I had a perfectly viable reason to fight back. As well as enough power to not be afraid of the consequences, whoever I pick a fight with. The ability to crush anyone who annoys me, without a care. In this world I could even kill whoever I want, as long as I'm stronger.
How liberating.
As I felt hot blood rushing to my head, I let out a breath, calming down. Of course, I didn't plan to kill these brats here. These guys were really not worth the trouble. But the thought that I could potentially do whatever I want in this world without worrying about consequences was quite pleasant. Below the hill on the roadside, a boy carried something like a basket in front of his chest, hugging it to protect it from the mud. Thus, he was unable to avoid the attacks from the bullies. He's carrying something. The demon's treasure. He must have stolen it from somewhere. Hitting it gets 100 points. Steal the treasure. One of them picked up a rock with a smug grin.
That's enough.
Time to act like a hero. I ran down the hill towards the bullying boys and shouted loudly in a tone of righteous indignation, "Stop this, you villains!" The 3 stopped throwing mud balls and looked at me in confusion.
Who are you? What villains?
What the hell do you want? I puffed out my chest and said with pride, "My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Stop what you're doing right now." After a moment's lag, the 3 bullies' confused faces contorted in anger.
Greyrat? You're that knight's kid.
Get lost, it doesn't concern you. We're not the villains. We're chasing away the demon.
That's right.
Are you allying with a demon? I replied, I'm not allying with a demon. I'm on the side of justice. Hearing my words, the boy with the basket looked at me with a shocked and confused face. If it was Earth, my lines would have sounded cringe. No matter what world it was, I still cringed hard inwardly. It was embarrassing to speak like this. But here they might leave an unforgettable impression on Sylphiette, so why not? Why not act like a righteous knight in shining armor? We're both only 5 years old, living in a world of swords and magic where knights and chivalry are a thing. It should leave her with an unforgettable impression. And so I said my line with pride, but the village boys felt they were standing on Justice's side instead. The three looked at me with pissed-off expressions. What the heck are you acting cool for?
The noble's young master, ha.
We're heroes chasing away the evil demon from the village. We're the Justice. We'll tell other people the knight has become allies with the demon races. Tell our brothers to come now.
Brothers.
There's a strange person here.
They used call to arms. But no reinforcements came.
The brats continued shouting in indignation, believing themselves to be in the right for ruining someone's life. As they wouldn't shut up, I felt increasingly annoyed.
Shut up.
Do you think you're so great to band up on someone 3 against 1? Why won't you try me?
I can take you on. Blizzard Storm.
As I said so, I pushed my hand forward and used the advanced rank spell Blizzard Storm. I held back and created 7 water balls to float above and around me. Normally when I used this spell, the water would shape and turn into large icicles, but I consciously didn't freeze the water, turning the spell into a multi-shot water ball. The bullies frowned when they saw this.
You're
going to attack us with magic?
No way.
You're crazy. If you do this, we'll tell on you. I sneered at this.
Tell on me?
Just who are you going to tell?
I'm going to tell my dad.
One of the kids shouted back. I laughed as I took a step forward.
Haha.
Why should I care if you tell your dad? The kid slightly frowned, then after a while replied, he's going to tell your father, the knight. He'll tell him that you attacked us with magic. Is that so? You can do whatever, but first, is your punishment.
I pushed my hand forward.
While severely holding back, I sent the 7 water balls flying at the 3 bullies. I would probably be reprimanded by Paul for this, but I didn't care.
Dodge.
The bullies raised their hands to block and tried to dodge the 7 water balls. But they couldn't avoid all of them. The water balls hit the 3 bullies' bodies, splashed against them, and the force pushed them back, making them fall onto their butts.
Ups.
It seems I used a tiny bit too much force. But this result was also good. As they fell into the mud, they became covered in mud all over. Because the water balls made their clothes wet, the earth stuck to them and they ended up in an even uglier state than Sylphiette. I faintly raised my brows with a slightly amused expression, not caring much. As the bullies wiped mud and water off their faces, they looked at me.
I called out. Now scram.
I don't want to see you bullying someone again. The 3 bullies looked at me with shocked and indignant faces.
Bullying someone?
But you're the bully. Do you really think it's good for a knight's kid to do this? Instead of running away, they kept talking back in indignation.
What is this?
You didn't learn your lesson yet? Want to go another round? I slightly narrowed my eyes and formed another 7 water balls in the air.
Damn. You're crazy.
The 3 looked at me in alarm as they hurriedly got up from the ground. After a moment of silence, I asked, "Why aren't you running away yet?" The 3 village boys hesitated for a moment as they looked at each other, then slowly turned around and started retreating backwards.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. He's crazy.
We'll tell on you. We'll tell everyone that the knight's kid is a villain. You won't get away with this. If they knew I was a maid who once worked for the concubine's palace, there was the possibility that I would be treated as a political tool. And for that reason, I stayed far away. I didn't want to experience a near-death situation again. Even though it was a little unfair to the princess, Lilia hoped to stay far away from the royals' contention for power. But if my salary was too low, then there wouldn't be enough money to send to my family. Trying to find a safe job and a guaranteed salary sure wasn't easy. After running around everywhere for nearly a month, I came across a recruitment note. A lower-class knight from Buena village, located in the Fiteo region, was looking to hire a maid. On top of that, the note said he would give special priority to someone with experience in taking care of children or who had knowledge of midwifery. Buena was a tiny village on the edge of Fitoa. A village among villages. An extremely rural village. It was very inconvenient, but this was the place that I sought. The employer being a lower-class knight was also an unexpectedly fine find. And most importantly, I recognized the prospective employer's name.
Paul Greyrat.
He was my protege, younger apprentice brother. A noble's profligate son who one day suddenly barged into my family's dojo where I'd been learning swordsmanship. According to him, he had left home after a quarrel with his father and had come to the dojo to learn swordsmanship. Albeit a different style, he too did study swordsmanship at home, and soon after, surpassed me. I was not amused by this fact, but I had since understood that I had no talent and gave up. Paul, who was utterly brimming with talent, later escaped from the dojo after forcing himself into my bed and deflowering me. He only left me a single sentence: "I'm becoming an adventurer." It has been 7 years since we went our separate ways. At this time, he had actually become a knight and gotten married. Though I didn't know what sort of hurdles he had experienced in his life, Paul wasn't too bad as far as I could remember. If she told him about her problems, she was sure that he would help her. If that didn't work out, I planned to use a matter that happened between us in the past to get him to employ me. Paul hired me without any fuss. It seemed he was really anxious as his wife Zenith was about to give birth. I had been taught extensively in midwifery for the princess's birth. Moreover, I was someone that Paul was acquainted with and he knew my background. I was received with a warm welcome. My salary was also more than what I had expected, so my wish was achieved. Eventually, the couple's child was born. There weren't any labor issues or anything. It went just as I was trained for in the inner palace. There were no problems at all. It was very successful. However, the child didn't cry when he was born. At that time, I broke into a cold sweat. The baby looked at me silently without any emotion. His expressionless and listless face was reminiscent of a stillborn child. It seemed dead. My heart jumped at that moment. I touched the baby, and it had a heartbeat. It was breathing too. But he just wasn't crying. I remembered the words of a senior guardsmaid. That babies who don't cry at birth usually have complications. The instant when I thought of this. The baby looked over to her, and mumbled something in his grogginess. I relaxed after hearing that. Even though there was no evidence for it, I felt that there would be no problems. The child's name was to be Seraphim. He was an outstanding child, rarely crying or fussing. He only cried when his diaper was full, but just this was not much compared to what I expected from a newborn baby. At first, I assumed his body was slightly weaker at birth, hence he was that apathetic, and that taking care of him wouldn't require much effort. But, such a notion only occurred at the beginning. Before being around 6 months old, Seraphim used to sleep a lot. After he learned how to crawl, he started to move everywhere in the house. Everywhere: kitchen, back door, storage, cleaning equipment place, fireplace, etc. He even climbed onto the second story, though one couldn't imagine how he did so. Either way, he was a very curious and cute child. A blonde baby boy with bright blue eyes and the face of a little angel. His name was very fitting. I could not help but want to take care of this baby. Yet, apart from sometimes climbing a chair to look out the window, he rarely made you worried. Even when occasionally walking outside the house or when entering the kitchen, he instinctively stayed away from things that could hurt him like fire or sharp tools. He was a bright child eager to learn about the world. In particular, the boy had shown a special interest in magic after Zenith had shown him some of her abilities. From the age of 1, he began learning how to read and write by Zenith's decision. At first I thought it was a silly and pointless endeavor, but Seraphim's rate of learning was so rapid that it was startling to the eyes. The boy was hard at work, and after a year, his ability to speak was pretty good and he could also read most things. The majority of people in this world are unable to read, yet this child grasped it at 2 years old. It was shocking. But it wasn't the end of it. After learning how to read, one day Seraphim relied on a magic guidebook and managed to cast magic without anyone ever teaching him. At 2 years old. By the virtue of his talent for magic, he was able to cast magic while omitting an incantation, a sign of a monstrous peerless talent. On the same day, he even managed to cast an intermediate-ranked magic spell just the same. When this happened, I became secretly a bit afraid of this baby. It did things that seemed unreal. However, what balanced my feeling of fear was how little Seraphim handled the situation of his parents quarreling over whether he should practice with magic or the sword. Apparently, it was decided before birth that if it was a boy that was born, he would practice with the sword. Without any fuss, Seraphim spoke up and resolved the conflict, proposing that he could do both. Around 6 months have passed since my reincarnation. Throughout these months, I continued exhausting my mana every day, then I'd mindfully meditate for the reminder of the time I was awake, and I was serious about it. After another 5 months, equal to a whole 150 days, my mana capacity seems to have grown hundreds of times compared to what it was before. If my mana capacity was around the size of a bathtub 5 months ago, then now it was probably the size of an Olympic pool. In the very beginning my total mana seemed to double each day I exhausted my MP. While I don't think this rate of relative improvement was maintained for long, I was still progressing at a very fast pace. As my total mana amount became larger, my growth with each day that passed also increased. At that same time, my mana output naturally improved as well, and by now I was able to send out a river of mana through my hands, akin to a real small river. Because both my mana pool and mana output increased simultaneously, I was still able to use the simple method of pure mana manipulation to exhaust my mana without problems, even though my time required for it was increasing as my mana pool grew. Either way, my method of training remained viable for the time being, and hopefully will be until I begin learning real magic. 5 months ago, I have also included into my schedule a slightly special mana output practice. It didn't take me too long to release all of my mana through my hands, and then I had a lot of free time each day. Given that I had a lot of free time, I began to spend a portion of it by releasing a part of my mana through my mouth instead of my arms. It was not the most efficient method, but it did not matter, since I had the time. My hope was that by training these magic pathways I might be able to develop them to the point that one day they can be used for casting real magic, just like through a regular person's hands. I could release my mana through my entire body as well, but I felt that this method was way too disorderly, chaotic and significantly too inefficient to eventually make it viable for casting spells. I had a strong feeling that I had to choose a single body part to focus on developing, and I eventually picked the throat. The mana flow to all body parts apart from my hands was equally terrible and didn't seem to be improving. If I at least picked the throat, it might allow me to be a bit better at using howling magic. At least, I knew that it was something that's possible from reading the novel, unlike casting magic directly from the feet. If I became too greedy and tried to accomplish something that was too ridiculous, I might just be wasting my time on an impossible task and accomplish nothing in the end. All this time, I also continued my mindful meditation practice when I was out of mana. In conclusion, each day I would still mindfully meditate for a few hours while focusing on my breath, a peaceful state of mind and the condition of my body, as well as exhaust my mana at full power through my hands, but a portion of my mana I would always also release through my throat, attempting to strengthen the mana pathways in that area. In the meantime, while listening to Paul and Zenith's conversations during the last half year, I started to understand the new language a little bit. To be honest, it was very difficult for me to grasp this new language just by listening to the limited conversations around me while having no basic knowledge of the grammar or vocabulary. It was also unlike the languages I knew. Rudeus seemed to have learned it fairly easily in the novel, but I believe he compared it to Japanese at one point. And if it really is based on Japanese, then I'm out of luck, because I simply don't know Japanese. And so, it seems that learning this world's language will be a drag. By now, I am only able to understand some simple words as I try to grasp the basic grammar. Apart from this, over the last 6 months my body grew up a little and by now I had enough control to be able to crawl. I would crawl all around the house with a smile and explore it when I'm let out of the cradle, acting like a curious and cute child. I was able to send out my mana even while moving, so crawling didn't impede my training. Instead, I viewed it as a chance to improve my mana control as I practiced how to expel mana as quickly as possible while moving my body and being conscious of my surroundings. Zenith, Lilia and Paul all seem happy and excited with me being so active. I knew that I was really doted on and loved. He will run off somewhere once I move my eyes from him. Isn't it good that he's active? I was worried that he didn't cry at all when he was born. And that's why you tossed him into the air.
Haha, don't remind me of that.
I told you he's my son too, so he'd be fine. But even now, he rarely cries. He almost only does it when his diaper is full. Yes, but I would prefer if he also didn't cry at night though, haha. I wasn't entirely sure what it was about, but Zenith and Paul had a discussion when they saw me crawling everywhere. In truth, I was aware that in the original Rudeus got away with being even more suspicious, but since I already only cried when I had a full diaper, I decided to also cry at night to appear more like a normal baby. Otherwise it would just be too strange for my taste and safety. In addition, I developed a rather nasty rash after delaying to report things the first time around, so that's another reason. A child's skin is quite sensitive, I suppose. Fortunately, Zenith seemed to have healed it with healing magic soon after at that time. Afterwards, I would always cry out more often and not worry about it. At this moment, I wanted to try something new. It was walking. Apart from growing my mana pool, these days I also wanted to start training my body from a young age. I remember that it was said in the novel that swordsmen awaken their battle aura instinctively through the training of their bodies. Perhaps training as a toddler would normally be silly, but it was the world of swords and magic, so I couldn't completely trust the usual logic. There was still a chance that beginning to train my entire body as early as possible might be beneficial. At the very least, I knew that it would not be detrimental to be simply active as long as I did things safely and in moderation. It would help my growth. In general, I tried to eat a lot to grow well, so doing some activity to burn the excess calories might also be good, so I don't grow too fat as a kid. Right now, I grabbed the leg of a table, which in my tiny hand appeared more like a giant wooden pillar, and slowly pulled myself up while also using my strength to straighten up my legs. Soon enough, I shakily stood on my 2 legs. It was very shaky and I had to support myself by holding onto the table's leg, but I was able to stand.
Oh my. Look.
Seraph can already stand up. I heard my mother's excited voice. As I held onto the table's leg, a focused and serious expression appeared on my baby face. At a glance, he did it all because he did not want to see his parents fight. This child was simply too kind and adorable. I then recalled the so-called blessed children called Miko, and I reasoned that Seraphim should have been simply one of those, being born with outstanding talent in magic and a brilliant mind. From that moment onwards, Seraph was deeply dedicated to his practice of magic every day. It was not only this, but he also began imitating his father and started training his body. He did not want to disappoint his father's expectations either. When he was still only 2 to 3 years old, he once told me, "I have to work hard to make my parents proud." My heart melted at the time I heard it and when I saw the resolution on little Seraph's face. From that moment onwards, I dedicated myself to wholeheartedly supporting him from behind. I wanted him to grow up to be a splendid adult and a wonderful man. Secretly, I slowly began to care for him in my heart as if he were my own child. As a maid there was not much I could do, but I still would prepare him healthy and nutritious meals, a bath after his training, a change of clothes, words of support and advice, and other things I was able to do. It was hard to say whether Zenith and Paul were good or bad parents, but their opposing personalities seemed to have made Seraphim adopt the best traits of both. He was talented, similar to Paul, but wasn't conceited. A kind-hearted, honest, hard-working, ambitious and determined young boy. Despite that I was only a maid, he seemed to view me more like family. He never disrespected me and was always grateful for my work. It made me feel appreciated and told me that all of my work was worth it. At one point he even began to call my auntie, which I rejected at first, but was internally very happy about it. One day he asked me about my story. He was interested in me as a person. I hesitated initially, but then slowly revealed to him bits and pieces of my past. How my father was an owner of a water god-style dojo, how at one point I trained with his father Paul, and how I used to be a maid for an important noble. Of course, I cut out the part in which Paul forced his way into my bedroom. This child didn't need to know this. So far, he should have viewed his father as a great and heroic man, and I didn't want to ruin this image. As Paul was right now, he was not bad. Especially after the degeneracy that I experienced in the royal palace, I no longer thought of Paul as a bad man. After I revealed Seraphim my story, he reluctantly asked me to teach him swordsmanship. I felt it might hurt Paul's dignity as a father, but Paul indeed was a bad swordsmanship teacher. He had the talent and the ability, but he wasn't good at teaching others. I didn't think I would be an exceptional tutor myself, but since Seraphim asked me so nicely, I felt I shouldn't disappoint him. With this I began to teach Seraphim the techniques and counters of the water god style when he was 4 years old. I couldn't run, and because of this I couldn't fight properly, but Seraph was a very perceptive child and quickly grasped anything I tried to teach him. Even if I did not spar with him myself, I would try to give the boy useful pointers whilst he trained with Paul. Like this, months and years passed in bliss. Seraphim was growing up well. I felt like a real part of the family, and Seraphim was akin to my own child. But it wasn't a time without any difficulties though. Living together with Zenith and Paul, who were incredibly vigorous when it came to their nightly activities, was tough. Listening to their heavy pants every single night, cleaning after their room that has the full scent of the night's aftermath, I accumulated sexual desire. I just settled it myself. Still, as I watched Paul train with the sword in the courtyard every day, a fire in my body started becoming bigger. Every time I saw Paul train, I thought of my first time. I was much younger that time, and it was during the days in the dojo. The person was of course Paul, and it was a forced attack during the night. Even though I didn't hate him, I didn't like him either. The first time wasn't very romantic, and I shed tears right then. But right after that, the fat ministers were there. Once I thought that Paul was better than them, I didn't mind that incident as much. As I heard Paul was hiring maids, I was thinking of using that time as negotiation material. The Paul that I have not seen since back then, was much manlier now. The youthful boy has disappeared, and he has become an intense and rugged man. He still remained a hint of his carefree spirit, but he seemed to be a more reliable husband and father than I imagined. At first, Paul didn't flirt with me. But it wasn't long before he started his occasional sexual harassment. Things like accidentally touching my butt or saying slightly flirtatious comments. It further lit up a fire under me. Paul was, after all, a very attractive and masculine man that was hard to match. However, I endured it. I was determined to endure it for the sake of Seraphim. I knew that if I allowed myself to be consumed by my desires, I might never be able to see this child again. If this matter was revealed, I would be kicked out of the family and would leave behind a scar on Zenith and Paul's relationship, and on Seraphim's mind. I loved this child too much to let this happen. Furthermore, I wanted him to become a good man. Even better man than Paul. Because of this I of course had to give him a proper example with my own actions as well. Even though I wished for a child of my own, I could not do it with Paul. Betraying Zenith, betraying Seraphim, all if it was not acceptable. Every year I am getting older. But even if I won't meet a good man with whom I could start my family like Zenith and Paul, I at least don't want to ruin what I have now. Seeing that young master grows up well, looking after his family, that much is enough to make me happy. Traitor of humans. The three shouted as they were gradually gaining momentum while running faster and faster. Getting suddenly hit by the water balls must have frightened them, even if there was no real damage. Phew. I let out a breath. This small farce was finally over. I dispelled my spell and turned my gaze toward the boy with the basket. The boy was squatted in the middle of the road, covered in mood. He was crouching as if in fear while gaping at me with a dumbfounded expression, his mouth wide open and forming an O shape. I came down the hill and approached him. Hey, are you okay? And your basket too. Coming closer, I could see the boy's face better. Whoa. As expected, the boy had very short hair and pants, resembling a boy from a fair, but it was actually an incredibly cute young girl. Hair too short for a girl, sculpted like nose, small cute lips and a pointed chin. Her porcelain-like skin along with an expression like a frightened rabbit made you want to take care of her and protect her. Her head was covered with a hood and her shoulders were rounded while she was looking up at me. For a while, she didn't speak and just stared at me in amazement, with what seemed to be both reverence and fear. Even though I was the one who saved her, she still looked rather wary. I asked again, "Are you fine? If you're hurt, I can use a healing spell." She sat on the ground and shivered, without getting up, as if she was hurt. Even if I doubted she was wounded, I still asked. I'm fine. She mumbled and showed me a weak expression. She was dirted by mud everywhere. Mud is everywhere on her clothes. Half of her face is covered with mud, and her hair has been turned into the color of mud too. It is a miracle that she managed to protect the basket. I gave her a hand and helped her to get up. Thank you. Your hand is now dirty. It's fine. Well, take it off. What? Take off the coat, so I can wash you. You're all dirty. I smiled. After a brief moment's hesitation, she put aside the basket and took off the coat. Bend your head down. Even though she was bewildered, she still followed the order and bent forward. Like this. Yeah. Now close your eyes. I warmed up the water to the appropriate level with fire magic, then poured it over her. Wah! Grabbed the panicking young girl's neck to stop her from running out of the water and wash the mud from her hair. Even though she resisted at the start, she soon quietened down and just let things happen to her. As for the cloak, I decided to not drench it in water, and to wash it later at home. After washing off the mud, I used fire magic to create a hot gust of wind like from a hairdryer to dry the girl's hair, then I used a handkerchief to carefully wipe her face. As I was finished, the visage of a cute child with long elf-like ears and emerald green-colored green hair appeared before me. We looked at each other for a moment in silence. A curious expression on my face, and equally curious on hers. Thanks. She then thanked me. It made me focus back on the present. No problem. Those kinds of guys need to be taught a lesson. She said nothing, just stared at me. Are you a superd? I then randomly asked to get the conversation going. And no. She strongly refused. I see. No gem on the forehead. But your hair is green. Is that why you were bullied? Why yes. It's because my hair is green. You're fine with it? I shrugged. I don't care. I think your hair color is pretty. I smiled after speaking. She stared at me with wide open eyes. I asked, so are you a demon? No. Ugh. Well, I don't know. My dad says. I'm not from a demon race, but my hair color is different from my dad and mom's. As she got to this point, the girl bursted into tears and started sobbing right in front of me. After a moment's hesitation, I comforted her by stroking her head. I see. For a while, she just sobbed there and I remained silent. Eventually, she quietened down. She looked up at me and spoke up hastily, so, why? Why did you help me? Because it was the right thing to do, I answered in a natural tone. I almost fooled myself. But the other kids might exclude you now. I don't care. I don't want to be friends with these jerks anyway. Then, do you want to be my friend? I then asked. He hadn't failed at anything he tried yet. He was an outstanding kid. Yet despite his ability, or perhaps exactly because of his talent and ability, he was especially afraid of failure. He totally didn't say it because he didn't want all of his overly complicated and innovative modern-age training methods to be constantly observed by others when he did them at 3 years old. I reassured him then that it's fine to fail and gave him more space with his experiments by not watching him so closely, so he could gain more self-confidence. At this moment, I saw him start with a warm-up. After doing a few light rounds around the house, he then started swinging his legs and doing different kinds of stretches. As he told me, he called these dynamic stretches. Throughout, he glanced at me a few times, but I simply smiled and relaxed in my chair. He then prepared for his first exercise. A second iron bar that I got for him recently was in front of him. Circular stone weights were attached to the ends of it. He used some earth magic to create small blocks and raise the bar slightly from the ground, as he seemed to have had trouble reaching it in a way he wanted. Then he stretched out his hand and started lifting the weight off the ground while straightening his body, repetition after repetition. I saw him doing a similar thing with a round stone weight before. Is it something new he's experimenting with? Either way, after he was finished with his exercise, I stood up and approached him. Yesterday, I decided to spend more time with my son. More quality time that wasn't just me attacking him with a wooden stick during sword practice. I realized that I didn't know my child as well as I thought, and also realized that Seraph was really still a kid, no matter how brilliant he was. He was growing up fast. In the future, I might not have many chances to interact with him like this. After coming up to Seraph, who began scribbling something in his notebook, I coughed, "Ehem. Can I try it?"
Oh, okay.
Seraphim looked surprised, but didn't decline me. I approached the iron bar and bent down to pick it up, the same as Seraph did. Or at least I thought I did it the same way.
Seraph quickly said, "No, this isn't a good height.
You need to be able to reach it without rounding your back. If you round your back, it isn't a safe and strong position."
I see.
Something like this. My boy created stone blocks at the sides to increase the ground level below the weights a bit. I put down the iron bar, and thought I'd pick it up again. "How do I do it?"
I asked.
Although it was a simple action of lifting something from the ground, I allowed my boy to explain.
Let's see.
First, feet spread at less than shoulder length are fine. Don't round your shoulders and your back, stay tight. Now extend your arms and bend down to grab the bar, slightly squatting. Something like this. Remember to not round your back and stay tight.
Like this. Yeah.
Now bring it up in one movement.
Like this.
Pull back your shoulders and push your hips forward. That's too much, just be straight. Good. You can bring it back down and go again. I did the exercise a few times while Seraph was correcting me. Then I finally let it down, smiled and asked him, "So, why are you doing this?" Seraphim looked a little surprised, then thought for a moment and explained, "Well, for this exercise, I noticed it works the lower back and the muscles at the back of the legs. It also seems like a good exercise to train the entire body's lifting strength overall."
I see.
Don't squats also exercise the legs? I asked a random question to keep the conversation going.
Yes.
But I think squats focus more on the muscles at the front of the legs. And also on butt muscles. The back of the legs is neglected, so I thought of this exercise that stresses the muscles at the back and also the lower back.
I see. I grinned. Yeah, this kid is a genius.
The things he does are completely innovative in this world. I never even thought much about what each exercise does and simply did the same thing everyone did. Push-ups, squats, sit-ups, some running and sword swinging. Push-ups train arms, squats work legs, and that's it. But Seraphim didn't take the common methods for granted and carefully tested each exercise himself. I asked, "So how do you know which exercises work which muscles?" "Some of it is guesswork, but after I do hard training focused on a single exercise, I can see which muscles burn the most."
I see.
"So, can I train with you from now on?" Apart from my daily watch and some sword training, I had quite a lot of free time. I haven't made much progress these years, so I felt it might not hurt to try doing the training Seraph does.
I guess.
But you would need to get more iron bars for yourself.
Sure thing.
It's better if they're stronger too. Something like hardened steel.
Got it.
Thick enough to fit into the hand and strong enough, so they wouldn't bend because you'll make them heavier for your old man, right?
Yes.
Steel is not exactly free in this world, but for our family of XS-rank adventurers these kinds of expenses are nothing much. I said, "Now, I'll need to go to do my watch. I'll visit the blacksmith too. See you later on sword training, Seraph." "Yes."
Why yeah.
"I'll go play with Sylphie after this, then come back in the afternoon."
Good.
"Try to avoid getting into a fight if possible."
Yes.
"Listen Seraph, I want you to be careful with overusing your strength, but it doesn't mean you should let yourself be bullied. Behave in a way that would not bring our family shame. As long as you follow what I taught you, Remember that your dad will always stand on your side. I added those words, thinking back to my time in the Nodo's family.
Yes?
After saying my lines, I turned to leave. But then Seraph called after me. Dad, I was thinking of something.
Yeah. I turned back.
From Seraphim's expression, I could see that he wanted something.
I have a request.
I thought that it isn't really the best if I spar only with you. I mean, you're so much bigger and stronger than me, it's like fighting a giant. I think I should train with someone that's around my age.
Ah, so it's about sword training.
Well, what Seraph said is true. When we are sparring, I can never take him seriously because of how small he is. At best, he can strike my ankles like a goblin or cut my legs and stomach, but he can't properly reach my chest or neck with his sword. If he could also train with someone that's more his age and stature, it would be much better. His swordsmanship would progress faster. Was this something he thought of after getting into the fight with those three?
Anyway, I see. You're right.
But you won't find anyone who's a good match for you in the village. Even if there are youngsters in the village who know some basic swordsmanship, they would be a lot older than him. Can you do something?
Yeah.
There'd be no one like this in the village, but I could ask around.
Just leave it to your dad.
At that time, I thought of Philip. In Roa there ought to be some kids that are into swordsmanship. Because Seraph had already reached the elementary rank in Sword God and Water God style at 5 years old and was a talented and strong kid, he would need someone more in the 7 to 9-year-old range to spar with.
When I'm in town, I'll send Philip a letter, I thought.
Seraphim's POV. After eating my second breakfast, the post-workout meal, I went out to meet with Sylphie as I planned. This time I brought along the magic guidebook with me as well. But when I approached the hill, I saw that there were people already there.
I heard voices. Statue worshipping a demon. Break it. It's a demon summoning. We have to stop it.
A few people were striking the stone statue of Sylphie I made yesterday with stones, sticks and mud balls. These were the bullies I faced yesterday, plus some new additions. Apart from that, someone was crying. The person crying was of course Sylphie. She was curled up next to the tree, sobbing, and covered in mud.
No, stop it.
Seraph put a lot of work into making it.
Sylphie cried. Be silent, demon.
We won't let your summoning finish. It seemed that Sylphie was trying to stop the bullies from destroying the statue, but she was too scared and couldn't do anything, and just kept crying.
I frowned.
These barbarians. Destroying a piece of art like this. And making my magical girl cry. They're really courting death.
It's him. It's the knight's kid.
The kids finally noticed me. Today there were 7 of them in total. Apart from the 3 from before, 2 older kids seemed to have joined them and also the 2 kids that lived near the Greyrat house. When I appeared, they all became alert.
Seraph.
Sylphiette also looked at me with a pitiful and apologizing expression, her eyes full of tears. I looked at her carefully. Although it was slight, she was bleeding from her lip. Was she trying to stop them from destroying the statue and they fought back?
My expression darkened. No.
These guys are the definition of courting death. This young master cannot forgive you anymore. Perhaps they detected my anger, because one of the kids looked at the other and said, Somel, your mom said that he won't use magic again, right?
Why yeah.
That's what the knight said, a chubby kid answered. At this answer, the pack seemed to have regained their spirits. They all looked at me and pointed their sticks at me.
Demon lover.
Demon wizard, we challenge you to a duel. Without magic.
What? What is this? A duel 7 against 1?
And, as a magician, I'm forbidden from using magic? Because I can't use magic, they came for revenge? But why would I need to agree to any of this? I stretched out my hand and formed 8 water balls in the air. What? You're using magic, you're cheating. You can't use magic. I calmly said. You guys have no right to tell me what I can and can't do. Maybe these guys thought that it was a game, but it wasn't for me. I was here to groom my trusted magician girl assistant. It was serious business. Besides, in the process of their game they were ruining someone's life. Sylphie didn't view it as a game either. For her, it was a living nightmare. Aside from what they were doing to Sylphie, for brats with no power or status, these guys were going way too far by messing with a knight's kid anyway. They were asking for a beating. If anything, this was a beneficial experience for them. Like this, I shot out my water balls at the 7 of them without a care.
Wah! Watch out!
The water balls hit most of them. Some of them fell back, some of them resisted it. I formed another round of cold water balls and sent another salvo at them. The kids were screaming in a panic as the balls of water hit them again.
Ah! It's cold. So cold. Damn it.
I made the water volume rather large, but held back on the power to not actually cause any lasting harm. I formed a third wave of water balls and called out, "You imprudent fools! Haven't you learned your lesson? Not only is what you're doing wrong, you're messing with someone you shouldn't have." The 7 drenched guys glared at me as they listened, with expressions dominated by fear. Don't think you can do whatever you want and get away with it. In this world there are people you absolutely can't mess with.
Keep this in mind.
And now get lost before I get too angry. I don't want to see you bullying Sylphie again. As I finished my scolding, I dispelled the water balls and glared at them.
Got it?
I asked again as I saw the 7 of them simply stared at me with wide eyes.
Why yeah. Let's leave, this isn't fun. Yeah. Let's just leave him alone.
He's crazy, one of them whispered. The brats, one by one, turned around and then began leaving in a hurry. As they began leaving, I turned to look at Sylphie, who had already gotten up from the ground and was slowly approaching me with slight apprehension and a shocked look.
Are you fine?
I asked as I approached her.
Why yeah. But I am sorry. I couldn't stop them.
They damaged the statue you made.
Wahaha.
Sylphie started crying, tears rolling down her face. I could see that rather than being concerned about herself, she was crying because she failed to protect the statue I made. Through her crying, I felt it was useless trying to speak to her, so I simply placed a hand on her cheek and cast a healing spell.
Healing.
As I whispered the name of the spell for comfort, I sent healing mana into Sylphie's body to get rid of any wounds and pain. Perhaps due to the pleasant and strange feeling, but Sylphie mostly quietened down as she looked at me. I said, "Don't worry about the statue. I can always make another one. If I really didn't want something of mine to be damaged or stolen, I wouldn't simply leave it out in the open." This was also good. It was a chance for me to act heroically again. I made that statue mostly for practice anyway. After healing Sylphie, I gave her a handkerchief, then while she began clearing her face of tears and whatnot, I inspected the statue. Sylphie's statue was made in a kneeling position and it was too heavy for the kids to flip it around. After checking it out, there seemed to be basically no damage. I could not go all out on hardness while sculpting it at the same time, but the statue made by my earth magic was not something that some kids could break. The only exception was the ears that were sticking out. One of Sylphie's long elf ears was broken off. I searched and picked up the ear from the ground, then mended it.
Done.
What was left was washing the statue and it would be like new. As I finished, Sylphie quietly spoke up while slowly approaching me. Seraph?"
Yes.
She handed me the dirted handkerchief which I carefully took into my fingers at the corner and said, "How do you make it fly?"
The water.
I tried earlier, but it only came out and plop, fell to the ground.
This.
She probably tried to use magic against the bullies, but it failed. I haven't taught Sylphie how to use her magic to attack yet, but for good reasons. Firstly, Sylphie didn't even have enough mana to practice it yesterday, but the main reason was the same for why the method was not included in the magic guidebook. It was a safety concern. That's how we figured it was with Roxy. The magic guidebook listed all kinds of spells, but the method of firing them was not there, probably to prevent the practitioners from accidentally harming themselves or someone else. In this world, if someone was rich enough to afford a magic guidebook and his status was high enough to be able to read, they would also be able to afford a magic tutor. Practically, you normally would only learn magic if you had someone to teach you. Okay, I'll teach you. But you have to promise me that you won't use your magic to bully others, yes?
Yes. Good, then let's start.
When I came back home, I learned that Mrs. Ito came over again and made a commotion because her Somel kid had gotten sick due to me drenching him in cold water for the second time. Paul gave her some customary words and afterwards asked me for an explanation. I described to him step by step what kind of sight greeted me when I got up the hill to meet with Sylphie. I said, because Dad told Somel's mom that I won't overuse my magic again, the village's kids ganged up on me and Sylphie for revenge, gathering 7 of them. When I got to our meeting place, I saw Sylphie in tears and slightly bleeding from her lip while the statue I built was being hit by rocks. In the end, I threw some cold water at them and scolded them. As I observed Paul's face while describing things, I felt as if he himself wanted to go and beat up those brats. Naturally, he gave me a mild warning, but didn't punish me. After that incident, the village's kids didn't dare to bother either me or Sylphie. The hill near the large tree became our territory. In the following few days, I continued meeting Sylphie to teach her magic. Starting from the second day, apart from magic training, I also began training her physically and in the basics of swordsmanship. She listened obediently and enthusiastically did any exercises and drills I told her, even if they were a bit hard. Whether she was like this because she respected me, wanted to keep playing with me, or wanted to become strong to not be bullied, I motivated her on top of that in various ways and treated our training as playing to make it fun for her. Even though doing squats, Running around the large tree and swinging a stick was tiring. She did not lack spirit and was especially happy when I praised her for her hard work. Unrelated to that, after 2 days Paul approached me with a suspicious smile. "Seraph, are you having fun playing with Sylphie?"
He asked me. "Yeah, that's good.
By the way, I asked around in search of a good sparring partner for you and I found someone." I raised my eyebrows. Is it the person I hoped it was? If Paul had sent a letter to Philip, like I thought he would, then it is very possible. In these parts he shouldn't have any other meaningful connections, after all. "It's my cousin's, Philip's, daughter, young miss of the Boreas family in Roa," Paul said with a grin.
As I thought.
"The young miss of the Boreas family, in other words, heiress Boreas Greyrat." Paul continued with a suspicious smile. "She's 2 years older than you, but since she's a girl, it should be fine. Philip said that she's quite strong and talented for a girl."
I see.
"What's with this dull reaction? Aren't you excited to meet up with a cute noble girl?" Well, I am excited, but yeah, I simply had a thoughtful reaction. Probably because the only thought on my mind was, just as I planned. There was no surprise. After what I said, Paul had sent a letter to Philip. I'm pretty sure that Paul had bragged about me quite a lot in the letter. But regardless of what was written in the letter, after reading all this, Philip should have thought it would be interesting to have me visit Roa and meet Eris, whether just to meet me and scout me out, or hoping it might have some kind of effect on Eris. I should probably be sent to Roa for a short time, right? It wouldn't be the other way around? As if to answer my questions, Paul continued, "Well, anyway, Philip proposed that you would visit Roa for a month. What do you think?" "I think it would be interesting," I answered again rather calmly. Well, I was happy and excited inwardly. For me, the benefits of visiting Roa 2 years earlier were endless. It was just that it was all within my expectations, a 1 week to 1 month visit to Roa, something like holidays. Then what about Sylphie? Are you fine with leaving her alone? Paul stared at me with a meaningful look. I rolled my eyes and answered expressionlessly, "I am not, so can you wait with it for a few more days? I want to teach her some more magic. I plan to spend around 1 week with Sylphie to build a stronger bond with her first. That would also be enough to have her learn enough magic and physical exercises, so that I could leave her with homework and she could keep progressing by herself while I'm gone." "You're teaching Sylphie magic?" Paul asked with a surprised look. "Yes, she's very talented. I taught her silent casting." I nodded. Are you serious? You taught her silent spellcasting?" "Yep. She's talented." Paul stared at me as if I had grown a second head. After he came to terms with it, he then told me a little about the person that I was supposed to spar with. He said that she's said to be a little feisty, but I'm sure you'll do just fine, while chuckling. He didn't tell me more than that, seemingly on purpose, but I already knew. I knew about the violent and bratty Tsundra Eris. Originally Rudeus only met her about 2 years later as he was forcefully sent off to be Eris's home tutor. But I felt it would be a waste to just wait for things to happen. Now that Roxy set out on her journey, I also wanted to quickly check something in Roa. In the next few days I continued to train Sylphie in magic, swordsmanship and physical exercises. I also began some father and son training with Paul in our home's gym. It was a bit of a pain doing training with Paul, since he joked too often and didn't take it seriously, but well, I had no reason to refuse him. I was honestly a bit curious if my bodybuilding methods might help someone like him reach another level as a warrior. Because Battle Aura was said to be all about training the body and sword practice was just a training method, I felt it should. After one day Paul informed me that the carriage from his cousin's family would visit on the next day, I told Sylphie that I will be going away for a month. When I told her about it, she begged me to stay and cried. "And no. Don't go. Please don't go. Eawawaha." She looked heartbroken. I was her only friend. Without me she would be by herself and have no one to play with. Maybe she also worried she'd become bullied again. I gave her a consoling smile while placing a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's okay. You can now use magic, so no one will bully you. I won't be gone forever. I will be back in 1 month." That day I brought Sylphie back to the Greyrat house for the first time. She was very reluctant to come, but not enough to resist me. I introduced her to Zenith and Lilia. I then instructed both of them to help Sylphie learn the magic incantations from the magic guidebook in my stead. While being at it, I also asked Paul to teach Sylphie some swordsmanship. He agreed before realizing what he had gotten into. Well, during this time Sylphie has already learned about half of the elementary rank spells under me and could cast most of them silently. She was a genius. The only thing that limited her from learning more was her mana and time. All this wasn't necessary. But my purpose was for Sylphie to grow closer to our family while I'm gone, like an external member. Then everyone here might also invest themselves into helping Sylphie learn things like reading while I'm away in the future. Next day was the time of my departure. I would normally be out playing with Sylphie near the large tree after my morning training, but that day she came over instead to see me off and play at my house. She also did her final attempt at trying to convince me to stay. I was forced to use kind words and reason again to make her realize that it wasn't the end of the world and I'll be back soon enough. To raise her spirits, I promised her that I'll buy her a souvenir when I'm in Roa. She looked very interested when I mentioned it. Shortly after noon that day, a carriage appeared at our house's gate. The doors of the carriage creaked open and she slowly came out. She was a muscular dark brown-skinned beast woman with a sharp face, a cat's ears, a tiger's tail and a sword at her hip. Ah! When the beast woman looked at us, Sylphie let out a cry and hid behind me. I swallowed a bit of saliva, then stepped out. Placing a hand on my heart and slightly bowing, I said, "My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Are you father's old companion, Ghislaine?" Paul did already tell me that Ghislaine will be picking me up, so I didn't have to act as if I knew absolutely nothing about her. "Yeah. Sword King Ghislaine," she replied expressionlessly.
"You are Paul's son? You're awfully polite."
"I see you took more after Zenith." I smiled slightly. "Is that so?" "Yeah. You look just like her too." Ghislaine's expression did not change much as she was observing me, probably together with Sylphie. I said, Ghislaine-san, can I duel you?"
Ghislaine looked surprised. "I'm a magician."
"I would like to see if my moves will work on a Sword King." A chance to duel a Sword King, without too many prying eyes. I wondered just how well my magic would fare. For Paul, he was defenseless against my gravity magic. If affected, he could only throw his sword at me. But what about a completely different existence, a Sword King? Besides, this kind of thing might be a quick ticket toward gaining Ghislaine's respect.
"So that's it. Well, that's fine. And Ghislaine is enough."
Ghislaine agreed easily. Judging by her expressions, she probably did not expect much from me. I wonder how much she knew about me from Paul and Philip. Either way, I said that just in case, I apologize in advance if I hurt you. I'll try to be careful. And if you do get hurt, I can quickly use healing magic.
"That's fine. Don't worry about it." "Well then."
I put aside the wooden sword that I used to play with Sylphie. I then stepped out and faced Ghislaine with just my two open hands. Ghislaine looked back at me expressionlessly, her hand casually resting on the pommel of her sword.
"Well then, let's start."
I slightly stretched out both my hands. And I used gravity magic with my right hand. The simplest and the most efficient use of gravity magic, zero gravity field. In an area of effect, it removes all effects of gravity, making people and things float about like on a spaceship. As a result, Ghislaine showed a surprised expression as she suddenly started floating, her limbs and tail flailing around as her body's balance became distorted. At the same time I started casting a spell with my left hand, intermediate rank stone cannon. I practiced with this spell a lot. It was my fastest spell. The fastest when it came to the projectile's flying speed, that is. I created a slim and long cone-shaped bullet, hardened it, then added an accelerating spin to it. I then packed my hand and bullet full of mana, making my attack ready for launch. The entire process took about 2 seconds. This was as much as I needed to create my full-power stone cannon at my current level. By now Ghislaine had already regained most of her balance. She still looked surprised as she floated in midair, failing to touch the ground to gain a strong position, but she already drew her sword and was ready to swing it while afloat. She also attempted to cut the magic around her, but it failed. Honestly, she looked surprisingly level-headed for her situation. Perhaps that was the result of her belief in her strength. I exchanged silent glances with Ghislaine. I think she would get the message to brace herself. Then I launched my stone cannon. "Ghislaine, if it pierces your stomach, sorry. I'll heal you quickly. I know you're tough, you'll be fine," I thought. But it was necessary for me to test the limits of my strength. As I shot out my slim bullet, Ghislaine's sword moved. Chong. When Ghislaine stopped her movement with her sword arm outstretched, I saw that she was uninjured. Meanwhile my bullet could not be found anywhere. One might think that after being cut down, the two halves should have floated in the zero-gravity area, but it was simply not there. The mana that formed it disintegrated. It was the result of an advanced rank technique of the water god style that allows a swordsman to cut down magic spells. Although Ghislaine was a sword king of the sword god style, knowing a technique to counter magic was still a must for all decent swordsmen. "So it failed," I murmured. I carefully looked at Ghislaine. She was sending me a shocked look. Her eyes were widened and a bit of sweat was building up on her head as she continued waving around her hands and feet in a mild panic. "I see." I asked, "Ghislaine, Can you free yourself and drop down?
Ghislaine frowned.
Her posture relaxing, she took her eye patch, then started swinging her sword around herself. But once again, what she was doing was ineffective. Ghislaine continued floating in the air, unable to advance or retreat, and only capable of moving her limbs.
No. She couldn't free herself. I see.
As I thought, gravity magic really ignores battle aura. Even a sword king can't resist it. It does not matter how strong or fast your body is, if you lose everything that keeps you grounded to the earth, you will begin to float in midair and be mostly helpless. It was that kind of logic. This was the power of gravity magic, the power of physics. And a counter against all battle aura users. Though there should still be ways to go around it. If Ghislaine threw her sword at me, I would probably not be able to avoid it. If she caused a shockwave with a sword swing, there was a chance she would be pushed back out of my magic's range. But the fact was that she was unable to approach me on foot even if I just used gravity magic in its simplest form. At the beginning, her balance was interrupted as well, but unfortunately my spell casting was too slow to make good use of it. As for my stone cannon, perhaps I subconsciously held back a little, since it was Ghislaine, but that attack should still be about 90% of my power. Not quite enough yet to get through a real sword king, it seemed. If I used ice magic instead, I could have frozen and killed Ghislaine most likely. I already tried it on Paul. Water and ice magic combined with simple gravity magic was an astute move that's difficult to counter. If I used fire magic, I could have fried her and she would have no choice but to retreat. But I was still not at the level where my stone cannon could one-shot a semi-immobilized sword king.
A shame.
Well, I'm still 5 years old, so there's plenty of room for me to improve.
How was that?
My kid is quite a genius with magic, haha. Paul walked out of the house at that moment with a grin.
Ghislaine, it's been a while.
Zenith also walked out, with a gentle smile. Ghislaine let out a low grunt. I cancelled my gravity magic and she dropped to the ground, landing on all fours like a cat. Ghislaine ignored Zenith and Paul after straightening her and looked at me with a surprised face. What was it that you used? I never saw magic like this. It's my personal magic. I smiled slightly.
I see.
What do you think? When Seraph uses this move, even with advanced rank in water god style, I can't go out. Was it the same with you?
Paul asked. I couldn't move.
I could move around and swing my sword, but it felt as if I'm not going anywhere, Ghislaine replied with a solemn look.
I know, right?
I can't cut it down too. This spell is a counter against the sword god style. My son is a real genius.
Haha.
I smiled a little. When I first used gravity magic against Paul, he was indignant. He was not willing to accept that he was completely done in by a single spell.
Quite a transformation.
Now he was bragging about me. But I felt it's normal. If I spent my entire life training with the sword, adventuring and slaying countless monsters, just to be immobilized by a toddler dabbling in magic, I would also want to deny reality. Toward Paul's bragging, Ghislaine was silent. Ghislaine, I'm glad to see you doing well. You'll be taking our boy to Roa, right? Zenith spoke up as she approached us with Paul. At those words, Ghislaine's expression slightly relaxed and she nodded. That's right. Following that, Ghislaine began chatting with Paul and Zenith. In the meantime, I turned to Sylphie, who was still staring with mouth agape and an apprehensive expression. Sylphie, I'll be leaving.
MMMH.
Sylphie looked depressed and tears formed in her eyes, but I feel she was forced to realize by now that I would leave no matter what. You'll keep practicing magic and doing what I told you?
I asked her.
Before leaving, I gave Sylphie homework. I told her to exhaust her mana every day and gave her a workout plan to follow while I'm gone. In addition, I instructed her on a practice method to do at home that might help her grasp pure mana manipulation. If she manages that, I would teach her disrupt magic. Once Sylphie learns disrupt magic, I could also begin improving my ability to resist magical interrupts from people like Orsted. The younger I am when I start this, the better it would probably be for me.
Yes, Sylphie said. Good.
When I come back, I'll test you and we'll play. After that, I picked up my hand luggage from inside the house that included my notebooks. Paul brought in some more luggage from the inside, then told me, as you saw, that woman is a sword king. When it comes to the blade, you won't find a better teacher this side of the country apart from the sword sanctum. If you train with her, you'll improve much better than with me. Don't waste this chance.
Yes. I nodded. Seraph.
After that, a concerned Zenith approached me to see me off with tears in her eyes. I then boarded the carriage with Ghislaine. As I waved at everyone through the open window, the carriage eventually set off. Sylphie was also waving her hand in a farewell, crying. Nearby, Zenith was also crying in Paul's arms. My only son is leaving me for a whole month. I'll be so lonely.
No worries.
I'll take care of that loneliness. As the house was no longer visible from within the carriage, Ghislaine spoke up. Your parents really love you, don't they?
Yeah.
Mai and Ghislaine sat opposite each other, each observing the other silently. I could feel that my magic left a profound impression on Ghislaine. On that matter, I spoke up. Was my magic so easy to cut down?
HM?
You mean the spell that you shot at me when I was in midair?
Yes. Ghislaine shook her head. No.
I had a hard time deflecting it.
It was very fast. I see.
Not quite fast enough for a sword king.
Ghislaine didn't reply. No more commentary.
Maybe she thought, just who do you think a sword king is? After that, she did not speak up on her own either. Not much of a talker. But well, if she says that my stone cannon was difficult to cut down, I would be satisfied. Did this mean that after another year or so of magic training, she won't be able to deflect it? Well, I look forward to the future. Even Rudeus always had incredibly strong magic as a kid. Except that he never brought it out and didn't do any specialized combat training directed at destructive power before he turned 10 and ended up on the demon continent. But at around 10 years of age his mana pool already ended its growth stage. If apart from getting a planet-sized mana pool and making dolls, I focused most of my childhood on becoming a killing machine, just how strong could I become? While doing some magic training and making small talk with Ghislaine for the next few hours, the carriage eventually reached Roa, the largest city of the Fatoa region. Leaving the rural village, I was to spend a month in the Boreas estate. A new world of opportunities was open before me. I was excited. It was evening when the carriage arrived in the city of Roa, after around 6 hours of travel. The first thing that caught the eye were the citadel's walls. Sturdy walls, 7 to 8 meters tall, wrapped around the city. It wasn't just the Lord's Manor that was fortified, but the entire city was well protected. To surround the entire city with such a wall, something like this would have never been done back on Earth. Should be the result of Earth magic, I thought. Horse-drawn carriages came and went through the gigantic gate. As our coach passed through it, I saw lines of merchant stalls lined up along the street. The first building behind the gate was a large stable and something that looked like an inn. A crowd of people bustled to and fro, merchants, townspeople and even armor-clad warriors. It was truly a view from a fantasy novel. As the carriage continued in silence, we eventually approached the Lord's Manor, which more resembled a castle. I didn't talk with Ghislaine much and she also did not tell me much about the mistress that I'm supposed to train with either, but I felt that the atmosphere was rather comfortable. Each of us acknowledged the other's strength and thought well of the other, I suppose. Soon enough the carriage came to a stop. After we entered the manor, a butler led us to what looked to be a reception room. We were pointed toward 2 sofas lined up together. Please take a seat. As I sat on the sofa, Ghislaine silently drew away and stood watch in the center of the room with a serious business-like face. Pretty cool. The young master should be here shortly. Please wait until he does. The butler poured what seemed to be tea into an expensive-looking cup. Then he retreated and stood by the entrance of the room. I took a glance at the cup first. Glassware and detailed ceramics are rather expensive in this world. I could later simulate and copy this cup with earth magic. After being painted, it could be sold for a good amount of money. Perhaps if I made my products especially durable, they might become a popular brand? These could be produced en masse, rather than figurines that require immense level of detail. Having these kinds of thoughts at the back of my mind, I took a sip of the steaming drink. Ghislaine. At that moment a loud shout was heard. Then the doors burst open. I looked in that direction. However, contrary to my expectations, the person shouting and bursting in was not the Lord of the Boreas, but a young red-haired girl. An arrogant and fierce expression, being 2 years older than me. Her eyes were sharp and narrow, her hair wavy and crimson red. She placed her hands on her hips, looked at Ghislaine and called out joyfully, Ghislaine, you're back. Yeah. I'm back, Eris Oju-sama. Ghislaine nodded slightly. The two were looking at each other and I was completely ignored. I put down the cup of tea and prepared to get up. Eris looked at Ghislaine for a while, then turned toward the center of the room, toward me. Seeing me, she spread out her legs wide, puffed out her chest and crossed her arms as she glared down at me and snorted. That's him. I stood up from my sofa and did a noble's greeting. My name is Seraphim Greyrat. Are you the young miss I'm supposed to train with? Eris narrowed her eyes and raised her voice. What is this? You're younger than me. It seems to be this way, I replied calmly. I'll crush you to bits. My gentle smile did not waver. I heard you're very talented with the sword. I look forward to training with you. I'll beat you to a pulp. Eris glared at me, but I felt she seemed rather happy after I complimented her. Where is he? Another loud shout was heard from the outside.
In here.
A buff muscular man entered the room. He looked around 50, but despite a peppering of white in his hair, he looked rather lively and energetic.
Grandfather.
As Eris called out to him, the middle-aged man glanced at her, then his sharp and fierce gaze swept through the room and settled on me.
I slightly gulped. But it's all right.
I'm already well prepared for this. Beforehand I learned the basics of Azuran noble etiquette from Lilia. I placed a hand on my heart and bowed slightly in a trained motion. My name is Seraphim Greyrat, son of Paul Greyrat. It's nice to meet you.
HM. You're Paul's kid? You don't look like it.
The middle-aged grandfather replied in a very loud voice. I took more after my mother.
So that's it.
I see Paul at least taught you some manners.
Good.
I will permit you to stay here. After saying that, the master of the house turned and strode out of the room, his chest puffed out and shoulders broad. As if imitating him, Eris let out a snort and then directly left the room with wide and strong steps as well. The two entered like a storm and left like a storm. That man is the liege lord of the Fatoa region, Soros Boreas Greyrat. He is also Master Paul's uncle. Meanwhile that young girl is his granddaughter, Eris Boreas Greyrat.
I see.
Well, I already knew that.
What's going on, Thomas?
You left the door wide open. Someone appeared in the doorway, a thin, lightweight man with sleek brown hair. It seems like father and Eris are in a good mood. Did something happen? Around 6 months have passed since my reincarnation. Throughout these months, I continued exhausting my mana every day, then I'd mindfully meditate for the remainder of the time I was awake, and I was serious about it. After another 5 months, equal to a whole 150 days, my mana capacity seems to have grown hundreds of times compared to what it was before. If my mana capacity was around the size of a bathtub 5 months ago, then now it was probably the size of an Olympic pool. In the very beginning my total mana seemed to double each day I exhausted my MP. While I don't think this rate of relative improvement was maintained for long, I was still progressing at a very fast pace. As my total mana amount became larger, my growth with each day that passed also increased. At that same time, my mana output naturally improved as well, and by now I was able to send out a river of mana through my hands, akin to a real small river. Because both my mana pool and mana output increased simultaneously, I was still able to use the simple method of pure mana manipulation to exhaust my mana without problems, even though my time required for it was increasing as my mana pool grew. Either way, my method of training remained viable for the time being, and hopefully will be until I begin learning real magic. 5 months ago, I have also included into my schedule a slightly special mana output practice. It didn't take me too long to release all of my mana through my hands, and then I had a lot of free time each day. Given that I had a lot of free time, I began to spend a portion of it by releasing a part of my mana through my mouth instead of my arms. It was not the most efficient method, but it did not matter, since I had the time. My hope was that by training these magic pathways I might be able to develop them to the point that one day they can be used for casting real magic, just like through a regular person's hands. I could release my mana through my entire body as well, but I felt that this method was way too disorderly, chaotic and significantly too inefficient to eventually make it viable for casting spells. I had a strong feeling that I had to choose a single body part to focus on developing, and I eventually picked the throat. The mana flow to all body parts apart from my hands was equally terrible and didn't seem to be improving. If I at least picked the throat, it might allow me to be a bit better at using howling magic. At least, I knew that it was something that's possible from reading the novel, unlike casting magic directly from the feet. If I became too greedy and tried to accomplish something that was too ridiculous, I might just be wasting my time on an impossible task and accomplish nothing in the end. All this time, I also continued my mindful meditation practice when I was out of mana. In conclusion, each day I would still mindfully meditate for a few hours while focusing on my breath, a peaceful state of mind and the condition of my body, as well as exhaust my mana at full power through my hands, but a portion of my mana I would always also release through my throat, attempting to strengthen the mana pathways in that area. In the meantime, while listening to Paul and Zenith's conversations during the last half year, I started to understand the new language a little bit. To be honest, it was very difficult for me to grasp this new language just by listening to the limited conversations around me while having no basic knowledge of the grammar or vocabulary. It was also unlike the languages I knew. Rudeus seemed to have learned it fairly easily in the novel, but I believe he compared it to Japanese at one point. And if it really is based on Japanese, then I'm out of luck, because I simply don't know Japanese. And so, it seems that learning this world's language will be a drag. By now, I am only able to understand some simple words as I try to grasp the basic grammar. Apart from this, over the last 6 months my body grew up a little and by now I had enough control to be able to crawl. I would crawl all around the house with a smile and explore it when I'm let out of the cradle, acting like a curious and cute child. I was able to send out my mana even while moving, so crawling didn't impede my training. Instead, I viewed it as a chance to improve my mana control as I practiced how to expel mana as quickly as possible while moving my body and being conscious of my surroundings. Zenith, Lilia and Paul all seem happy and excited with me being so active. I knew that I was really doted on and loved. He will run off somewhere once I move my eyes from him. Isn't it good that he's active? I was worried that he didn't cry at all when he was born. And that's why you tossed him into the air.
Haha, don't remind me of that.
I told you he's my son too, so he'd be fine. But even now, he rarely cries. He almost only does it when his diaper is full. Yes, but I would prefer if he also didn't cry at night though, haha. I wasn't entirely sure what it was about, but Zenith and Paul had a discussion when they saw me crawling everywhere. In truth, I was aware that in the original Rudeus got away with being even more suspicious, but since I already only cried when I had a full diaper, I decided to also cry at night to appear more like a normal baby. Otherwise it would just be too strange for my taste and safety. In addition, I developed a rather nasty rash after delaying to report things the first time around, so that's another reason. A child's skin is quite sensitive, I suppose. Fortunately, Zenith seemed to have healed it with healing magic soon after at that time. Afterwards, I would always cry out more often and not worry about it. At this moment, I wanted to try something new. It was walking. Apart from growing my mana pool, these days I also wanted to start training my body from a young age. I remember that it was said in the novel that swordsmen awaken their battle aura instinctively through the training of their bodies. Perhaps training as a toddler would normally be silly, but it was the world of swords and magic, so I couldn't completely trust the usual logic. There was still a chance that beginning to train my entire body as early as possible might be beneficial. At the very least, I knew that it would not be detrimental to be simply active as long as I did things safely and in moderation. It would help my growth. In general, I tried to eat a lot to grow well, so doing some activity to burn the excess calories might also be good, so I don't grow too fat as a kid. Right now, I grabbed the leg of a table, which in my tiny hand appeared more like a giant wooden pillar, and slowly pulled myself up while also using my strength to straighten up my legs. Soon enough, I shakily stood on my 2 legs. It was very shaky and I had to support myself by holding onto the table's leg, but I was able to stand.
Oh my. Look.
Seraph can already stand up. I heard my mother's excited voice. As I held onto the table's leg, a focused and serious expression appeared on my baby face. The butler Thomas said, "This is the young master."
Pardon me.
Just a moment ago the master and the young miss met with Lord Seraphim. It seems they got along well.
Aha.
But if they got along well, then perhaps I have invited the wrong person. He took a seat on the sofa across from me with a slight smile.
Time to introduce myself.
Just like a moment ago, I did a noble's greeting by placing a hand on my heart and slightly bowing. It's nice to meet you. I'm Seraphim Greyrat, son of Paul Greyrat. Ah yes, and I am Philip Boreas Greyrat. Your manners are quite good for someone so young, and especially Paul's son. I suppose that's why father was pleased, isn't it?
I think so.
I can imagine. Now please sit down. He flounced back upon the sofa with a thud. Following his example, I also sat down. Philip said, "So what's your first impression of my daughter?" "Of Eris. It seems she's very energetic."
I smiled.
"Is that so?"
Philip smiled.
"Well, I heard you got along well. How did this happen?" "I was only polite. She was determined to crush me to bits though."
Haha. I see.
He chuckled, then put his hand on his chin and gazed at the table as if lost in thought. He then asked, "Say, do you like girls?"
I guess.
"But not as much as father." I smiled wryly. "Is that so?"
Then it's fine. Philip smiled.
"Paul is the type of man who would go to any lengths if it was for a cute girl, so I figured you might have been the same." My wry smile intensified. "I'm supposed to be 5. Just what were you suspecting?"
Anyway.
Like I wrote in the letter to Paul, my girl is a little spoiled. She looks up to her grandfather and is a bit violent.
I hope you'll be tolerant. Yes.
Yes, Paul has praised you a lot. But among other things, it seems that you're a very talented young magician. Philip looked me in the eyes with some kind of analytical expression.
So it's that.
I wondered just how much Paul had told him. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, it's true. It seems I'm quite talented at magic."
Oh my, how humble.
"You seem very bright for your age as well. But it's still very shocking for a 5-year-old to have achievements like yours, fantastical even. Paul likes to brag and tell jokes, but I don't think he would go that far. Ghislaine, What do you think? Okay, so he should already know I'm saint ranked. I nid have expected that. Still, I'm glad he didn't outwardly babble about it. As Philip looked at her, Ghislaine replied, I've seen Seraphim's magic.
I don't think it's false.
He's very talented. Is that so?
Ghislaine nodded.
If I let down my guard, he might even defeat me.
Oh.
Interesting you would say that. Philip muttered in surprise. Only if I have enough time to send out my magic, I added to downplay myself and then sent Ghislaine a meaningful look. Before this I told her to not talk about my real combat strength. Ghislaine was expressionless. She probably thought that it was fine to tell Philip. But I personally did not like the look of that butler Thomas. Philip glanced at me again, but this time his attitude seemed to have slightly changed. He placed a hand on his chin and after a few seconds said, Anyway, I heard from Paul that at your age you're also skilled at reading, writing and arithmetics. Is that true?
Yes.
My parents and master taught me from a young age.
Ha ha.
Paul being so focused on education, it's really the first.
Ha ha. Philip burst into laughter. Sorry.
In truth, the reason I invited you to Roa is not only because Paul asked me to find you a sparring partner, but because I hoped that you'd be somehow able to influence my daughter to make her begin studying. If the two interacted, just what would happen, I wondered. Though, to be honest, I don't expect much. At the very least, both of you could improve your swordsmanship by training together, so there is no loss, right?
Philip looked at me.
I only have to warn you to not be too violent with my daughter and not hurt her with magic. If you do, I'll have to send you back.
I understand.
Well, that would be it for today. We'll see how it goes.
Philip stood up.
Your first swordsmanship lesson will happen tomorrow, right, Ghislaine?
Yes.
I'll still do Eris's training before nighttime, but Seraphim can take a rest. I heard he already trained.
All right.
Seraphim, then for now you can settle in your room. I'm sure you're tired after the journey.
Yes.
Welcome to Roa. The meeting ended like this. I was able to live in the Lord's Manor and would receive lessons from Ghislaine the Sword King for free while I'm here for a month, so it was certainly a good deal for me. The mansion's workers guided me to the place where I was supposed to live from now on. The room was exquisitely furnished. It had a large bed and other heavily decorated furniture, beautiful curtains, and a brand new bookcase. This had to be a guest room, rather than a servant's room, given to me because I was a Greyrat and technically a guest. Most of the maids in that place were beast folks, as expected. The butlers brought in my baggage for me, and the maids brought me a warm dinner. We were made to pick up the wooden longswords. After picking up the training sword, I immediately felt that it was not quite designed for a 5-year-old to use. It was slightly too long and heavy. It wasn't very heavy, but it was not exactly weightless either. But that was only to my advantage. I modified gravity around my body to make everything half as light. The wooden sword in my hand then became as light as a dry tree branch. My entire body also became much lighter. Since I always had another dedicated strength training unit in a day, sword training for me was mostly about stamina and technique. There was no demerit in doing this and helping me to train at maximum proficiency for longer. That's just for this sparring session anyway. My goal today was to overpower Eris, so I had to converse my strength. I had to bring down her arrogance a notch today, otherwise she'll never begin to respect me. We first began to do practice swings by imitating Ghislaine, and Ghislaine was correcting our forms. The difference between Paul's and Ghislaine's teaching methods could be immediately felt. She was actually able to tell me how I can improve. That being said, I think I have built up a decent foundation thanks to Paul. Ghislaine didn't have many complaints, so I believe I was doing quite well. Next to me, Eris also repeated the moves silently while from time to time sending me condescending looks of superiority. Not long later it was time for me and Eris to have a light spar. Ghislaine wanted to judge our levels during free sparring. Holding long swords in both of our hands, Eris and I stood opposite each other. My face was expressionless and focused, while Eris's expression was fierce. Her nostrils flared and she glared at me like a bull preparing to charge at its target. "I'll crush you to bits," she declared. I was silent. "Begin." Ghislaine signaled us to start, and like a wild beast let out of her cage, Eris charged at me with her sword. I already expected this and took a defensive water god style stance I mastered with Lilia. With a clear opening on my chest, Eris went for it and executed an honest merciless diagonal cut. Not a thrust. Typical of sword god users. It only made things easier. It was a fierce strike that should have had most of her strength behind it, but it was too obvious. My body light and fast, I smoothly deflected the strong sword strike, then counterattacked with a swift wrist flick-like attack. My movement was very quick, minimal and not at full strength, but the result was profound. Ah! Eris cried out as she let go of her sword. She grasped her hand with her face contorted in pain. Holding her hand, she roared at me in anger, "You bastard! You hit my hand! Let me heal you." I did not argue and simply said this clearly. After letting go of my sword, I approached Eris with a neutral expression. But the moment I entered her range, she pulled back her other hand and elbow, and shot out a punch straight at my face with a fierce expression and a shout. I raised my left hand and caught it. I caught her fist. It wasn't easy, but I did it. Fortunately, I already predicted this. Eris's punch was quick and strong, but the telegraph was predictable. But ouch, that hurt my palm. Still, I maintained a nonchalant face on the outside and clearly spoke up. I said, "Let me heal you." Holding her fist, I poured healing mana into her body while muttering, "Healing." The mana quickly flowed along her arm, then through her torso and eventually reached her other hand to heal it. I think I looked pretty cool doing all this. After being done, I let go of her hand, keeping careful watch of any other attacks that might be flying my way. But Eris only looked at me with an amazed and confused face.
"The pain is gone."
"I'm sorry I hurt you, but when using a sword, the goal is to strike the opponent's body, not their sword. You know this, right?" I said this while trying to sound as neutral as I could.
"Of course."
It seemed she was about to rebuke me at first, but eventually answered in a tone of a bratty know-it-all.
"Humph.
I'll beat you this time."
Phew.
I let out a breath of relief inwardly. She's easy to predict. "Seraphim, pick up your sword and go again," said Ghislaine, her eyebrows raised. And so we went at it again. But despite saying that she'll beat me this time, Eris did not beat me the second time either. I narrowly deflected her obvious attack using Water God style, then increased gravity on my next attack and knocked her sword out of her hand with a heavy blow. As she went to pick up her sword while grinding her teeth, I felt a bit cocky and had an urge to slap her with the flat of my sword, but I held back. The goal was to defeat her and bring down her arrogance without disrespecting her.
This was the key.
Even if I beat her, if she felt insulted, it would only backfire and she would resent me more. I knew that much from reading novels and watching anime. I might fail in picking up a normal girl, but I felt I had higher chances in getting along with a violent tsundere in a fantasy world. On the next attack, Eris's strike was too wild for me to predict, and my shoulder was struck. But Eris's fingers were also hit by my sword. With a loud pain scream, she let go of her own sword, and I followed up with a strike to her neck. Arf. While Eris was groaning and starring daggers at me, I approached her to heal her.
"I'll heal you."
She did not counterattack this time and simply allowed me to grasp her wrist. Sending mana into her wrist, I quickly healed her.
She looked down at me.
She literally looked down at me, since I was shorter. "How did you do that again?" "I demand you tell me. I'm a bit of a magician." "So it's magic?"
"Yes."
"Can't you use magic?" "I never learned it." "If you learned magic, you could have healed yourself without me having to do it."
"No need."
"If I want to be healed, I can have someone do it."
"Yeah, I guess."
"Still," I said, "yes, but what if you're adventuring and you have no healer?" Eris was at a loss for a while, but then made a comeback. "If I went adventuring, I'd just take a healer with me." Hearing this, I looked at Ghislaine and asked, "Ghislaine, were there times when you were wounded and didn't have a healer?" A reminiscing look appeared on Ghislaine's face and she said, "Yes.
Many times, actually.
I was in pain for days before I could reach a city and find someone to heal me." Eris's expression turned very complicated at that moment. I told her, "That's why it's always good to learn some magic."
"Humph.
"Are you looking down on me because I don't know magic? Who do you think you are?" She glared at me, shouting angrily, "I don't look down on you. But I think someone clever like you would understand that it's useful to know magic."
"Of course.
I just didn't bother to learn it." After that, sparring continued. From the beginning, I was already prepared for what to expect from Eris, and was prepared to be patient. I knew her potential, and that's why I could bear with her for the time being. For the greater good. Not far away, Philip forced a wry smile while simultaneously shaking his head as he secretly watched this scene from the balcony. He previously told Ghislaine to allow the two to interact and talk instead of purely focusing on training them, but he didn't expect Paul's son to be so smooth with his words and in bewitching young girls.
Paul's son was Paul's son. Scary.
The sparring and the sword training session with Ghislaine continued. It was stressful, painful, and not very fun.
Because of how Eris was.
But I felt it went well. Eris was so physically strong, it surprised me. But my technique was more refined and I could use gravity magic to make myself slightly lighter and quicker. Later in the game, I would also make Eris feel heavier, making her believe that it was the result of her fatigue. I won against her every time, about 75% of the time. Apart from the fact that sometimes Eris's movements were too unpredictable and random for me to respond, I also felt that it would be good to let her have some victories. If she managed to hit me, I would praise her. I feel something like this is not what a normal kid would be able to do. They would never compliment or be nice to someone who is aggressive toward them. However, praises seemed to have worked well and dispelled most of Eris's anger and frustration. She left the training ground while saying, "I'll beat you next time." She was determined to beat me up, but she did not look down on me anymore. I think it was progress. I feel my swordsmanship and fighting experience should have also progressed well today. It was convenient to fight with an opponent closer to my size. Eris should have improved too. No, she was improving even as we were sparring, I could feel that. After a while she slowly understood my tricks and wasn't as obvious. While I'm in Roa, I would naturally motivate Eris to be more serious about sword training. If she begins serious training years earlier, it would certainly help her become stronger. She had the potential. Although Eris officially only had the title of a sword king during the events of the novel, her real strength was probably more around high-level emperor rank. She should have a god rank potential if she took things more seriously early. Eventually, I can also get her to follow my bodybuilding training regimen. I can motivate her to learn magic, reading, writing and mathematics. But I never plan to teach her myself, if possible. It would be too wasteful to spend most of my waking time teaching Eris basics, things like arithmetics and reading, and preparing her lessons, when anyone could do it in my place. That time could be spent by me studying and training instead. I can give her guidelines and motivate her, but it would be way more optimal to simply make her get a tutor. I have planned to motivate Eris anyway, but it's convenient that Philip had similar thoughts already. On the same day, Philip conveniently already approached me in my room after lunchtime. "So how was the first training session?" Philip asked with a smile as he walked in and smoothly sat down on my bed. "It wasn't bad. Though I wish Eris relaxed more. It's as if her only motivation is to beat me up." "Well, it's good if she's motivated," Philip replied with a gentle smile. "Even if I end up as her punching bag?" "Haha. I'm not a bully. But it's true that you're doing quite well as her motivator. She looks very lively today. She's even practicing her sword swings right now." "Oh. Ah yes, she must be doing that to beat me to a pulp. But it still made me a little happy that I managed to motivate her." Slightly smiling, Feely continued, "I did not have much hope before, but do you think you could somehow manage to make her begin learning the language and mathematics? Magic is not as important, but it also wouldn't hurt." "If you do, I could reward you," Philip added. Depending on how well she does in her studies, I could be generous." Philip smiled. "Well, I don't have much money," I murmured. "I already planned to do that. But I would not decline a reward. However, you cannot be forceful or violent. I feel that your current approach is good." "Okay. Well, I already thought of a trick that might make Eris want to study." "A trick? What do you mean?" "I thought of a situation when Eris was kidnapped while I'm with her. Then I could make use of magic, reading, writing and arithmetic skills to have us both escape and safely return home. It's to make her realize that just having strength is not enough. If she cannot read, do math or use magic, she will be in trouble." "Oh, I like it. You're trying to make her study of her own free will." "Interesting. And that someone who would kidnap you could be people arranged by me." "Yes. Obviously, because of the kidnapping scheme that emulates what Rudeus did, Eris would admire me and think I'm amazing. But let's be real. Even if it might sound a bit presumptuous to say this, I think it is only natural that over time she would develop strong feelings for me even without it, as long as I stuck around and tried. However, thanks to this experience, it will speed things up and kickstart her transformation. Without an incident like this, it will be difficult for her to suddenly change. Even if Eris doesn't become inspired to study the language and mathematics after that, she should at least begin to respect me a whole lot more. With this, it will be much easier to influence her to change." Philip stared blankly at me for a moment, then nodded. "It's very interesting. But is this something Paul taught you? As one of the ways to get girls to fall for you?" No. I think Father is more direct. He wouldn't come up with this kind of plan." Philip laughed. "Haha, that's true. He was always quite direct. Haha. He didn't even do much and girls would come right to him anyway." "Well, I like your plan. If you're dedicated to go through with this, I can make arrangements." Okay. "I think it might work out well. You really do have interesting ideas. Even none of the tutors so far have come up with such an ambitious plan, and I invited many of them. Or is it just your intention to pick up my girl?" I let out a breath. Looking at him, I slowly said, "Please, it's all to help Eris." Though he was not entirely wrong to worry. But it was way too early for any of that. I just wanted to help Eris.
If you say so. Philip chuckled and got up.
I then added, there is just one thing. Can I build a training place somewhere near the training square using earth magic?
A training place? Yes.
I just need some open space where I can build my training place. I don't need anything else. During his visit, Philip granted me permission to build my gym at the Citadel's training square. I think he was just curious about what I'll do and what I'm all about, so he gave me free rein. I spent an hour or so creating my gym in Roa. It was my priority for the day. The entire square was rather spacious, so there was no problem with space. I suppose, this is what you get from a place that was once a military base. I created a rather large stone building with a roof. Inside I slowly made a bench press, a squatting rack, a pull-up bar, as well as all kinds of stone dumbbells, kettlebells and other equipment. I also created a few stone barbells of different sizes and weights. Back at home I got iron bars for the cores of my barbells and the pull-up bar for safety, but it seemed that for my current weight requirements, and with the current strength of my earth magic, stone bars were easily durable enough. Even when I was quite rough with them to test them, they didn't easily break at the thin part that made up the bar. The sparring and the sword training session with Ghislaine continued. It was stressful, painful, and not very fun.
Because of how Eris was.
But I felt it went well. Eris was so physically strong, it surprised me. But my technique was more refined and I could use gravity magic to make myself slightly lighter and quicker. Later in the game I would also make Eris feel heavier, making her believe that it was the result of her fatigue. I won against her every time, about 75% of the time. Apart from the fact that sometimes Eris's movements were too unpredictable and random for me to respond, I also felt that it would be good to let her have some victories. If she managed to hit me, I would praise her. I feel something like this is not what a normal kid would be able to do. They would never compliment or be nice to someone who is aggressive toward them. However, praises seemed to have worked well and dispelled most of Eris's anger and frustration. She left the training ground while saying, "I'll beat you next time." She was determined to beat me up, but she did not look down on me anymore. I think it was progress. I feel my swordsmanship and fighting experience should have also progressed well today. It was convenient to fight with an opponent closer to my size. Eris should have improved too. No, she was improving even as we were sparring, I could feel that. After a while she slowly understood my tricks and wasn't as obvious. While I'm in Roa, I would naturally motivate Eris to be more serious about sword training. If she begins serious training years earlier, it would certainly help her become stronger. She had the potential. Although Eris officially only had the title of a Sword King during the events of the novel, her real strength was probably more around high-level Emperor rank. She should have a God rank potential if she took things more seriously early. Eventually, I can also get her to follow my bodybuilding training regimen. I can motivate her to learn magic, reading, writing and mathematics. But I never planned to teach her myself, if possible. It would be too wasteful to spend most of my waking time teaching Eris basics, things like arithmetics and reading, and preparing her lessons, when anyone could do it in my place. That time could be spent by me studying and training instead. I can give her guidelines and motivate her, but it would be way more optimal to simply make her get a tutor. I have planned to motivate Eris anyway, but it's convenient that Philip had similar thoughts already. On the same day, Philip conveniently already approached me in my room after lunchtime. "So how was the first training session?" Philip asked with a smile as he walked in and smoothly sat down on my bed.
"It wasn't bad.
Though I wish Eris relaxed more. It's as if her only motivation is to beat me up." "Well, it's good if she's motivated," Philip replied with a gentle smile. "Even if I end up as her punching bag?"
Haha.
"I'm not a bully. But it's true that you're doing quite well as her motivator. She looks very lively today. She's even practicing her sword swings right now."
"Oh.
Ah yes, she must be doing that to beat me to a pulp. But it still made me a little happy that I managed to motivate her." Slightly smiling, Feely continued, "I did not have much hope before, but do you think you could somehow manage to make her begin learning the language and mathematics? Magic is not as important, but it also wouldn't hurt."
"If you do, I could reward you," Philip added.
"Depending on how well she does in her studies, I could be generous."
Philip smiled.
"Well, I don't have much money," I murmured. "I already planned to do that. But I would not decline a reward. However, you cannot be forceful or violent. I feel that your current approach is good."
"Okay."
"Well, I already thought of a trick that might make Eris want to study."
"A trick? What do you mean?"
"I thought of a situation when Eris was kidnapped while I'm with her. Then I could make use of magic, reading, writing and arithmetic skills to have us both escape and safely return home. It's to make her realize that just having strength is not enough. If she cannot read, do math or use magic, she will be in trouble.
Oh, I like it.
You're trying to make her study of her own free will.
Interesting.
And that someone who would kidnap you could be people arranged by me.
Yes.
Obviously, because of the kidnapping scheme that emulates what Rudeus did, Eris would admire me and think I'm amazing. But let's be real. Even if it might sound a bit presumptuous to say this, I think it is only natural that over time she would develop strong feelings for me even without it, as long as I stuck around and tried. However, thanks to this experience, it will speed things up and kickstart her transformation. Without an incident like this, it will be difficult for her to suddenly change. Even if Eris doesn't become inspired to study the language and mathematics after that, she should at least begin to respect me a whole lot more. With this, it will be much easier to influence her to change. Philip stared blankly at me for a moment, then nodded. It's very interesting. But is this something Paul taught you? As one of the ways to get girls to fall for you?
No.
I think father is more direct. He wouldn't come up with this kind of plan.
Philip laughed. Haha, that's true.
He was always quite direct.
Haha.
He didn't even do much and girls would come right to him anyway. Well, I like your plan. If you're dedicated to go through with this, I can make arrangements.
Okay.
I think it might work out well. You really do have interesting ideas. Even none of the tutors so far have come up with such an ambitious plan, and I invited many of them. Or is it just your intention to pick up my girl? I let out a breath. Looking at him, I slowly said, please, it's all to help Eris.
Though.
He was not entirely wrong to worry. But it was way too early for any of that. I just wanted to help Eris.
If you say so.
Philip chuckled and got up. I then added, there is just one thing. Can I build a training place somewhere near the training square using earth magic?
A training place? Yes.
I just need some open space where I can build my training place. I don't need anything else. During his visit, Philip granted me permission to build my gym at the Citadel's training square. I think he was just curious about what I'll do and what I'm all about, so he gave me free rein. I spent an hour or so creating my gym in Roa. It was my priority for the day. The entire square was rather spacious, so there was no problem with space. I suppose, this is what you get from a place that was once a military base. I created a rather large stone building with a roof. Inside I slowly made a bench press, a squatting rack, a pull-up bar, as well as all kinds of stone dumbbells, kettlebells and other equipment. I also created a few stone barbells of different sizes and weights. Back at home I got iron bars for the cores of my barbells and the pull-up bar for safety, but it seemed that for my current weight requirements, and with the current strength of my earth magic, stone bars were easily durable enough. Even when I was quite rough with them to test them, they didn't easily break at the thin part that made up the bar. The next morning, the young lady greeted me silently and didn't seem as hateful. She also wasn't insulting me for no reason. For some reason, she had suddenly changed.
She was much calmer.
When Ghislaine mentioned her attitude change, Eris said, it's because Seraphim can use healing magic. If we're going to go on an adventure, he'll be useful. So that's all it was. That being said, although I was a convenient healing machine, during sparring Eris was still as vicious as ever. She still wanted to beat me by any means necessary. Certainly, she was more bratty and selfish than I remembered. The selfish part was especially jarring. Fortunately, I was too good and physically athletic to receive a one-sided beating. Eris was wild and random, so she was difficult to counter, but in general I had the advantage. I was told that at this point she had only trained for less than 2 years. Before that she didn't train physically. If she trained for 2 years more, which marked the point she met Rudeus, she would have probably been very different. Like usual, I won every time, about 75% of the time. In other words, even if I lost, I won inside my heart. Eventually the training ended and Eris stormed off while proclaiming again that she'll beat me eventually. After that exhausting and painful training, she still had the energy to run. Phew. I wish that this girl could relax a bit. Every single sparring round between us seemed to be like a serious life and death battle for her that she had to win no matter what. She acted like a mad dog, so mad that it was difficult to practice much with her apart from primal instincts. This kind of thing is surely good for training, but I doubt it's good to be done all the time. Some stress testing to simulate real battle would be necessary, but we should probably do more controlled sparring most of the time, so we could better improve our technique and train responses. It would be more optimal. But if I proposed any of this, I'd just be seen as a weakling giving excuses by Eris, so I'll just go along with this kind of training for now. Seraphim, it seems you two are getting along quite well, Ghislaine told me when Eris ran off. You think so?
Yes. Heiress Oju-sama doesn't have any friends. She was chased out from the noble school for being too violent. But she seems to like you. I said nothing. She seems to like you. It's probably because no matter how many times she tries to hit me or hits me, or how many times she shouts at me, unlike other kids that would run away crying or mouth back, I'm still there without getting angry and without insulting her. Of course, it wasn't any good kind of relationship. But it was just the intermediary stage. If the kidnapping plot succeeds, Eris should begin to respect me much more and calm down. For this, Philip was still making the preparations. Or should I say, the butler Thomas was. But in truth, that guy resembled the thick and sly butler from the anime, so I had a feeling that the kidnapping plot might turn into real kidnapping. But it's fine. I'm a cool guy, I can handle it. That day after eating lunch, I visited Philip and asked him for permission to go out and explore the city. Eris's perspective, bonus. After the first training session with Seraphim. Ghislaine, hurry. You have to train me more. I have to beat up that guy. Yes. Then we'll do another training session. Good. I'll beat him to a pulp soon. Hey Ghislaine. Yes. When you were in Fangs of the Black Wolf, did you have a healer? At that time, yes. It was Seraphim's mother. Really? Yes. No way. Why are you so surprised? I already told you yesterday that he's the son of my former party members. His father was our party leader. So he's useful. The next morning, the young lady greeted me silently and didn't seem as hateful. She also wasn't insulting me for no reason. For some reason, she had suddenly changed. She was much calmer. When Ghislaine mentioned her attitude change, Eris said, it's because Seraphim can use healing magic. If we're going to go on an adventure, he'll be useful. So that's all it was. That being said, although I was a convenient healing machine, during sparring Eris was still as vicious as ever. She still wanted to beat me by any means necessary. Certainly, she was more bratty and selfish than I remembered. The selfish part was especially jarring. Fortunately, I was too good and physically athletic to receive a one-sided beating. Eris was wild and random, so she was difficult to counter, but in general I had the advantage. I was told that at this point she had only trained for less than 2 years. Before that she didn't train physically. If she trained for 2 years more, which marked the point she met Rudeus, she would have probably been very different. Like usual, I won every time, about 75% of the time. In other words, even if I lost, I won inside my heart. Eventually the training ended and Eris stormed off while proclaiming again that she'll beat me eventually. After that exhausting and painful training, she still had the energy to run. Phew. I wish that this girl could relax a bit. Every single sparring round between us seemed to be like a serious life and death battle for her that she had to win no matter what. She acted like a mad dog, so mad that it was difficult to practice much with her apart from primal instincts. This kind of thing is surely good for training, but I doubt it's good to be done all the time. Some stress testing to simulate real battle would be necessary, but we should probably do more controlled sparring most of the time, so we could better improve our technique and train responses. It would be more optimal. But if I proposed any of this, I'd just be seen as a weakling giving excuses by Eris, so I'll just go along with this kind of training for now. Seraphim, it seems you two are getting along quite well, Ghislaine told me when Eris ran off. You think so? Yes. Eris Oju-sama doesn't have any friends. She was chased out from the noble school for being too violent. But she seems to like you. I said nothing. She seems to like you. It's probably because no matter how many times she tries to hit me or hits me, or how many times she shouts at me, unlike other kids that would run away crying or mouth back, I'm still there without getting angry and without insulting her. Of course, it wasn't any good kind of relationship. But it was just the intermediary stage. If the kidnapping plot succeeds, Eris should begin to respect me much more and calm down. For this, Philip was still making the preparations. Or should I say, the butler Thomas was. But in truth, that guy resembled the thick and sly butler from the anime, so I had a feeling that the kidnapping plot might turn into real kidnapping. But it's fine. I'm a cool guy, I can handle it. That day after eating lunch, I visited Philip and asked him for permission to go out and explore the city. Eris's perspective, bonus. After the first training session with Seraphim. Ghislaine, hurry. You have to train me more. I have to beat up that guy. Yes. Then we'll do another training session. Good. I'll beat him to a pulp soon. Hey Ghislaine. Yes. When you were in Fangs of the Black Wolf, did you have a healer? At that time, yes. It was Seraphim's mother. Really? Yes. No way. Why are you so surprised? I already told you yesterday that he's the son of my former party members. His father was our party leader.
So he's useful. After checking the entire counter with premium goods, I approached the shopkeeper and spoke up, "Sir, if it comes to magic, is that all that you have here?" The shopkeeper looked at me with a bored look, then said, "All magic books are already on display."
He didn't say any more than that.
I pressed on and said again, "But there's a chance that you might have some more interesting magic books from time to time?"
There is a chance.
From time to time we're getting books you can only get in the Magician's Guild. But those are often quickly sold out.
I see.
I then browsed through the more ordinary section on books. These books were mostly legends, novels and history. After skimming through those, I left the shop. "Young master, are you interested in magic tomes?" Gilbert asked me outside.
Yes.
Then you should visit the Magician's Guild. I heard before that bookstores only sell elementary rank tomes. If you're lucky, you might find an intermediate rank one, but that's about it. The Magician's Guild is more reliable. It's the best source of magic tomes and scrolls.
Yes.
The Magician's Guild was already one of my targets. Since Gilbert brought it up, let's go there next. I stopped before the large 3-story building of the Magician's Guild. "Gilbert, if I want the clerk to show me around and advise me about how I can get magic books, how much do you think is a good tip?" I think 1 large copper coin would be a good tip just for some advice.
Not too much, not too little. Okay.
Thanks. After asking Gilbert, I wandered into the building. There was a guard near the entrance, and a few, but not many people inside. I read from the wall.
First floor is for equipment.
Second floor has tomes and materials for sale. Third floor is a library for guild members. Tomes for sales and a library for guild members. The Magician's Guild sold magic books, but as long as I became a guild member, I could read various books that they have in their library. However, registration was a bit expensive. I could not afford it yet. Roxy had mentioned all this before. However, she never made good use of the Magician's Guild before joining the Magic University, so what she could tell me was limited. "Let's first check out the equipment," I said. Gilbert didn't speak up and simply followed me as I began to browse the displays on the first floor. The first thing that caught my eyes were the staves. Several wands, and several longer staves. Their prices ranged. The most expensive ones were about 100 gold coins. A B-rank magic stone, a fire-attributed wood, specialized in fire magic. Another staff was at a similar grade, but specialized in water magic, and another one in earth magic that had a core made from an alloy of metals rather than wood. There were also staves with a neutral magic stone that did not have an attribute.
Interesting.
After taking a look at the staves, I looked at the other items. Clothes enchanted with fire resistance, made from special materials more resistant to blades and the like. Most of the items there were clothes, but there were also magic tools. A dagger that boosts wind spells.
Interesting.
How does it work? Do you slash out with it while activating Wind Slash, or something? Apart from magic tools, there were also some magic items for sale, which were slightly different, but like it is with magic items, they mostly had useless random effects. There wasn't a single powerful magic item here that made me think, "Oh wow, it's useful." After browsing through most of the items, I decided to go up to the second floor. "Excuse me, could you tell me what kind of magic books you have for sale?" I approached the clerk and stretched my hand to place the Azuran large copper coin on the counter. The clerk was a woman in her late 20s with sand-colored medium-length hair, a slim figure and a large bust. She looked at me with a gentle smile, smoothly picked up and stored the coin, and said, "Of course. Are you interested in anything in particular?" "Basically, things that are not in the general magic guidebook," I said. The clerk stepped out and began browsing while explaining.
"I see.
In general, we need approval from the author to sell anything above advanced rank, so the stock is limited to advanced rank. It's the same with scrolls. Anything saint rank and higher is typically restricted to the Renoa University of Magic. Many of the writers are the instructors there, after all. Out of the things we have, I would recommend this book." She handed me a book.
Aza's Water Magic.
She explained, it includes advanced rank spells like Blizzard Storm and Ice Edge that can't be found in the general guidebook.
"I see."
"Well, I already know those."
I said, "I see."
"My teacher already knows these spells."
"Anything else?"
"I don't think there isn't anything on water magic here that Roxy couldn't teach me, so that one was out."
"Ah. Okay.
Then perhaps this. It's about melded magic." With the clerk's permission, I skimmed through the table of contents from the book. Quagmire, Magma Gush. Yep, I already knew all those. Some of these were already mentioned in the guidebook, while Roxy taught me the rest. This book should talk about these in more detail, but I already knew how to use them. I returned the book. She then handed me another one. But it was also useless. Yes, my teacher can already teach me those. I returned the book with an awkward expression.
Oh my.
Then what about books on detoxification and healing magic? My eyes perked up at this. Advanced rank healing and detoxification magic? Yes, we have those too. Like this. She showed me a book. I checked out the note attached to it. As it seemed, the book included an advanced rank healing spell called Shine, and 20 must-known advanced rank detoxification spells.
I want it. How much is it? I looked up at the clerk. 10 gold coins. I see. 10 gold coins.
It wasn't too much, but I obviously couldn't afford it.
I flipped through the book again.
Actually, for a book that only had words in it, it was quite expensive. Couldn't someone simply easily copy it and resell for big money? As if to answer my thoughts, the clerk said, the book is quite expensive because it's distributed by the Mealy's church. The church takes a margin of the profits and they punish anyone who's suspected of copying the contents. No one is allowed to teach advanced rank healing magic without the church's permission. If someone wants to learn it, they have to buy their book.
I see.
So it's expensive because the church is involved, huh? Ideally, it should be the opposite, with the church wanting to spread the gift of healing magic to everyone to rid them of pain and illness, but it isn't.
So typical.
The clerk smiled and continued. Originally, the Renoa University began publishing books on advanced healing and detoxification magic, but then the Millis Church pressured them. Eventually, it was decided that the church will be the one to distribute magic books on the subject, but because of it, they're a bit expensive.
I see.
It is still better than long ago when it was difficult to find anything on advanced healing magic.
Or so I heard. I see.
I still can't buy it today, but I'll buy it in the future. The clerk smiled like a flower as if she already expected this. Taking a book from my hand, she said, all right. There's a discount for members of the Magician's Guild. Your master could buy it for you.
Ah yeah.
Unfortunately, my master left me in search of love while the registration fee to become a member of the Magician's Guild was 1 Azura gold coin, so yeah. Just to confirm it, I asked, becoming a guild member costs 1 gold coin, right? That's right. I let out a breath. The Magician's Guild was not like the Adventurer's Guild where anyone could join. It was an organization for people with money and background. First, I'll have to get more money. I looked around and noted various herbs, as well as some flasks with ink that were displayed on a table in the middle of the room. I suddenly recalled something. I turned to the clerk. Right. Do you have books on magic circles?
Yes, of course.
But to learn about magic circles, I would first recommend reading textbooks in the library.
I see. Okay.
They do, that's all I needed to hear. I'll think about it in the future. Looking around, I also had a desire to buy some magic ink to draw simple magic circles from the guidebook, but once again, I had to save money, so I gave up. I then asked, about Saint rank magic, how is it exactly? Can a normal guild member gain access to it, using the power of money? I looked up at her meaningfully. The clerk chuckled at my words, smiled and said, of course, with the power of money anything is possible in this world. It would be quite expensive though. Someone interested would probably need to travel to the capital's Magician's Guild as well.
Okay. I see.
Saint rank magic is normally off limits, you need special permission, but as long as you can pay their minimal price, it isn't anymore. The clerk added, from what I'm aware, the requirement should also be at least a D rank in the guild. And it'd be limited to browsing.
It's for safety concerns. A D rank member.
A new guild member starts at F rank. Then it's E rank and only then D rank. I knew that much. I'm not sure how much effort ranking up to D rank required normally, but if I wanted to, I could instantly advance to D rank using the recommendation letter that Roxy had written for me in advance. However, I would rather avoid exposing my talents to the public before I decide on my future course of action. If I could purely use the power of money to learn Saint rank magic, it would be better. As I was deep in thought, the clerk broke the silence and added, to learn Saint rank magic, the best choice is joining the Renoa University of Magic. It's a magic school at the forefront of magic research. They accept people regardless of their background. Alumni from the Renoa University of Magic are also automatically enrolled as D-rank mages.
Yes, I know.
Anyway, what about King rank magic? Is it also available in the Magician's Guild? The clerk wryly smiled in amusement then said, I don't think so. Even the Renoa University should have limited sources, I'm not clear on it. King rank magic and above is normally only in the hands of major factions like the Azura royal family. In other words, tough luck learning king rank magic if you don't join a high-end magic school or become affiliated with a country. Oh, excuse me now, but I seem to have a customer, the clerk said. A man in a robe seemed to be standing at the counter and impatiently looking around.
It's all right.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. The clerk smiled, then sent me a wink, before hurrying to the counter. I glanced around, then approached something that looked like a request board. It was a quest board. To satisfy my curiosity, I checked out some of the requests. Basically, the missions requested magical services. Even quests at only F and E rank asked for someone with rather high qualifications, asking for intermediate or advanced rank magic use. In spite of that, the few missions that were on the board were rather troublesome and not very attractive. Even if I could do some of them, they seemed like a bother. I guess the better quests are quickly picked up or perhaps are passed to people with connections. Are you looking at the requests? At one point the clerk returned to my side with a slight smile. These are only available to the guild members. I turned to her. Yes, I know. I want to ask, do you have any books on summoning magic? We do have books on enchantment magic, but on summoning not so much. Which one is it that interests you? Commonly, summoning magic is separated into two types, enchantment type and summoning type. Enchantment magic is known as a kind of magic used for crafting magic tools using magic circles. Meanwhile, the summoning type deals with summoning beings, also using magic circles. This is what Roxy taught me. It's considered common knowledge in the Renoa Magic University and in general. But I knew that something was seriously wrong with this information. Based on what I remember from the novel, it isn't quite correct. Either way, this is how people classify summoning magic in the world. I'm mainly interested in the summoning type, I said. At my words, the clerk gave me a wry smile. Well, summoning is a very rarely practiced form of magic these days. From what I'm aware of, we don't have any practical books on it for sale. We can try ordering something from the capital, but the availability should still be low. Summoning magic beasts is also not something recommended for beginners because it's dangerous, so I don't recommend you think of dabbling in it. I see. Disappointing, but not unexpected. I'll worry about it later anyway. I see. Well, thank you for being so helpful, miss. My name is Camille. And you're welcome, the clerk said with a gentle smile. I bowed slightly and said, thank you, Miss Camille. You can call me Seraph. You were a big help, I'll be going for now. Philip instructed me to not bring up my family name if possible, so I decided to skip the Greyrat, also cutting short my name. Camille chuckled. No problem. I hope you'll visit soon. It's been fun chatting with you, Seraph Kuhn. It's a surprise for a boy so young to be so interested in magic and books. I slightly nodded in a farewell, then walked out, with Gilbert following me silently. There was still the library on the third floor, but it was for guild members only. I did enough reconnaissance for now. Money, money, money. No matter what, I needed more money if I wanted to get magic books. By the way, seeing how Big Sister Camille was smiling at me throughout, I had a feeling she was a Shotokan. Perhaps I didn't even need to give her a tip, damn it. After leaving the Magician's Guild, I visited the Adventurer's Guild, just to check it out. And the inside was... It's more deserted than I thought. The guild hall was mostly empty, apart from a few folks chatting and drinking without making a commotion. There wasn't the usual hustle and bustle that you'd expect from an adventurer's guild. Yes, of course. During this time most adventurers would be out on quests, Gilbert explained. Yeah, I figured. At this time, it should still be early afternoon. Normally adventurers don't have many jobs in Azura, since it's too safe here and the knights frequently clean up any monsters. But Roa is different. Because it's close to the border and the mountains, the concentration of mana is higher and there are many forests filled with monsters. Yes, I heard. Roa is a time-honored fortified city. 400 years ago it was the last bastion of defense in the war against the demon race. That's why there is a castle in the city's center. That being said, these days the nobles of the capital only see Roa as nothing more than a crude backwater full of adventurers. Yes? I saw that Gilbert was slightly agitated as he spoke. I ignored him and approached the quest board. Compared to the Magician's Guild that requested intermediate and advanced rank magic use, the quests here directed at magicians asked for an elementary and intermediate ranked magic much more often. After checking out some of the quests, I left the Adventurer's Guild. Gilbert, do you know where there is the best herb store or something like a pharmacy? A place where you can buy healing medicine and herbs. Healing medicine? Why do you need those? Out of curiosity. All right. Very well, I know one place. After that, Gilbert took me to a herbalist store. As I walked inside the herbalist store, a powerful aroma of dried herbs assaulted my nostrils. All kinds of herbs could be seen either tied up and hanging down or stored on the shelves, some of them in bundles, others stored in jars. After glancing around, I approached the counter. But before me was a queue of 6 people. Unlucky. The other shops were all mostly empty. It seems there aren't many people here today. We're lucky, Gilbert said. Ah no. We're lucky.
Perhaps seeing my expression, Gilbert added, healing herbs are usually the option for people who can't afford a physician, so they're quite popular among the common folk. It seems Gilbert became more talkative as time passed. But anyway, I already knew that much. Back in Buena Village, I once visited Zenith in the clinic and met with the village's herbalist. I had a feeling that the alchemy was not very developed in this world, but it was not as if it was non-existent. Herbs would grow in the forests, absorbing magical energy from the air and gain magical properties. There were also herbs that were magical herbs by nature. For villages and places without someone who can cast healing and detoxification magic, herbalists would collect herbs, dry and store them, and create remedies. For cities, wouldn't there be many healers here and the herbs would not be on hand? A single elementary ranked healing or detoxification spell and you're fully healed. But perhaps herbs are mainly used for illnesses rather than wounds, in place of intermediate rank detoxification magic. Healing magic can't remove diseases, only detoxification magic, which isn't as simple as healing magic. But for what interested me, there are herbs in this world that are said to be effective at improving the regeneration of wounds. I wanted to get different kinds of the best healing remedies and see whether they can augment my physical training. I asked Zenith before what kinds of healing herbs are most often used by adventurers, so I already had a general idea of what is trusted and good. The most popular herbs among adventurers were three: one that's applied on the wound to improve healing and stop blood loss, a tea-like extract drunk to cure flu and other diseases, and pills consumed in emergency to thicken blood and to stop blood loss. There were also herbs that worked as a semi-universal detoxifier against weak poisons. Neither of those interested me. Using a paste that's applied on wounds isn't practical. A herb that boosts the immune system might only be counterproductive, while a blood thickener was useless to me as well. The only thing I wanted were herbs that are consumed and improve healing and regeneration from the inside. Or something that can help restore strength with a night's sleep after a hard day of training or working. After waiting in the queue for about 10 minutes, it was finally my turn. I talked with one of the two shop clerks and eventually bought some healing herbs suitable for my needs that were in the mid-price range, and also a blood ginseng, a plant that's said to make you more energetic and help restore blood. I spent 3 Azura silver coins altogether. My budget immediately dropped to 2 silver coins. I'll test these healing herbs later. Hopefully, it isn't wasted effort. Walking with Gilbert, I eventually returned to the manor. I wondered how I should go about taking and accurately testing the medicine I bought. As I was thinking that, a red wild boar appeared. Sorry, I mean a red-haired young miss of the Borbere Boreas family. Eris ran over and loudly questioned me, "Where were you?" "I was exploring the city."
Ah.
"How was it?" "It was amazing."
Of course.
"You're from a village, right?"
Yes. Humph.
As she crossed her arms in front of her chest, she looked quite happy and satisfied.
Yes, I'm a country bumpkin.
"Your city is amazing, miss. I'll let her have this satisfaction." But did she need to shout her every line? After coming back, I did a workout with the purpose of testing the effect of medicinal herbs. I also visited Philip and had him introduce me to a blacksmith. Using most of my remaining 2 silver coins, I ordered a few strong steel and iron poles of various lengths. When 2 days passed, Philip informed me that the preparations for the kidnapping plot were made, asking me to confirm whether I want to go through with this or not.
Of course, I agreed.
We were made to pick up the wooden longswords. After picking up the training sword, I immediately felt that it was not quite designed for a 5-year-old to use. It was slightly too long and heavy. It wasn't very heavy, but it was not exactly weightless either. But that was only to my advantage. I modified gravity around my body to make everything half as light. The wooden sword in my hand then became as light as a dry tree branch. My entire body also became much lighter. Since I always had another dedicated strength training unit in a day, sword training for me was mostly about stamina and technique. There was no demerit in doing this and helping me to train at maximum proficiency for longer. That's just for this sparring session anyway. My goal today was to overpower Eris, so I had to converse my strength. I had to bring down her arrogance a notch today, otherwise she'll never begin to respect me. We first began to do practice swings by imitating Ghislaine, and Ghislaine was correcting our forms. The difference between Paul's and Ghislaine's teaching methods could be immediately felt. She was actually able to tell me how I can improve. That being said, I think I have built up a decent foundation thanks to Paul. Ghislaine didn't have many complaints, so I believe I was doing quite well. Next to me, Eris also repeated the moves silently while from time to time sending me condescending looks of superiority. Not long later it was time for me and Eris to have a light spar. Ghislaine wanted to judge our levels during free sparring. Holding long swords in both of our hands, Eris and I stood opposite each other. My face was expressionless and focused, while Eris's expression was fierce. Her nostrils flared and she glared at me like a bull preparing to charge at its target.
"I'll crush you to bits," she declared. I was silent. "Begin."
Ghislaine signaled us to start, and like a wild beast let out of her cage, Eris charged at me with her sword. I already expected this and took a defensive water god style stance I mastered with Lilia. With a clear opening on my chest, Eris went for it and executed an honest merciless diagonal cut.
Not a thrust.
Typical of sword god users. It only made things easier. It was a fierce strike that should have had most of her strength behind it, but it was too obvious. My body light and fast, I smoothly deflected the strong sword strike, then counterattacked with a swift wrist flick-like attack. My movement was very quick, minimal, and not at full strength, but the result was profound.
"Ah!"
Eris cried out as she let go of her sword. She grasped her hand with her face contorted in pain. Holding her hand, she roared at me in anger, "You bastard! You hit my hand! Let me heal you." I did not argue and simply said this clearly. After letting go of my sword, I approached Eris with a neutral expression. But the moment I entered her range, she pulled back her other hand and elbow, and shot out a punch straight at my face with a fierce expression and a shout. I raised my left hand and caught it.
I caught her fist.
It wasn't easy, but I did it. Fortunately, I already predicted this. Eris's punch was quick and strong, but the telegraph was predictable. But ouch, that hurt my palm. Still, I maintained a nonchalant face on the outside and clearly spoke up. I said, "Let me heal you." Holding her fist, I poured healing mana into her body while muttering, "Healing." The mana quickly flowed along her arm, then through her torso and eventually reached her other hand to heal it. I think I looked pretty cool doing all this. After being done, I let go of her hand, keeping careful watch of any other attacks that might be flying my way. But Eris only looked at me with an amazed and confused face.
"The pain is gone."
"I'm sorry I hurt you, but when using a sword, the goal is to strike the opponent's body, not their sword. You know this, right?" I said this while trying to sound as neutral as I could.
"Of course."
It seemed she was about to rebuke me at first, but eventually answered in a tone of a bratty know-it-all.
"Humph.
I'll beat you this time."
Phew.
I let out a breath of relief inwardly. She's easy to predict. "Seraphim, pick up your sword and go again," said Ghislaine, her eyebrows raised. And so we went at it again. But despite saying that she'll beat me this time, Eris did not beat me the second time either. I narrowly deflected her obvious attack using water god style, then increased gravity on my next attack and knocked her sword out of her hand with a heavy blow. As she went to pick up her sword while grinding her teeth, I felt a bit cocky and had an urge to slap her but with the flat of my sword, but I held back. The goal was to defeat her and bring down her arrogance without disrespecting her.
This was the key.
Even if I beat her, if she felt insulted, it would only backfire and she would resent me more. I knew that much from reading novels and watching anime. I might fail in picking up a normal girl, but I felt I had higher chances in getting along with a violent tsundere in a fantasy world. On the next attack, Eris's strike was too wild for me to predict, and my shoulder was struck. But Eris's fingers were also hit by my sword. With a loud pain scream she let go of her own sword, and I followed up with a strike to her neck.
Arf.
While Eris was groaning and starring daggers at me, I approached her to heal her.
"I'll heal you."
She did not counterattack this time and simply allowed me to grasp her wrist. Sending mana into her wrist, I quickly healed her.
She looked down at me.
She literally looked down at me, since I was shorter. "How did you do that again?" "I demand you tell me. I'm a bit of a magician." "So it's magic?"
"Yes."
"Can't you use magic?" "I never learned it." "If you learned magic, you could have healed yourself without me having to do it."
"No need."
"If I want to be healed, I can have someone do it."
"Yeah, I guess."
"Still," I said, "yes, but what if you're adventuring and you have no healer?" Eris was at a loss for a while, but then made a comeback. "If I went adventuring, I'd just take a healer with me." Hearing this, I looked at Ghislaine and asked, "Ghislaine, were there times when you were wounded and didn't have a healer?" A reminiscing look appeared on Ghislaine's face and she said, "Yes.
Many times, actually.
I was in pain for days before I could reach a city and find someone to heal me." Eris's expression turned very complicated at that moment. I told her, "That's why it's always good to learn some magic."
"Humph.
"Are you looking down on me because I don't know magic? Who do you think you are?" She glared at me, shouting angrily, "I don't look down on you. But I think someone clever like you would understand that it's useful to know magic."
"Of course.
I just didn't bother to learn it." After that, sparring continued. From the beginning I was already prepared for what to expect from Eris, and was prepared to be patient. I knew her potential, and that's why I could bear with her for the time being. For the greater good. Not far away, Philip forced a wry smile while simultaneously shaking his head as he secretly watched this scene from the balcony. He previously told Ghislaine to allow the two to interact and talk instead of purely focusing on training them, but he didn't expect Paul's son to be so smooth with his words and in bewitching young girls.
Paul's son was Paul's son. Scary. Just like that?
I then cast a healing spell on myself.
There was no problem.
X-healing removed all my pain and injuries.
I see.
It was not even about the total amount of mana the magic tool can absorb. It was about mana per second. I simply went above the limit of mana the magic tool can suppress per second.
It was as simple as that.
The simplest method worked.
Uff.
I let out a small breath of relief. The biggest hurdle was behind me. The bandits have prepared to deal with me, but they underestimated my magic power. This magic tool was a single gold coin. That was a lot of money, but to retrain a Saint King rank magician, it was of course way too weak. However, after this I had to still remove the iron cuffs from my hands that were held prison behind my back. I was still lying on the ground. I could not use magic properly like this. But for this, I knew exactly the right spell to use.
Water slice.
In truth, this kind of spell did not originally exist in this world. There is a wind slice spell, ice edge and even fire slice, but there was no water slice. It was something I developed myself. Water has very strange properties. It makes it currently the sharpest commonly used blade on Earth that's used for cutting very hard things like steel and even diamonds. It's the so-called water jet cutter. Basing it on the idea behind an industrialized water jet cutter, I tightly pressurized water and tried to create a blade of water that would cut through anything. Unfortunately, that spell was a failure. Or rather, it was only a partial success. Firstly, I quickly realized that it was a must to include tiny abrasive grains in the water. Just water alone was not enough. If it was a pure water blade, it was a very weak kind of move. If I recall correctly, on Earth water-only blades were only used to cut soft things like plastic and wood, but for anything harder including tiny abrasive grains was a must. That's why I mixed water magic with earth magic to add tiny grains of sand into the water jet. But it was still not a powerful battlefield move. Creating useful spells is not easy. It could indeed cut through very hard materials, but it required a continuous stream of water to slowly and gradually cut through things. If the spell is sent out in the form of a spinning water blade, the result is a bit mediocre. It cuts into things, but only partially and then falls apart because it isn't solid enough. It was a spell that could be used in a magical workshop to cut through hard materials rather than in combat. But right now it was exactly the spell I needed. I could use it to carefully free me from the iron handcuffs without any noise that a sonic boom wind blade and ice edge would make, and without burning my hands like a flame slice might. Using the ice edge spell as a base, I created a tightly compressed thin spinning crescent blade of water that I filled with tiny sand grains. It was not the same as a water jet cutter used on Earth, but it worked in a similar way. If it was thin enough, it was rather quiet as well. I had to free my hands, but I could not see behind me. But I knew that there was a metal plate connecting the two cuffs. Getting onto my knees again, I pushed my arms out behind me and spread them out as much as possible. Relying on my imagination, I then controlled the spinning water blade to slash apart the cuffs in half, keeping it spinning. Because I did not release the spell, I could keep it spinning within my control range, similar to keeping a fireball burning or a stone bullet spinning before release. Fortunately, all I needed to do was slice the metal in between my wrists. The cuffs were quite large compared to my arms and hands, so aiming was easy. The tightly compressed water blade kept spinning at high speed. It took dual casting and all of my concentration to maintain that spell. The water blade cut into the metal like into butter, and soon enough I felt my hands no longer being held together.
Good.
I dispelled my water slice and slowly got up. Now that I could use magic again and my hands were free, I felt much better. I approached where Eris was. Blood was pouring out of her nose. She stared blankly as she mumbled hatefully, "You won't get away with this, you won't get away with this." She mumbled that, together with curses that were not quite fitting for a young noble lady to say. My expression hardened as I saw her bloodied and crying pitiful state. That man was too brutal. I'll now heal Eris and directly deal with those bandits. They underestimated me with those low-grade cuffs. Rudeus did escape instead of fighting, trying to make Eris realize that strength was not enough, but where did it get him? After everything, she still only wanted to learn magic and didn't even respect him all that much. Since I knew this, I might as well try a different approach.
The first real battle, coming up.
I kneeled down and touched Eris's cheek to heal her. Healing, I whispered quietly for comfort and used an elementary rank heal to give her the most basic healing. Within moments, Most of the areas of her skin looked better and blood stopped coming from her mouth.
Huh? It still hurts. Heal me more.
Eris grumbled as she looked at me.
Shoo.
I hushed her while placing a finger on my lips and looking into her eyes with a serious look. I'll heal you, but you have to be quiet afterwards, okay? After a moment's hesitation, Eris nodded. Seeing this, I first cast Stone Cannon and created a cylindrical firm stone bullet in the air, having it float nearby. After creating the bullet, I grasped Eris's arm with my left hand and used X-healing. I continuously sent healing mana through her body and thoroughly healed all areas that were injured. I could feel that some of her previously broken bones became mended and snapped back into the right places.
Ghislaine, help! They're gonna kill us.
Save me, hurry.
Ghislaine.
Eris screamed out immediately the moment she was healed. Her bellowing voice echoed through the room. Oh God, seriously? She simply doesn't listen to anyone. I immediately poured more mana into my stone cannon and turned toward the door. There's no helping it. Fortunately, I already ran many simulations of this situation before and prepared for this as well. As I empowered my pre-casted stone cannon and prepared it for release, I began to dual cast another spell in my right hand. I hid my hands behind me, as if to pretend I was still restrained, and stood in front of Eris, who was still lying down, and screamed. The only thing out of place was the spinning cylindrical stone bullet that was floating slightly above my head.
It was a weird sight, but that's fine.
It was within the bounds of my plan. The door opened with a bang.
Shut the hell up.
The man bursted in through the door, then stopped and looked at me with a confused expression. What the hell? My bullet should have gotten his attention. Before the man decided on his course of action or reached for his sword, my bullet already shot out.
No trash talk, no advance warning.
I already had my spell ready and full of power the moment the man entered the door.
Pam!
My stone bullet attack pierced through the man's head, then seemed to have pierced into the wall behind him with a loud noise. I didn't pay close attention to that. My heart pounding, I immediately began to cast another stone cannon. At the same time, I maintained the intermediate ranked Sonic Boom's wind blade in my other hand, which by that time was also already full of mana, just in case.
What?
What was that? The voice of a second man sounded out. He then appeared behind the door. Noticing what was happening inside, he froze. I called out, "Back off or I'll kill you." I brought my left hand forward, the stone cone spinning faster and faster near my head as I kept pouring mana into it, my right hand concealing a wind blade.
You brat.
You killed Hitch. The man shouted in shock and drew his sword. The cold glint of the blade made me swallow a bit of saliva. I took a slight step back and brought my stone bullet forward. The man took a good look at me again, raising his sword in a defensive stance.
So the info was right.
You're a magic genius, you even broke our magic handcuffs. The man looked at me again, more on guard. You must have taken Hitch by surprise, but think about it, kid. Do you think you can take me on when I have my sword out? Hitch was all muscle and no brains, but I have advanced rank in North God style. I'm not your ordinary thug. No, I heard about people like you.
You must be a demon.
So you were her magic guardian. Say, kid, how much money is in it for you if you save the girl? If it's money you want, why not join me? I've got connections to a lecherous rich noble with a taste for girls from high-up families.
Money's no object to him.
He'll pay us whatever we want.
We'd make a good team, just think about it.
A swordsman and a mage. People will easily get fooled by your appearance. We can make lots of money. You talk a lot for someone who's already dead. My knees nearly gave out in front of a savage man twice my size oozing murderous in front of me, and my voice trembled, but I still forced out my cool line out of my mouth. I hope I sounded pretty cool to the young miss, at least. The man didn't give a bad offer, his persuasion skills were not bad, but I have already decided on the Tsundere route. I didn't want him to say anything more.
What?
In the next moment, my bullet suddenly shot out. The man's expression changed a little. But that was all that happened. I have already confirmed with Paul and Ghislaine that my full-power stone cannon was too fast for advanced rank to avoid. As expected, my second stone bullet accurately pierced the second kidnapper's head as well. The man's body collapsed to the ground, his sword also hitting the stone floor with a clang.
HN.
Without a delay, I prepared another stone cannon just in case as my eyes darted around.
But there was no need.
A few seconds passed and one else entered. I let out a breath of relief.
It was over.
How did you do that? I heard Eris's loud voice that I turned back. She was staring at me after getting up to her knees, eyes wide. I looked at her condescendingly and said, Ghislaine is not here, so don't shout. Wait here. Keeping the spinning stone bullet and the wind blade in front of me, I entered the connected building. I passed by the corpse of the second kidnapper, then looked around that room, which was just a large wooden warehouse. Eris was silent throughout. She was like that from the moment I killed the first man. It didn't seem like there was anyone else in the building, so I returned to Eris while dispelling my spells. I approached her from the side and carefully burned off her ropes with fire slice. After her hands were freed, I gentlemanly helped her to get up. She stared at me with wide eyes. She asked, "What did you just do?"
I killed them. Yeah, I killed them. I killed 2 people.
In truth, I did not feel affected by it that much, as it's often portrayed in movies or novels. There was a feeling that I did something bad, but perhaps that's all it was. On one hand, I even felt somewhat accomplished. It felt satisfactory to defeat strong opponents and take their lives, a primal instinct perhaps. It did not bring me any joy or pleasure though. I felt a strange sensation in my gut and chest, feeling weird and a little uncomfortable while my thoughts felt chaotic and raced, but I don't think I will be agonizing over it. These people stood in my way, aimed for my life, so I killed them. I could rationalize it this way. It was as simple as that. Going back, there was an option of escaping with Eris instead after she gets beaten up the second time, like Rudeus did, but I did not want to risk it. Firstly, I would feel like a complete asshole if I allowed her to be brutally beaten up in front of my eyes again, while I let it happen just to appear more heroic. Secondly, who knows if that guy wouldn't have gone too far. Here Eris was younger and weaker, while that bald thug knew no restraint. Even if she died, these guys still had such juicy merchandise as me. Better to not risk it. Besides, after consideration, it would only be better to deal with the kidnappers here one by one when I'm prepared rather than get tailed by them and ambushed in an alley at some point. And in the end, the 2 warriors, including a self-proclaimed advanced rank North God swordsman, easily fell to my magic. But it isn't that I was just that much stronger than Rudeus. Around the time of the kidnapping incident in the novel, Rudeus was 7 years old, so the time we spent practicing magic would have been around the same. When he was forced to fight the kidnappers in the alley, he actually purposely held back his magic to avoid killing them. And then nearly lost his life when a sword was thrown at him. Even inside a zero-gravity field, they could still throw a sword at me and kill me, so I would rather not take the chances and used my fastest magic to nip the problem in the bud. I was simply more decisive about taking their lives, that's all, being more cold-blooded.
I know this.
But how? Eris shouted back at my reply, returning to her usual loud voice already that had no volume control. Besides, people were killed in front of her, but she also did not care. As if it was a natural occurrence. I thought it would be like that with her. This world is like this, huh? I smiled, waved my hand in front of Eris and replied, magic. Eris frowned and glared at me. I faintly smiled. Is that the behavior of someone who was just saved? But oh well, what matters is that her attitude changes after we get back.
She might still be in shock.
I chuckled, then decided to change the subject. Anyway, are you fine now? Do you need me to heal you more?
And no, I'm fine. Okay. Then let's go.
I let out a breath. I slowly approached the corpse of the first kidnapper, then kneeled in front of it. Damn, it really smelled bad. Ignoring the man's disgusting smell that now mixed with the smell of blood, the weird feeling in my stomach and the disturbing sight of blood and brain matter leaking out of the man's head, I grit my teeth and searched through the man's pockets. I pulled out anything that was inside the pockets. I then opened the man's money sack and emptied it. I also pulled out his sword from the scabbard to check it out, then placed it at the side. I then unbuckled his belt to remove the sheath as well. What are you doing? Looting, of course, I replied without looking back.
Why? Well, because I'm poor.
Eh?
Then lead me back home.
I'll give you money. Do you have your own money to give me? No, but grandfather can give. Well, then I would welcome it. But I'll bring you back home anyway, no worries. I continued looting the corpse without looking back. I had a feeling that I might have seen an interesting expression on Aries' face at that time, but at this moment my mind was focused on money. This guy had 1 gold coin on him and some silver.
Not bad.
Quite rich. Maybe he carried that single gold coin just to show it off. The sword could also be sold. Though it seemed to be just an ordinary steel sword, most weapons in this world are like this, it should go for a few silver coins maybe. Next I'll loot the other man, then search the entire building. All that belonged to them is now my loot. Only a noob would leave before looting everything. Was that man really at the advanced rank? Eris asked me as I began looting the second corpse, always standing nearby.
I don't know.
Maybe he was bluffing. But even if he was, it wouldn't change anything, I replied while flipping the man's pockets. My magic is too fast for advanced rank swordsmen to avoid. Just how fast does a human need to be to deflect or dodge a bullet that has already been shot out? A bullet that's a few times faster than an arrow, shot at them out of nowhere? An advanced rank swordsman that can run at around 50 kilometers per hour sustainable top speed, which is Paul who said he can match a galloping horse, obviously can't react to that. That's only twice the speed of an athletic ordinary human. At this moment, I emptied the man's purse and got 2 gold coins and several silver coins. Nice. Who were these people anyway? Eris asked again. Well, you heard it too. They kidnapped us to sell us to a rich noble. Sell us? Where are we? I'll check later. Where is Ghislaine? If she didn't hear you, then she isn't here. So please be quiet, okay? I continued searching the house while Eris kept following me closely, asking questions. She asked lots of questions, but she stuck to me like glue, seeming to want to rely on me. I guess I have to thank the second kidnapper for his monologue that should have made her realize better just what kind of situation she was in. It only made me look more like a hero. Apart from the things that I acquired from the 2 kidnappers, the building had no valuables. It was just an abandoned empty warehouse. 3 Azura gold coins, 11 Azura silver coins, a dozen Azura large copper coins and a bunch of regular copper coins. That's all the money I got. It was good free money. Not outstanding, but certainly not bad. These people obviously seemed to be slave traders and should have actually been strong, so they were not broke. The second man was richer than the first one too. I hoped for some loot the moment I decided on the kidnapping scheme, and I was not disappointed. I almost had no money left, so that donation was quite timely. In comparison, I remember that Rudeus sold his carefully crafted figurine of Roxy for 1 gold coin to a merchant. An ordinary person's monthly salary would be 1 to 2 silver coins at most. I picked up a backpack of the kidnappers and stored the 2 sheathed swords into it, together with some food. These were decent steel swords that were not worthless, I could at least tell that much. There were also some small armor pieces and junk that I gave up on carrying because they didn't look valuable enough. What I did grab though were 4 flasks with titles of sleeping pills, Olera pills, blue briar poison, and something that seemed to be the antidote to that poison. There were also some healing herbs and a healing paste. Using a key that one of the kidnappers had in his pocket, I opened my iron cuffs and then washed my shoes and hands off blood. I then prepared to finally set off. Eris, I'm now going to go out to check where we are. Okay. Are you coming with me or will you stay here for now? I'll go. Yes, of course. Eris looked eager to get back home and would certainly not want to be separated from me. Though, even after witnessing the scene with the 2 corpses, she did not puke or whine. All things considered, she was quite calm. She was quite unique. Okay, then let's find our way back. MHM. After we walked out of the storehouse, we were greeted by an unfamiliar town. There were no castle walls, so this wasn't Roa. It wasn't small enough to be a village, but it was a very small town. Where are we? Eris asked, shouting. The moment we walked out into the city, her voice returned to her original unrestrained volume. I looked at her expressionlessly. It should be a nearby town. A nearby town? Where is Ghislaine? Where is grandfather? She muttered while looking around. She didn't shout this time. Let's go. I began to move along the main street while Eris followed closely. We headed toward the stagecoach's waiting area near the entrance to the city. The fare and general terms of use were written here on the wall, but I was already familiar with these. Instead, I looked for the town's location. It looks like we're 2 cities away from Roa, in a town called Whedon, I told Eris. How do you know? It's written here. I can't read. Here's my chance, I thought. I said, as you can see, reading is useful. How to get to Roa is also written here. If you can't read when you need to, you'll be in trouble. Eris showed a sour face at that. I continued, if you won't learn how to read when you're young, it will only become more difficult in the future. That's how it works. You know, it's embarrassing you didn't learn how to read at 7 years old. Is it too difficult for you? Shut up already. It isn't difficult. I just didn't care. I can learn how to read too, I'm not stupid. Eris snapped and shouted at me. Okay, it's time to stop, it looks like I went too far in my preaching. However, Eris only said I can learn how to read too, not I will learn how to read. So stubborn. I expressionlessly looked at the fare for stagecoaches again. I said, it looks like we'll have to change coaches twice to get back. Change coaches? Why? Each day only 5 coaches leave from here, 1 every 2 hours starting at 8 in the morning. It's the same for every city. And it takes 3 hours to get to the next city from here. The next stagecoach here will be the last for the day. What about it? It's the last coach and with 3 hours of journey, it can only get as far as the next city. It means there won't be any more coaches for the day, and we will have to spend one night in that other town or in this town before we can get back to Roa.
No way.
Then do we spend a night here or there? I would rather get away from here, I replied quietly.
Okay.
But if we get attacked again, you can win. She looked at me expectantly.
I smiled. Yeah, I'd win.